The problem is not your willpower. The problem is your wiring. If you have ever sat down at a clean desk with a hot cup of coffee, a clear to-do list, and the sincere intention to do meaningful work, only to find yourself 45 minutes later staring at a video of a golden retriever surfing on a paddleboard with absolutely no memory of how you got there, you have experienced the central, defining conflict of modern existence. You know the feeling. It is not just distraction. It is a peculiar form of temporal vertigo. You look at the clock and feel a strange sense of betrayal. Where did the time go? Who took it? And more importantly, why did you let them? In that moment of realization, most of us do something deeply unhelpful. We turn the blame inward. We call ourselves lazy. We call ourselves weak-willed. We call ourselves addicted, broken, or irreparably scattered. We make a silent, solemn vow. Tomorrow I will be better. Tomorrow I will have discipline. Tomorrow I will keep my phone in the other room, and I will not check my email until noon. And then tomorrow comes and the cycle repeats. The phone buzzes, the hand moves, the scroll begins. The guilt returns. This book exists to offer you a radical and liberating reframe. You are none of those things. You are not weak. You are not lazy. You are not uniquely undisciplined. You are quite simply a human being with a Stone Age brain, trying to survive in a world that runs on nanoseconds. And you have been fighting this battle with one arm tied behind your back because nobody ever told you what you are actually fighting. This is the central, uncompromising thesis of everything that follows. Your brain is a beautifully crafted relic of the Pleistocene, and the digital world is a superstimulus meticulously engineered to break it. You cannot win a battle of sheer willpower against a multi-trillion-dollar attention economy that has weaponized your own neurobiology against you. But you can stop fighting a losing war and start playing a smarter game. This is not a book about digital detox. This is not a book about becoming Amish, throwing your smartphone into a river, or moving to a cabin in the woods to whittle spoons by candlelight. Those are fantasies for the privileged few, and they fundamentally misunderstand the nature of the problem. The screen is not going anywhere. The algorithms are not going to get kinder. The notifications are not going to stop pinging. The solution, therefore, cannot be escape. The solution must be inoculation. The solution is consciousness, not in the mystical, incense and chanting sense, but in the raw, tangible, neurological sense. Consciousness is meta-awareness. It is the ability to step outside the survival autopilot that runs most of your day and simply witness the urge before you act on it. It is the capacity to notice the psychic itch of a notification and say with calm authority, "I see you, but I am not scratching you right now." It is the difference between being a passive passenger in your own mind and becoming the active, alert pilot. To get there, we must first understand what we are actually dealing with. We must travel backward, way backward. We must descend into the deep, evolutionary history of the organ that sits between your ears, because the architecture of that organ explains almost everything about why you behave the way you do in the digital world. The savanna in your skull. Let us perform a thought experiment. Close your eyes, or if you are reading this on a screen, perhaps just look away for a moment, and imagine the world for which your brain was originally designed. It is roughly 200,000 years ago. You are standing on the African savanna. The sun is hot. The grass is tall. In your immediate vicinity, there are perhaps 50 to 150 other humans, your extended tribe. These are the only people you will ever know. Your world is small, intimate, and immediate. Your daily concerns are stark and primal. You need to find food before you starve. You need to avoid becoming food for a predator. You need to conserve every calorie of precious energy because food is scarce and unpredictable. You need to navigate the treacherous social dynamics of your tribe because being ostracized from the group in this environment is a death sentence. And if you have the energy left over, you need to find a mate and pass on your genes. That is it. Those are the only problems your brain evolved to solve. For 99.9% of human existence, for roughly 2 million years of hominid evolution, this was the sum total of the cognitive challenge. Your brain became exquisitely optimized for this environment. It became a lean, mean survival machine. It learned to spot the shape of a predator in the tall grass from 100 yards away. It learned to remember the location of water sources and berry bushes with remarkable precision. It learned to read the subtle facial expressions of your tribespeople, to detect threats to your social standing. It learned to make split-second decisions with incomplete information, because hesitation on the savannah meant death. Now, contrast that ancient world with the world you inhabit today. You wake up in a climate-controlled box. You are never more than a few steps away from a surplus of calories. There are no predators. Your basic survival needs are met with such absurd abundance that you have to actively restrict your calorie intake to avoid the diseases of excess. Instead of hunting a gazelle, your most pressing daily challenge is likely replying to a passive-aggressive email from a colleague you have never actually met in person. Instead of scanning for lions, you scan a glowing rectangle that connects you to the collective consciousness of 8 billion strangers, most of whom have opinions about things you did not even know existed yesterday. This is the fundamental mismatch. Your brain is a biological relic. It is a vintage piece of hardware running software that was patched and updated over millions of years for one specific environment, and it has been abruptly dropped into a completely alien one. We call this evolutionary mismatch. It is the concept that explains why we crave sugar and fat, even though we live in a world of abundance, because those cravings kept our ancestors alive. It explains why we feel anxious and stressed, even though we are objectively safer than any humans in history, because our threat detection systems were calibrated for a world of constant physical danger. And it explains, more than anything else, why we cannot stop looking at our phones. Because your brain, in its ancient wisdom, still believes that information is scarce. It still believes that social connection is a matter of life and death. It still believes that novelty is a sign of either opportunity or threat. And the digital world has weaponized each of these ancient beliefs with surgical precision. The two brains inside your one brain. To understand exactly how this weaponization works, we must understand the basic architecture of your brain. Neuroscientists often speak of the brain as having 3 layers, a concept popularized by Paul MacLean as the triune brain. While modern neuroscience has refined this model, the metaphor remains profoundly useful. At the base of your skull, sitting atop your spinal column, is the reptilian brain, the brainstem and basal ganglia. This is the oldest part of your neural architecture, a structure we share with lizards and snakes. It regulates your breathing, your heart rate, your sleep-wake cycle. It is responsible for instinctual behaviors like aggression, dominance, and territoriality. It is fast, automatic, and completely unconscious. It does not think. It reacts. Wrapped around this reptilian core is the limbic system, the paleo-mammalian brain which we share with all other mammals. This is the seat of your emotions. It contains the amygdala, your brain's smoke detector which processes fear, threat, and anxiety. It contains the hippocampus, which is crucial for memory formation. It contains the hypothalamus, which regulates your basic drives like hunger, thirst, and sex. The limbic system is also fast, automatic, and deeply concerned with survival and reproduction. It is the source of your gut feelings. And finally, wrapped around both of these like a thin, wrinkly blanket, is the neocortex, the neo-mammalian brain. This is the most recent evolutionary addition, and it is particularly developed in humans. The prefrontal cortex, which sits right behind your forehead, is the crown jewel of this structure. This is the rational, deliberative part of your brain. It is responsible for planning, reasoning, impulse control, working memory, and complex decision-making. It is the part of you that reads books, sets goals and resolves to eat less sugar and spend less time on social media. Now, here is the crucial point. The prefrontal cortex is desperately, absurdly inefficient compared to the older structures. The reptilian and limbic systems run on autopilot. They operate with breathtaking speed and minimal energy expenditure. They process information in milliseconds. They are the default mode of operation for your brain. When you are driving a familiar route and suddenly realize you cannot remember the last 10 minutes of the journey, that is your older brain systems running the show while your prefrontal cortex takes a well-deserved nap. The prefrontal cortex, by contrast, is a glutton. It is the most energy-hungry organ in your entire body, and the prefrontal cortex is the most energy-hungry part of that organ. It consumes a disproportionate amount of glucose and oxygen. It requires a constant supply of fuel to function effectively, and it tires remarkably quickly. This is why, after a long day of making decisions, you find yourself unable to resist the siren call of junk food or a mindless scroll. Your prefrontal cortex is depleted. It is like a tired bouncer at a nightclub, standing at the door of your consciousness, trying to keep the rowdy impulses out. But the bouncer gets tired. The bouncer needs breaks. And when the bouncer is off duty, the lizard and the limbic system run the show. Think of it this way. Your brain has a top-down system, the prefrontal cortex, and a bottom-up system, the older structures. The bottom-up system is constantly scanning the environment, generating impulses, urges, and emotional reactions. It says, "Ooh, something shiny," or "Ooh, that looks threatening," or "Ooh, that looks socially rewarding." The top-down system is the only thing that can override those impulses. It says, "No, we are working right now. We are not going to check that notification. We are going to stay focused." But the top-down system is slow, expensive, and fragile, and the bottom-up system is fast, cheap, and relentless. In the battle for your attention, the bottom-up system has a massive home field advantage, and the digital world knows exactly how to exploit that advantage. The dopamine trap, wanting versus liking. Perhaps the most pernicious weapon in the digital arsenal is the hijacking of your dopamine system. For decades, the popular understanding of dopamine has been woefully, almost comically, inaccurate. We have been told that dopamine is the pleasure molecule. We have been told that it is released when we experience something enjoyable and that it makes us feel good. This is not wrong, but it is dangerously incomplete. Dopamine is not the molecule of pleasure. Dopamine is the molecule of anticipation. It is the molecule of seeking and wanting. It is not released when you actually achieve a goal. It is released in the moments leading up to the potential achievement. It is the fuel that drives you to search for food when you are hungry. It is the fuel that drives you to scan the horizon for a mate. It is the fuel that drives you to check your phone for a notification. The crucial distinction here is between wanting and liking, a distinction that has been brilliantly illuminated by the neuroscientist Kent Berridge and his colleagues. These two systems, the wanting system, driven by dopamine, and the liking system, driven by opioids and endocannabinoids, are neurobiologically distinct. They are mediated by different brain circuits. They can be manipulated independently. And here is the diabolical truth. The wanting system can be cranked up to 11, while the liking system barely registers a pulse. This is why you can crave a cigarette, light it, take a puff, and feel nothing but disgust. Your wanting system was screaming at you to smoke, but your liking system gave you nothing in return. This is why you can spend 3 hours scrolling through social media, refreshing the feed, chasing the next hit of novelty, and feel emptier and more exhausted than when you started. Your wanting system was on fire. Keep seeking, keep scrolling. The next post might be the one. while your liking system was quietly sitting in the corner, completely unimpressed. And this is the precise mechanism that social media platforms, video games, and endless scroll websites have weaponized against you. The most powerful way to stimulate the wanting system is through variable ratio reinforcement. This is the same psychological principle that makes slot machines so irresistibly addictive. When a reward is predictable, the brain habituates to it. If you get a notification every single time you pull your phone out of your pocket, you will quickly become bored. The dopamine response will diminish. But when a reward is unpredictable, when you pull the lever and sometimes you get a jackpot, sometimes you get nothing, and sometimes you get a small payout, the brain goes into overdrive. The anticipation becomes the reward. The possibility of a reward becomes more compelling than the reward itself. Your email inbox is a variable ratio slot machine. Sometimes there is an important message. Sometimes there is spam. Sometimes there is a warm, validating note from a friend. Sometimes there is a passive-aggressive demand from a boss. You do not know what you are going to get until you pull the lever. Refresh. And that uncertainty is what keeps you pulling. Your social media feed is a variable ratio slot machine. Sometimes you see a beautifully curated photo of a friend's vacation that makes you feel warm and connected. Sometimes you see an infuriating political take that makes your blood boil. Sometimes you see an advertisement for a product you have never considered buying. The content is unpredictable, and that unpredictability is the engine that keeps your dopamine system running at full throttle. The swipe to refresh gesture on a smartphone app is a ritualistic reenactment of a lever pull. It is a micro-action that signals to your brain, I am engaging with the possibility of reward. And because the reward schedule is variable, because you never know what you are going to get, you keep swiping, keep refreshing, keep seeking. You are not looking for pleasure. You are looking for the anticipation of pleasure. And that is a game you can never truly win, because the anticipation is designed to be infinite. The negativity bias, why bad news sticks. If the dopamine system is the accelerator, the amygdala is the emergency brake, and the digital world has learned to slam on that brake with ruthless efficiency. Your amygdala is a small, almond-shaped cluster of neurons in your limbic system. Its primary job is to detect threats and trigger the fight-or-flight response. It is your brain's smoke detector, and like a smoke detector, it is calibrated to be hypersensitive. It is better to have 100 false alarms than to miss one genuine fire. This hypersensitivity is a product of evolutionary necessity. On the savannah, the cost of ignoring a potential predator was death. The cost of overreacting to a rustling bush that turned out to be nothing but wind was a brief spike in heart rate and a waste of a few calories. Evolution heavily favored the overreactors, the ones who were too chill, too relaxed, too willing to assume that rustling bush was harmless. They were eaten. Their genes did not get passed on. The result is a profound negativity bias. Negative stimuli are processed more quickly and more thoroughly by the brain than positive stimuli. Bad events are stickier in memory than good events. Criticisms cut deeper than compliments. Losses hurt more than equivalent gains bring joy. This is not a personality flaw. This is a survival adaptation. Your brain is not designed to make you happy. Your brain is designed to keep you alive, and keeping you alive requires constant vigilance for things that might kill you. Now, consider what happens when this ancient vigilance meets the modern news cycle. The algorithms that power your news feeds are not designed to give you a balanced, accurate picture of the world. They are designed to keep you engaged, because engagement is how they make money. And what keeps you engaged more effectively than anything else? Outrage, fear, anxiety, negativity. Content that triggers a strong emotional response is more likely to be clicked on, shared, and commented on. And the strongest emotional responses, the ones that stick in the memory and compel action, are almost always negative. A headline that reads "everything is fine and nothing bad is happening" will never ever get as many clicks as "10 terrifying things that might kill you tomorrow." The news media has known this for centuries. If it bleeds, it leads, is an old journalistic adage. But the algorithmic amplification of this bias is unprecedented in human history. You are not just being fed negative news passively. You are being fed negative news that has been optimized by machine learning to trigger the most extreme emotional responses possible. The algorithms are constantly testing headlines and images against each other, learning which ones generate the most engagement, and then feeding you more of those. They are refining their ability to push your emotional buttons in real time. This is why spending an hour on social media can leave you feeling anxious, depressed, and hopeless about the state of the world, even if, objectively, the world is safer and more prosperous than it has ever been at any point in human history. You have been subjected to a relentless barrage of threat signals, and your amygdala has responded accordingly. Your stress hormones are elevated. Your body is primed for a fight that will never come. And this chronic low-grade stress has profound consequences. Chronic elevation of cortisol, the primary stress hormone, impairs the function of the prefrontal cortex. It makes it harder to think clearly, harder to focus, and harder to resist impulsive behaviors. The very tool you need to exercise self-control is being degraded by the content you are consuming. It is a vicious cycle, and it is one of the most insidious ways that the screen age has compromised your cognitive sovereignty. Social validation, the tribe in your pocket. We have discussed the dopamine system, the seeking engine, and the amygdala, the threat detector. But perhaps the most emotionally potent hijacking of your Stone Age brain occurs in the realm of social connection. For millions of years, the most important survival tool for a human being was not a sharp rock or a pointy stick. It was the social group. A lone human on the savannah was a dead human, but a human embedded in a cooperative tribe could hunt large game, defend against predators, share food during lean times, and raise offspring collectively. Social connection was not a nice-to-have luxury, it was a survival necessity. This evolutionary pressure shaped your brain in profound ways. You are exquisitely sensitive to social cues. You are deeply concerned with your status within the group because higher status meant better access to resources and mates. You are intensely afraid of social rejection because ostracism from the group was a death sentence. Your brain processes social pain, rejection, exclusion, isolation, in the same regions that process physical pain. The anterior cingulate cortex, which is activated when you experience physical pain, also lights up when you experience social rejection. A cutting comment from a colleague can literally hurt, in the same way a punch to the arm would. This is not a metaphor. This is neurobiology. The digital world has taken this ancient social wiring and weaponized it in ways that are both brilliant and horrifying. Consider the like button. A like is a tiny, almost trivial social signal. It takes a fraction of a second to click. It costs the giver nothing. But for the recipient, a like is a burst of social validation. It is a signal that the tribe approves. It is a tiny digital tribe member nodding in your direction. When you post something on social media and it receives a flurry of likes, your brain releases dopamine. You feel a brief surge of social connection. You feel seen. You feel validated. Your status within your imagined digital tribe has increased. But here is the trap. The variable ratio reinforcement schedule applies here too. You do not know how many likes you will get, nor do you know who will give them. The anticipation of receiving validation is more powerful than the validation itself. This is why you refresh the post compulsively. You are not looking at the likes you have already received. You are waiting for new ones. You are chasing the next hit of social approval, and the absence of likes is processed as a form of social rejection. If you post something and the response is tepid, your brain experiences that as a miniature social defeat. You might tell yourself that you do not care about likes, that it is just a silly metric, but your limbic system does not care about your rational justifications. It processes the absence of social approval as a threat to your standing in the tribe. The same mechanism applies to negative social interactions. A critical comment on a post activates the same neural circuits as a physical threat. Your amygdala fires, your stress hormones spike, you feel under attack. And because the amygdala is faster than the prefrontal cortex, you often react emotionally before you have had a chance to think rationally about the comment. This is why online arguments are so incredibly volatile. They are not arguments between rational beings. They are two limbic systems, both experiencing threat and reacting defensively. This is also why the performance of identity on social media is so exhausting. You are not just sharing your life, you are curating a digital representation of yourself for an audience that is both invisible and omnipresent. You are managing the impressions of a tribe that could number in the thousands. This is a cognitive burden that your brain was never designed to carry. Your ancient social brain evolved to manage relationships with 150 individuals, not 1,000 strangers. The cognitive load of social media is fundamentally unsustainable. Fragmentation. The cost of switching. We have examined the hijacking of your seeking system, your threat detection system, and your social validation system. But there is one more weapon in the digital arsenal that is perhaps the most debilitating of all: the systematic fragmentation of your attention. Your attention is not an infinite resource. It is a finite, depletable pool of cognitive energy. And every time you shift your attention from one task to another, you pay a cost. This cost is known as attention residue. The concept is simple. When you are working on a task, your brain forms a cognitive context. It is holding information, goals, and strategies in your working memory. When you interrupt that task, even for a microsecond, to check a notification, your brain does not immediately let go of that context. Part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. It residues. When you return to your original task, you are not operating at 100% capacity. A portion of your cognitive resources is still engaged with the interrupted task. It takes time, up to 23 minutes, according to some research, for your brain to fully re-engage with the new context. Now, multiply this cost by the average number of times a typical knowledge worker checks their email per hour. Multiply it by the number of notifications that ping your phone in a single day. Multiply it by the number of times you reflexively unlock your phone, check a social media app, and then immediately lock it again. You are not multitasking. Multitasking is a myth. The human brain is fundamentally incapable of processing two streams of conscious thought simultaneously. What we call multitasking is actually rapid task switching, and it is a profoundly inefficient way to use your cognitive resources. In fact, the science shows that task switching can reduce your cognitive performance by as much as 40%. It lowers your effective IQ. It impairs your working memory. It makes you slower, more error-prone, and more stressed. But here is the even more insidious aspect of fragmentation. The mere presence of a smartphone on your desk, even if it is turned face down and silenced, is enough to reduce your cognitive capacity. The phenomenon is called brain drain. The simple awareness that a source of potential distraction is nearby, even if you are consciously resisting the urge to check it, consumes cognitive resources. It creates a background hum of cognitive load that reduces the bandwidth available for your primary task. Your brain is constantly monitoring the environment for threats and opportunities, And your smartphone is the most potent source of both that has ever been invented. Even when you are not using it, your brain is aware of it. Part of your cognitive energy is being siphoned off, just to maintain the willpower required to ignore it. This is why people who have their phones on their desks perform worse on cognitive tests than people who have their phones in another room. This is why the physical presence of the device matters. You cannot simply ignore it. The effort of ignoring it is itself a form of cognitive load. The reclamation. Consciousness as the antidote. At this point, you might be feeling a sense of despair. If the digital world has so thoroughly weaponized the fundamental architecture of your brain, your dopamine system, your amygdala, your social wiring, your attention system, what hope is there? Are we all simply doomed to be passive puppets of the algorithm? The answer is an emphatic no. But the path to liberation is not what you might expect. The path is not willpower. Willpower is a finite resource, and the digital world is infinitely patient. It will simply wait until your prefrontal cortex is depleted, and then it will strike. You cannot win a war of attrition against a system that is designed to outlast you. The path is not digital detox. A week without screens is a beautiful, restorative experience, but it is a vacation, not a long-term solution. You cannot structure your entire life around escape. The world runs on screens and you need to function in it. The path is consciousness. More specifically, the path is meta-awareness, the ability to observe your own thoughts, feelings, and impulses from a slight distance, without being consumed by them. Consciousness in this context is not a mystical concept. It is a neurological one. It is the recruitment of the prefrontal cortex to simply witness what is happening in the limbic system. It is the capacity to say, I notice that I am feeling a powerful urge to check my phone right now, without immediately acting on that urge. This is not about suppressing the urge. Suppression requires willpower, and willpower depletes. This is about observing the urge. It is about creating a gap between the impulse and the action, and in that gap, choice becomes possible. This is the foundational skill that we will cultivate throughout this book. We will call it urge surfing. When an urge arises, to check a notification, to open a social media app, to refresh your email, you do not fight it. You do not resist it. You simply ride it. You notice the physical sensations associated with the urge, the tightness in your chest, the quickening of your pulse, the anticipatory twitch in your fingers. You observe these sensations without judgment, and you wait. Neurobiologically, cravings and urges are not linear. They are waves. They build, they peak, and then they subside. The peak usually occurs within about 90 seconds. If you can simply sit with the urge, observing it without acting on it, for 90 seconds, the neurochemical tide will recede. The urge will lose its urgency. You will regain your capacity to choose. This is not easy. It takes practice, it takes repetition. But it is a trainable skill. The brain is plastic. It changes in response to repeated experience. Every time you successfully surf an urge, you are strengthening the neural pathways of the prefrontal cortex. You are making it slightly easier to do it the next time. You are literally rewiring your brain for greater self-control. The architecture of reclamation. Urge surfing is just one component of the broader architecture of reclamation that we will explore in this book. There is a systematic approach to taking back your attention from the digital world, and it operates on 3 levels: the cognitive, the behavioral, and the environmental. At the cognitive level, we must understand the neurobiology. We must know how our dopamine systems work, how our amygdala responds to threat, how our social wiring makes us vulnerable to validation loops, and how our attention is fragmented by task switching. Knowledge is power, and in this case, knowledge is the first line of defense. When you understand why you're being manipulated, you are less susceptible to the manipulation. The spell weakens when you see the magician's hand. At the behavioral level, we must develop specific, actionable practices. We will learn techniques like the 90-second urge surf. We will learn how to batch our tasks to reduce the costs of task switching. We will learn how to schedule our digital consumption rather than letting it interrupt us constantly. We will learn how to cultivate boredom, not as an enemy, but as a necessary nutrient for creativity and self-reflection. We will learn to differentiate between eat, consuming content, work, creating content, and connect, communicating with others, and to use our devices only for these defined purposes. At the environmental level, we must redesign our digital habitat. Willpower is fragile, environment is robust. The path of least resistance is almost always the path taken. So we must redesign our environments so that the path of least resistance leads toward focus, not fragmentation. This means turning off all push notifications except for calls from a small group of favorites. Push notifications are the primary tool that apps use to hijack your attention. They are external interruptions that bypass your prefrontal cortex entirely. You do not decide to check a notification. The notification decides for you. Turning them off is not an act of extreme minimalism. It is an act of basic hygiene. This means moving to a pull-based model of digital consumption. Instead of having information pushed at you constantly, you choose to pull information when it is appropriate. You check email at specific scheduled times, not whenever the app buzzes. You open social media apps intentionally, not reflexively. You regain the agency to decide when you engage, rather than letting the engagement decide for you. This means removing apps from your home screen. If you have to type the name of an app to open it, you are introducing a tiny friction point, and that tiny friction point is enough to break the automaticity of the habit. It gives your prefrontal cortex a moment to catch up and say, "Wait, do I actually want to open this right now?" This means using grayscale mode. Colors are powerful stimuli for your brain. They are processed by the limbic system before they reach the prefrontal cortex. Making your phone grayscale removes the dopamine-triggering vibrancy of the interface. It makes the device less immediately rewarding to look at. It reintroduces a tiny friction point that can break the automatic compulsive cycle. The default mode network, the brain's hidden creative engine. One of the most tragic casualties of constant digital engagement is the default mode network, DMN. This is a network of brain regions that becomes active when your brain is not focused on an external task. It is the daydreaming state. It is the state of mind wandering, of reflection, of autobiographical memory, and of creative insight. For decades, neuroscientists thought of the default mode network as the brain's idle mode, something that happened when the brain was doing nothing. But we now know that the DMN is absolutely essential for some of the most important aspects of human cognition. When your mind wanders, you are not wasting time. You are consolidating memories. You are integrating new information with existing knowledge. You are making novel connections between disparate ideas. You are, in essence, generating creativity and empathy. There is a well-documented phenomenon known as the eureka moment. You are struggling with a problem. You have been focusing on it intensely, but you cannot crack it. You give up, you go for a walk, you take a shower, you stare out the window, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, the solution arrives. It does not arrive while you are focusing. It arrives while you are wandering. It arrives when the default mode network is active. This is because the prefrontal cortex, when it is intensely focused on an external task, operates in a highly constrained, linear fashion. It is following rules. It is executing algorithms. It is not capable of the kind of loose, associative, combinatorial thinking that produces genuine insight. That kind of thinking happens in the default mode network, but here is the problem. The default mode network is almost entirely suppressed by external stimuli. When you are engaged with a screen, your DMN is quiet. It is not doing its work. And if you are constantly engaged with screens, if you fill every spare moment with scrolling, with checking, with consuming, your DMN never gets a chance to do its job. This is why we are seeing a documented decline in creativity and empathy in the digital age. These are not soft, fuzzy skills. They are neurobiological functions that depend on the health of a specific brain network. And that network is being systematically starved by the constant consumption of digital media. Reclaiming your attention is not just about productivity. It is about allowing your brain to perform its most important, most human functions. It is about creating the space for insight, for self-reflection, for the kind of deep thinking that cannot happen in the presence of a glowing rectangle. This is why practices like the digital Sabbath, scheduling periods of screen-free time, are so important. They are not ascetic indulgences. They are cognitive necessities. They are the fertilizer for the brain's creative engine. They are the oxygen for your capacity for self-reflection. The conscious user. By the time you finish this book, you will not be a digital monk. You will not have quit the screen age. That is neither desirable nor practical. The tools we hold are extraordinary. They have given us access to the sum total of human knowledge. They have connected us to people across the globe. They have enabled forms of creativity and collaboration that our ancestors could not have imagined. The goal is not to throw these tools away. The goal is to use them with intention rather than compulsion. The goal is to become a conscious user, someone who wields the screen as a scalpel rather than being cut by it as a shard of glass. A conscious user is not someone who spends less time on screens. It is someone who spends time on screens deliberately. It is someone who decides in advance what they are going to use their digital tools for and who ends the session when they have completed that task. It is someone who does not let the algorithms dictate their attention. It is someone who has reclaimed the fundamental human capacity of choice. This is not an easy path. It is a path of constant, unending practice. The digital world will not become less compelling. The algorithms will not become less sophisticated. The notifications will not become less frequent. The challenge is permanent. But the rewards are profound. When you reclaim your attention, you reclaim your time. And when you reclaim your time, you reclaim your life. The hours you spend in deep, focused engagement with your work, your relationships, your creative pursuits, these are the hours that matter. These are the hours that constitute a life well lived. Every hour spent in fragmented, compulsive, unconscious scrolling is an hour stolen from that life. This book is an invitation to stop the theft. It is a guide to taking back what is rightfully yours. It is a roadmap to navigating the screen age with your Stone Age brain, intact, alert, and sovereign. Let us begin. Part 1, The Relic, the Stone Age Brain. Chapter 1, The Savannah in Your Skull. The Time Machine. Let us perform an act of radical imagination. Close your eyes. Or if you are reading this on a screen and closing your eyes feels impractical, simply look away from the text for a moment and let your mind travel. You are about to step into a time machine. This machine is not made of metal and wires. It is made of memory, of evolutionary history, of the deep strata of your own neural architecture. It will carry you backward. Not a few years, not a few decades, but 200,000 years. When you open your eyes, you are standing on the African savanna. The sun is a white-hot hammer in a sky so blue it hurts to look at. The grass is tall and dry, bleached to the color of old bone, whispering against your legs in a hot wind that carries the smell of dust and distant rain. The air shimmers with heat. There is no shade, there is no shelter. There is only the vast, indifferent landscape stretching in every direction to the horizon. Look down at your hands. They are your hands, but they are also not your hands. They are the hands of an ancestor, calloused, scarred, nails dirt-caked. These hands have never held a smartphone. They have never typed on a keyboard. They have never turned a key in an ignition. These hands have built fires. They have knapped stone into blades. They have thrown spears. They have gathered roots. They have held children. They have buried the dead. Now, look around you. Somewhere in that tall grass, not far away, there is a predator. It might be a lion. It might be a leopard. It might be a pack of wild dogs. You do not know where it is, but you know it is there. You know this because your ancestors who did not know this, who did not maintain constant paranoid vigilance, were eaten. Their genes did not get passed on. You are the descendant of the vigilant ones, the paranoid ones, the ones who never stopped scanning the horizon. Somewhere in the opposite direction there is a grove of berry bushes. You found them yesterday. They were heavy with fruit. You did not eat them all because you knew you would need them again. But now, as you stand in the sun, your stomach is a hollow ache. You are hungry. You are always hungry. Hunger is a constant companion. It is not an occasional inconvenience. It is the background hum of your existence. And somewhere in the distance you can see the smoke of another tribe's fire. They are strangers. They might be friendly. They might be enemies. They might want to trade. They might want to kill you and take your women and your children and your hunting grounds you do not know. And that not knowing is a knot of tension in your chest that never fully loosens. This is the world for which your brain was engineered. This is the crucible in which the organ between your ears was forged. For roughly 2 million years of hominid evolution, and for 99.9% of the existence of our specific species, Homo sapiens, this was the reality of human existence. And your brain has not changed since. The deep time of the brain. Let us talk about time, not the time of your daily calendar, but evolutionary time, deep time, the kind of time that makes the rise and fall of empires look like a hiccup. The human brain, as we know it, has been shaped by approximately 2 million years of evolution. That is 2 million years of natural selection acting on the neural architecture of our hominid ancestors. It is a span of time so vast that it is almost impossible to grasp. If we compressed the entire 2 million year history of the human brain into a single 24-hour day, the agricultural revolution, which started about 10,000 years ago, would have occurred at approximately 11:58 p.m. The Industrial Revolution would have occurred at 11:59 p.m. The digital age, the world of smartphones, social media, and algorithmic feeds, would have begun at 11:59.999 p.m. Think about that. For 99.9% of human existence, we lived as hunter-gatherers. We lived in small bands of 50 to 150 individuals. We wandered across the landscape following food and water. We had no permanent homes. We had no possessions beyond what we could carry. We had no written language. We had no money. We had no kings. We had no priests. We had no gods that we could name in a way that would be recognizable to a modern person. And then, in the blink of an evolutionary eye, everything changed. We invented agriculture. We built cities. We created writing. We forged empires. We invented the printing press. We harnessed steam. We split the atom. We landed on the moon. We built the internet. We put supercomputers in our pockets and connected them to a global network of information and communication that would have seemed like magic to anyone alive even 100 years ago. The world has changed beyond recognition, but your brain has not changed. It is still the brain of that hunter-gatherer on the savannah. It is still calibrated for a world of scarcity, of small social groups, of immediate physical threats, of constant movement and environmental novelty. It is a vintage machine running on an operating system that was last updated 2 million years ago, and we are asking it to run the software of the 21st century. This is the concept that evolutionary biologists call evolutionary mismatch. It is the idea that our biological systems, our bodies, our metabolisms, our immune systems, and most importantly, our brains, are calibrated for the environment in which they evolved. When that environment changes rapidly, the systems that were once adaptive become maladaptive. They become liabilities. They become sources of dysfunction and suffering. We see this mismatch everywhere. We see it in our diets. For millions of years, sugar and fat were scarce, precious resources. A sweet fruit or a fatty piece of meat was a windfall of concentrated calories. Our brains evolved powerful reward systems to ensure that when we encountered these rarities, we would consume them voraciously. Today, sugar and fat are everywhere. They are cheaper than vegetables. They are engineered to be hyper-palatable. And our ancient reward systems drive us to consume them in quantities that cause obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. We are not weak. We are mismatched. We see this mismatch in our stress responses. Our fight-or-flight system evolved to handle acute, life-threatening dangers: a lion, a rival tribe, a fall from a tree. It releases a flood of stress hormones that mobilize energy, sharpen focus, and prepare the body for physical action. Today, we face chronic low-grade stressors: a demanding boss, a mortgage payment, a passive-aggressive email. Our stress system is not designed for chronic activation. The hormones that are meant to save our lives, when constantly elevated, destroy our health. We are not anxious, we are mismatched. And we see this mismatch with crushing clarity in our relationship with digital technology. Our attention systems evolved to scan for novelty and opportunity in a world of information scarcity. Today, we are bombarded with novelty and information at a rate that is completely unprecedented. Our ancient systems are overwhelmed. They are being exploited. We are not distracted. We are mismatched. The Hunter-Gatherer Brain. A user manual. To understand why the digital world has such a powerful grip on us, we need to understand the operating principles of the hunter-gatherer brain. These principles are not abstract theories. They are the fundamental drivers of your behavior, operating beneath the level of conscious awareness, shaping your decisions, your emotions, and your attention. There are 4 foundational principles. Master these, and you will understand the architecture of your own mind. Principle 1. The scarcity default. The environment of the savannah was one of scarcity, not abundance. Food was unpredictable. Water was unreliable. Resources were scattered across the landscape. The brain of a hunter-gatherer was not designed to handle abundance. It was designed to handle scarcity. This means your brain is constantly scanning for resources. It is always on the lookout for something that might be useful, something that might be consumed, something that might be hoarded. This is why you are drawn to sales. This is why you stockpile food. This is why you have a garage full of things you do not need. The scarcity default is a hangover from a world where a missed opportunity could mean starvation. The digital world is a feast of scarcity triggers. Infinite content, infinite goods, infinite social connections. Your brain, designed for scarcity, is overwhelmed by abundance. It cannot process the glut. It tries to consume everything. It ends up consuming nothing of substance. Principle 2. The threat priority system. The environment of the savannah was dangerous. Predators lurked in the tall grass. Rival tribes could attack without warning. A single misstep could be fatal. The brain of a hunter-gatherer was calibrated to prioritize threats above everything else. Paying attention to a threat was a survival imperative. Paying attention to anything else was a luxury that could get you killed. This means your brain is a threat magnet. It is drawn to danger. It is hyper-aware of anything that might harm you. This is why you are more likely to click on a scary headline than a happy one. This is why the news cycle is dominated by fear and outrage. Your brain is wired to seek out threats, and the digital world is a threat factory. Principle 3. The social imperative. The environment of the savannah was intensely social. A lone human was a dead human. Survival depended on the tribe. Your ancestors who were good at social navigation, who could read social cues, maintain alliances, and avoid conflict, were the ones who survived. The ones who were socially inept were cast out and perished. This means your brain is wired for social connection. It craves it. It needs it. It cannot function without it. Social connection is not a luxury. It is a biological necessity. Your brain processes social pain, rejection, exclusion, isolation, in the same regions that process physical pain. A cutting comment from a colleague literally hurts in the same way a punch to the arm would. The digital world is a social amplifier. It offers infinite social connection. But it is a simulation. It is a pale imitation of the rich, embodied social interaction that your brain evolved for. And it leaves you feeling more isolated than before. Principle 4. The novelty drive. The environment of the savannah was dynamic. Things changed. Weather patterns shifted. Animals migrated. Resources moved. The brain of a hunter-gatherer was designed to be curious, to explore, to seek out new information. Novelty was a signal of opportunity. This means your brain is drawn to novelty. It gets a dopamine hit from new things. It craves the next new experience. This is why you get bored with the familiar. This is why you always want the latest phone, the newest update, the freshest content. The novelty drive is a hangover from a world where the new could be life-saving. The digital world is a novelty machine. It never stops producing new content. The refresh button is a promise of something new. The infinite scroll is a bottomless well of novelty. Your brain, designed for the occasional new thing, is drowning in an endless flood of newness. These 4 principles, the scarcity default, the threat priority system, the social imperative, and the novelty drive, are the operating system of your brain. They were adaptive on the savannah. They are maladaptive in the digital world. They are the source of your distraction, your anxiety, your compulsive scrolling, your FOMO, your inability to focus. They are the Stone Age brain in action. The brain's energy crisis. Before we dive into the specifics of how the digital world exploits these 4 principles, we need to understand a deeper constraint, the energy crisis of the brain. Your brain is an energy hog. It represents about 2% of your body weight, but consumes about 20% of your daily caloric intake. It runs on glucose, and glucose is precious. A human brain consumes about 120 grams of glucose per day, roughly the equivalent of a can of soda. This might not sound like much, but in a world of scarcity, it is a massive expenditure. The brain is so energetically expensive that it has evolved a powerful principle of conservation, the principle of least effort. This is the tendency of your brain to do the minimum amount of work necessary to achieve a goal. It is always looking for shortcuts. It is always trying to conserve energy. It is fundamentally lazy. This is why you default to habits. Habits are automated behaviors that require less cognitive energy. When you do something repeatedly, the brain builds neural pathways that make that behavior more efficient. The pathway becomes myelinated, insulated with a fatty sheath that speeds up signal transmission. The behavior becomes automatic. It no longer requires deliberation. It no longer requires energy. This is why change is so difficult. Changing a behavior requires building new neural pathways. It requires effort. It requires energy, and the brain is fundamentally opposed to spending energy. It wants to stick with what is easy. It wants to take the path of least resistance. This is why you reach for your phone without thinking. It is a habit. It is automated. It requires almost no energy. Your brain has built a powerful neural pathway that says, "Bored? Pick up phone." It is a shortcut. It is the path of least resistance. And this is why resisting the urge to check your phone is so difficult. Resisting requires energy. It requires engaging the prefrontal cortex. It requires overriding an automated behavior. It is work, and your brain hates work. The digital world is designed to exploit the principle of least effort. It is designed to be easy. It is designed to be effortless. It is designed to bypass your deliberative brain and engage your automatic brain. A swipe is easier than a thought. A tap is easier than a deliberation. The path of least resistance is the path to the screen. The architecture of the ancient brain. Now, let us look at the specific structures of the brain that are involved in these processes. We will not go into exhaustive neuroanatomy. This is a book for humans, not neuroscientists. But understanding the basic architecture will give you a powerful framework for understanding your own behavior. The brain is often described in terms of 3 layers, a concept popularized by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean as the triune brain. While modern neuroscience has refined and complicated this model, it remains a useful metaphor for understanding the evolutionary layering of the brain. Layer 1. The reptilian brain. This is the oldest part of the brain, the part we share with reptiles. It sits at the base of the skull, atop the spinal column. It includes the brainstem and the basal ganglia. The reptilian brain is responsible for the most fundamental life-sustaining functions: breathing, heart rate, sleep-wake cycles, digestion, and basic motor control. It is also responsible for instinctual behaviors related to survival, aggression, dominance, territoriality, and the fight-or-flight response. The reptilian brain is fast, it is automatic, it is completely unconscious, it does not think, it reacts. It is the part of you that flinches when something flies toward your face, even before you have consciously registered what it is. It is the part of you that feels a surge of anger when someone cuts you off in traffic, even though your rational brain knows that getting angry is pointless. The reptilian brain is powerful because it has short neural pathways. Signals do not have to travel up to the higher brain and back down. They can trigger reactions directly. This is why you react to a perceived threat before you have time to think about it. The reptilian brain is not intelligent, but it is fast. And in the world of survival, speed is everything. Layer 2. The limbic system. Wrapped around the reptilian brain is the limbic system, the paleomammalian brain that we share with other mammals. This is the seat of your emotions. The limbic system contains several key structures. The amygdala, an almond-shaped cluster of neurons deep within the temporal lobe. The amygdala is the brain's threat detector. It is constantly scanning the environment for signs of danger, and it is calibrated to be hypersensitive. The amygdala responds to a threat within 50 milliseconds before you have conscious awareness of it. It triggers the release of stress hormones that prepare the body for action. The hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure essential for memory formation. The hippocampus works closely with the amygdala. Emotionally charged events are more likely to be encoded into long-term memory because the amygdala signals to the hippocampus. This is important, remember this. The hypothalamus, a small but mighty structure that serves as the brain's control center for basic drives. It regulates hunger, thirst, sex drive, and the release of hormones. It is also deeply involved in the stress response, triggering the release of cortisol when a threat is detected. The limbic system is also fast, automatic, and deeply concerned with survival and reproduction. It is the source of your gut feelings, your intuitive responses, your emotional reactions to the world. Layer 3. The neocortex. Wrapped around the limbic system is the neocortex, the neo-mammalian brain. This is the most recent evolutionary addition, and it is particularly developed in humans. The prefrontal cortex, which sits right behind your forehead, is the crown jewel of the neocortex. This is the rational, deliberative part of your brain. It is responsible for planning, reasoning, impulse control, working memory, and complex decision-making. It is the part of you that reads books, sets goals, and resolves to eat less sugar and spend less time on social media. The prefrontal cortex is the seat of your conscious awareness. It is the part of you that has agency. It is the part of you that can override the impulses generated by the reptilian brain and the limbic system. But the prefrontal cortex has a critical weakness. It is desperately, absurdly inefficient compared to the older structures. It is the most energy-hungry tissue in your entire body. It is slow, it tires easily, and it is easily overridden by the faster, more powerful older systems. The CEO and the board of directors here is a helpful way to think about the architecture of your brain. Imagine you are the CEO of a company. You are sitting in your corner office looking at a beautiful view. You have a big picture perspective. You are thinking about strategy, about the future, about your long-term goals. But you are not in control of the company. Not really. The company is run by a board of directors, and the board of directors is a bunch of reptiles and mammals who do not care about your long-term goals. They care about the bottom line of survival. They care about immediate threats and immediate rewards. They are impulsive. They are emotional. They are driven by ancient instincts. The CEO, your prefrontal cortex, has to make its case to the board. It has to persuade them. But the board operates on a different level. They speak a different language. The CEO speaks in terms of long-term planning and abstract goals. The board speaks in terms of fear, hunger, lust, and immediate gratification. And the board has veto power. They can override the CEO at any time. When a threat is detected, the board triggers an emergency response. The CEO can deliberate, but the board has already sent a signal to the body to fight or flee. The CEO can plan, but the board is in charge of the emotional machinery that drives action. This is why you have so little control over your own behavior. The CEO is weak, the board is strong, and the board is running the show. The digital world knows this. It speaks directly to the board, and it bypasses the CEO entirely. A notification is a stimulus that triggers a reaction in the limbic system before the prefrontal cortex has a chance to evaluate it. Your hand moves before you have consciously decided to move it. You feel a spike of anxiety before you have read the message. The board has been hijacked, and the CEO is just along for the ride. The prefrontal cortex, the fragile bouncer. Let us focus on the prefrontal cortex, because it is the key to understanding how you can reclaim your attention. The prefrontal cortex is the part of your brain that is most distinctively human. It is the part that makes you capable of delayed gratification, of complex reasoning, of moral judgment, of long-term planning. It is the part that is essential for any kind of sustained, focused mental effort. The prefrontal cortex is also incredibly fragile. It is fragile in terms of energy. As we have discussed, the prefrontal cortex requires a disproportionate amount of glucose to function. It is like a high-performance sports car that guzzles gas. When the fuel runs low, the engine sputters. It is fragile in terms of time. The prefrontal cortex tires quickly. After a period of sustained focus, it needs a break. This is why you cannot focus for hours on end without rest. This is why you take breaks. This is why you have a limited attention span. It is fragile in terms of stress. The prefrontal cortex is the first part of the brain to be affected by stress. When cortisol levels are elevated, the prefrontal cortex shuts down. It goes offline. You lose the capacity for self-control and complex reasoning. You become reactive, impulsive, and emotional. It is fragile in terms of alcohol and other substances. The prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that is most affected by intoxication. This is why you make poor decisions when you are drunk. Your prefrontal cortex is impaired. The board is running the show, and it is fragile in terms of sleep. The prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that is most affected by sleep deprivation. This is why you are grumpy and impulsive when you are tired. Your prefrontal cortex is offline. The board is running the show. Here is the devastating irony. The digital world systematically attacks the prefrontal cortex. The constant notifications, the rapid task switching, the emotional triggers, the sleep-disrupting blue light, all of these things degrade the function of the prefrontal cortex. The very tool that is supposed to help you be more productive is making you less capable of focus and self-control. And then, when your prefrontal cortex is depleted, the digital world offers you a break. It offers you a distraction. It offers you a chance to zone out. But the distraction is not a break. It is more of the same. It is more screen time. It is more notifications. It is more cortisol. It is more dopamine. It is more depletion. You are in a spiral. The digital world drains your prefrontal cortex, and then it offers you more of the same as a solution. You cannot escape the loop because the loop is designed to be unbreakable. But you can. You can break the loop. You can step outside it. And the first step is understanding how it works. The hunt for calories. Why information feels like food. Let us go back to the savannah for a moment. You are hungry. You have not eaten in 2 days. Your stomach is a knot of gnawing emptiness. Your body is running on reserves. Your brain is screaming at you to find food. You spot a bush in the distance. It might have berries, it might not. You approach cautiously. Your senses are heightened. Your eyes scan for threats. Your ears strain for sounds. Your nose twitches for the scent of predators. Everything else fades away. There is only the bush and the possibility of food. As you get closer, you see the berries, red, plump, heavy with juice. Your mouth waters, your heart rate increases. Your brain releases a flood of dopamine. The anticipation is almost unbearable. You are not yet eating, you are not yet satisfied, but the possibility of satisfaction is driving you forward with relentless urgency. You reach the bush. You pick the berries. You eat them. The dopamine subsides. The hunger recedes. You feel a moment of satisfaction, brief, fleeting, already fading. This is the evolutionary template for seeking. The anticipation is the driver. The reward is the destination. But the destination is never as satisfying as the journey. The journey is powered by dopamine. The destination is just relief. Now, consider the digital world through this lens. Your phone is a bush. The notification is the promise of berries. The content is the berries. You are always hungry. You are always seeking. You are always anticipating. The dopamine system is firing constantly. You are in a perpetual state of hunger. But the berries are never satisfying. They are always less than you hoped. The content is never as good as the promise. The notification is never as important as you thought. You are left with the emptiness of the seeker who never finds satisfaction. This is why you feel so empty after scrolling for hours. Your dopamine system has been firing constantly. You have been in a state of high anticipation, but you have never reached satisfaction. You have never had a moment of contentment. You have been chasing the next berry, and the next berry, and the next berry, and the berries have been empty all along. The digital world is not giving you food. It is giving you the promise of food, and the promise is infinitely more compelling than the food itself. The stress paradox. Let us return to the savannah one more time. You are standing in the tall grass. You hear a rustling sound. Your amygdala fires. Your heart pounds. Your breathing quickens. Your muscles tense. You are ready to fight or flee. The rustling turns out to be nothing. Just the wind. The threat is gone. Your amygdala calms down. Your stress hormones recede. Your body returns to a state of equilibrium. This is how the stress response is supposed to work. It is a burst of activation followed by a period of calm. It is a cycle. It is adaptive. It prepares you for a threat and then releases you when the threat is gone. But in the digital world, the threat never goes away. Every notification is a rustling bush. Every news alert is a potential predator. Every social media post is a potential social threat. The amygdala is firing constantly. The stress response is being activated again and again. But the threats are not real. They are not physical threats that you can fight or flee from. They are abstract threats that you cannot resolve. You cannot fight a news story. You cannot flee from a social media argument. You cannot punch a notification. So the stress response builds up. The cortisol levels remain elevated. The body stays in a state of high alert. The tension never releases. This is chronic stress. And chronic stress is the enemy of everything you want to be. It is the enemy of focus. It is the enemy of self-control. It is the enemy of happiness. It is the enemy of health. It is the enemy of a good life. The digital world is a chronic stress factory. It is pumping stress hormones into your body at a rate that your ancestors never experienced. And you are paying the price with your health, your happiness, and your attention. The tribe of strangers. One more trip to the savannah. You are sitting around the fire with your tribe. There are about 50 of you. You know every face. You know every name. You know who is trustworthy and who is not. You know who is strong and who is weak. You know who is a good hunter and who is a good gatherer. You know who is wise and who is foolish. Your social world is small. It is manageable. It is comprehensible. Now, look at your phone. Open your social media app. You are connected to thousands of people. You know almost none of them. You are presented with a stream of their lives, their opinions, their triumphs, their tragedies. You are supposed to care about all of them. You are supposed to have opinions about all of them. You are supposed to manage your relationships with all of them. This is social overload. Your brain is not designed for it. It is designed for a tribe of 50, not a network of thousands. It is designed for face-to-face interaction, not for algorithmic feeds. It is designed for embodied social cues, not for text and emojis. The result is anxiety. You are constantly comparing yourself to others. You are constantly worried about your social standing. You are constantly trying to manage your image. You are constantly checking for validation. You are constantly fearing rejection. The social brain is overwhelmed. It is trying to do a job it was not designed for, and it is failing. The scarcity of time. We have talked about scarcity of food. We have talked about scarcity of resources. But there is one more scarcity that is central to the digital experience, the scarcity of time. On the savannah, time was abundant. There were long periods of inactivity. There were days when you did nothing but sit around the fire and talk. There were seasons of waiting. Life was slow. Life was patient. In the digital world, time is scarce. Everything is urgent. Everything is immediate. Everything is demanding your attention right now. This is the paradox of the screen age. We have more time than ever. Our lifespans are longer. Our labor is less physically demanding. Our basic needs are met with unprecedented ease. And yet we feel more time-starved than ever. We are always rushing. We are always behind. We are always scrambling. The digital world has created a crisis of time scarcity. There is always more content to consume. There are always more emails to answer. There are always more notifications to check. The stream is infinite. and you are always falling behind. This is a manufactured scarcity. The digital world has created a demand for your attention that is infinite, and it has convinced you that you must meet that demand. But you cannot meet it. It is impossible. The supply of content is infinite. Your attention is finite, and so you are always anxious. You are always feeling behind. You are always feeling inadequate. The digital world has created a treadmill that you can never step off. The gift of boredom. There is a word that has almost disappeared from our vocabulary, a word that describes a state that we have almost entirely eradicated from our lives, a state that is essential for creativity, for reflection, for self-awareness, for a meaningful life. The word is boredom. On the savannah, there was plenty of boredom. There were long periods of inactivity. There were days when nothing happened. There were hours of sitting around the fire, staring into the flames, letting the mind wander. This is not wasted time. This is essential time. This is the time when the default mode network, the brain's resting state network, is active. This is the time when your brain consolidates memories, integrates new information, makes novel connections, and generates creative insights. The default mode network is the part of your brain that is active when you are not focused on an external task. It is the daydreaming network. It is the mind-wandering network. It is the creative network, and it is essential for a healthy, functioning mind. But the default mode network is suppressed by external stimuli. When you are on your phone, the DMN is quiet. When you are scrolling, the DMN is silent. When you are checking notifications, the DMN is offline. We have eliminated boredom from our lives. We have filled every spare moment with screen time. We have never let the DMN do its work. And we are paying the price. We are less creative. We are less reflective. We are less self-aware. We are less capable of deep thought. The screen has stolen our boredom, and without boredom, we are less human. The weaponization of your biology. Let us bring all of this together. The digital world has weaponized the fundamental architecture of your Stone Age brain. It has weaponized your scarcity default by offering infinite content that you cannot possibly consume. You feel the gnawing hunger of not having enough, even when you have everything. It has weaponized your threat priority system by feeding you a constant stream of outrage, fear, and anxiety. Your amygdala is in overdrive, and your body is paying the price. It has weaponized your social imperative by connecting you to thousands of people you do not know, creating a constant state of comparison, anxiety, and FOMO. It has weaponized your novelty drive by feeding you an endless stream of new content, triggering dopamine releases that leave you craving more. It has weaponized your energy crisis by draining your prefrontal cortex and then offering you a break that is more draining than the work. It has weaponized your stress response by keeping you in a state of chronic activation, with no release. It has weaponized your need for social connection by offering you a pale imitation that leaves you feeling more isolated than before. It has weaponized your capacity for boredom by filling every spare moment, robbing you of the creative and reflective time that you need to be human. This is the scale of the challenge. You are not just fighting a bad habit. You are fighting a systematic exploitation of your biology. You are fighting an apparatus that has been designed with billions of dollars of research and the most sophisticated algorithms in human history to keep you engaged. A note of hope. At this point, you might be feeling a sense of despair. If the digital world has so thoroughly weaponized your biology, what hope is there? Are you simply doomed to be a passive puppet of the algorithm? No, the hope is in the understanding. Because when you understand how the system works, you can start to resist it. When you understand that your urge to check your phone is not a sign of weakness, but a sign that your dopamine system has been hijacked, you can stop taking the urge so seriously. When you understand that your anxiety is not a sign that the world is falling apart, but a sign that your amygdala has been triggered by an algorithm, you can stop letting the anxiety control you. The first step is understanding, and now you understand. The next step is action, and that is what the rest of this book is about. Summary: the invisible operating system. Your Stone Age brain is running your life. It is the invisible operating system that governs your behavior. It is constantly scanning for threats, seeking rewards, conserving energy, and navigating social relationships. It is designed for a world that no longer exists. The digital world has weaponized this operating system. It speaks directly to your ancient impulses. It bypasses your rational brain. It keeps you in a state of perpetual engagement. But you are not powerless. You can understand the system. You can see how it works. And once you see it, you can start to resist it. This is the first step in reclaiming your attention. This is the first step in reclaiming your life. Chapter 2: The Bottom-Up Brain. The illusion of control. Let us begin with a small experiment. Right now, as you are reading this sentence, you are breathing. You are not consciously thinking about breathing. You are not deliberately expanding and contracting your lungs. You are just breathing. It is automatic. It is effortless. It is happening without your permission. Now, I want you to take conscious control of your breathing. Take a deep breath in. Hold it for a moment. Exhale slowly. You just took control of a process that was previously automatic. But here is the question. Who was in control before you decided to take control? Who was running the show? The answer is your bottom-up brain. This is the vast, ancient automatic system that governs most of your physiology and much of your behavior. It is the part of you that breathes without your permission, that digests your food without your permission, that regulates your heart rate without your permission. It is the part of you that flinches at a sudden noise, that feels a surge of anger at an insult, that reaches for a cookie without thinking. It is fast, it is powerful, it is unconscious, and it is running your life. The top-down brain is the part of you that just took control of your breathing. It is the conscious, deliberative, rational part of you. It is the part that sets goals, makes plans, and exercises self-control. It is the prefrontal cortex. It is slow, it is fragile, it is energy-hungry. And it is constantly being overruled by its older, faster, more powerful neighbor. The relationship between the bottom-up brain and the top-down brain is the central drama of human psychology. It is the source of your greatest triumphs and your most frustrating failures. It is the reason you can resolve to eat healthy and then eat an entire bag of chips. It is the reason you can resolve to work and then spend an hour scrolling. It is the reason you can resolve to be patient and then snap at your partner. This chapter is about the bottom-up brain. It is about the automatic systems that govern most of your behavior. It is about the structures that the digital world has weaponized, and it is about why you are not as in control as you think you are. The architecture of automaticity. The bottom-up brain is not a single structure. It is a network of ancient neural systems that have been refined over millions of years of evolution. These systems are not intelligent in the way that the prefrontal cortex is intelligent. They do not reason, they do not deliberate, they do not weigh pros and cons. They react, they respond, they execute pre-programmed routines that have been optimized for survival. There are three major components of the bottom-up brain that we need to understand. The brainstem, the foundation of the brain, responsible for basic life-sustaining functions and instinctual responses. The basal ganglia, a collection of nuclei deep within the brain, responsible for habit formation and automatic behaviors. The limbic system, the emotional brain, responsible for threat detection, reward processing, and social bonding. Each of these components plays a critical role in your relationship with digital technology. Each of them has been exploited by the designers of the screen age, and each of them operates beneath the level of your conscious awareness. The brainstem, the foundation of life. The brainstem is the oldest part of the brain. It is the part that we share with reptiles. It sits at the base of the skull, connecting the brain to the spinal cord. It is the foundation upon which the rest of the brain is built. The brainstem has three main parts: the medulla oblongata, the pons, and the midbrain. Together, they perform the most fundamental functions of life: respiration. The brainstem controls your breathing. It maintains the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. It adjusts your breathing rate based on your activity level and the levels of carbon dioxide in your blood. Heart rate. The brainstem regulates your heart rate. It speeds up when you are active or stressed, and it slows down when you are resting. Blood pressure. The brainstem maintains blood pressure within a narrow range. It constricts or dilates blood vessels to regulate blood flow. Sleep-wake cycles. The brainstem is involved in regulating sleep and wakefulness. It houses the reticular activating system, which is responsible for arousal and alertness. Basic motor control. The brainstem controls basic motor functions like balance, coordination, and posture. The startle reflex. The brainstem mediates the startle reflex, the automatic response to a sudden loud noise or unexpected stimulus. Here is the crucial insight. The brainstem operates entirely without your conscious permission. You do not decide to breathe. You do not decide to have a heart rate. You do not decide to startle at a loud noise. These things happen automatically. They happen because the brainstem is running the show. But the brainstem does more than just maintain basic life functions. It also plays a role in more complex behaviors. The brainstem contains the periaqueductal gray, a region that is involved in the fight-or-flight response. It contains the locus coeruleus, a region that releases norepinephrine and regulates arousal and vigilance. It contains the ventral tegmental area, a region that is involved in the dopamine system and reward processing. In other words, the brainstem is not just a passive life support system. It is an active participant in your emotional and behavioral responses. It is the foundation of your automatic reactions to the world. The basal ganglia, the habit machine. Deep within the brain, just above the brainstem, lies a collection of nuclei called the basal ganglia. The basal ganglia are involved in a wide range of functions, but for our purposes, the most important is habit formation. The basal ganglia are the habit machine. They are the part of the brain that learns patterns of behavior and automates them. When you do something repeatedly, driving a car, typing on a keyboard, checking your phone, the basal ganglia builds neural pathways that make that behavior more efficient and less effortful. The basal ganglia operate through a system of loops. Information from the cortex flows into the basal ganglia, is processed, and is then sent back to the cortex. These loops are called cortico-basal ganglia, thalamocortical loops. They are the neural circuits that underlie habit formation and automatic behavior. Here is how it works. When you first learn a new behavior, say learning to drive a car, it requires conscious effort. You have to think about every step. You have to consciously process the information from your senses and plan your actions. This is the top-down brain at work. It is slow, it is effortful, it is energy-hungry. But as you repeat the behavior, the basal ganglia start to take over. The neural pathways become more efficient. The behavior becomes more automatic. Eventually, you can drive a car while talking, listening to music, and thinking about something else entirely. The behavior has been handed off from the top-down brain to the bottom-up brain. It has become a habit. The basal ganglia are essential for survival. They allow you to perform complex behaviors without expending conscious effort. They free up your prefrontal cortex for more important tasks, but they also have a dark side. Once a habit is formed, it is incredibly difficult to break. The basal ganglia have encoded the habit into your neural architecture. It is now the path of least resistance. It is the default mode of operation. This is why you cannot stop checking your phone. The basal ganglia have learned the habit. They have automated it. The behavior is now the path of least resistance. When you feel a moment of boredom or anxiety, the basal ganglia automatically trigger the phone-checking routine. You do not decide to check your phone. The basal ganglia decide. Your prefrontal cortex is just along for the ride. The limbic system, the emotional brain. We have talked about the brainstem, basic life support, and the basal ganglia, habit formation. Now we come to the most influential component of the bottom-up brain, the limbic system. The limbic system is the paleomammalian brain, the part we share with other mammals. It is the seat of your emotions. It is the source of your feelings, your drives, your instincts. It is the part of you that responds to reward and punishment, that craves social connection, that fears threats. It is the engine of your motivation. The limbic system contains several key structures. The amygdala. The amygdala is an almond-shaped cluster of neurons deep within the temporal lobe. It is the brain's threat detector. It is constantly scanning the environment for signs of danger, and it is calibrated to be hypersensitive. The amygdala responds to a threat within 50 milliseconds before you have conscious awareness of what you are seeing. This is the sensory pathway known as the low road. Information from your senses goes to the thalamus and then directly to the amygdala. This route is fast, it is automatic, it is unconscious. The amygdala then sends signals to the brainstem and the hypothalamus, triggering the fight or flight response. Your heart rate increases, your breathing quickens, your muscles tense, your pupils dilate. You are ready for action. But the amygdala also does something else. It sends signals to the hippocampus, telling it to encode the memory of the threatening event. This is why you remember traumatic experiences so vividly. The amygdala has flagged them as important. The amygdala is not just for physical threats. It also responds to social threats, criticism, rejection, exclusion, humiliation. Social pain is processed in the same neural circuits as physical pain. This is why a cutting comment from a boss can feel like a punch to the gut. It is not a metaphor. It is neurobiology. The amygdala is also involved in the processing of reward. It works closely with the dopamine system to create emotional associations with rewarding stimuli. When you receive a like on social media, the amygdala helps to encode the memory of that positive social interaction. The amygdala is powerful, it is fast, it is automatic, and it is constantly being triggered by the digital world. The hippocampus. The hippocampus is a seahorse-shaped structure nestled within the temporal lobe. It is essential for memory formation, particularly the consolidation of short-term memories into long-term memories. The hippocampus works closely with the amygdala. Emotionally charged events are more likely to be encoded into long-term memory because the amygdala signals to the hippocampus, "This is important, remember this." This is why you remember your first kiss, but not what you had for breakfast last Tuesday. The hippocampus is also involved in spatial navigation. It contains place cells that fire when you are in a specific location. It is the part of the brain that you use to navigate your environment. The hippocampus has a remarkable property. It is one of the few brain regions that can generate new neurons throughout adulthood. This process is called neurogenesis. Exercise increases neurogenesis in the hippocampus. Stress decreases it. Chronic exposure to cortisol, the stress hormone, inhibits neurogenesis in the hippocampus. This means that chronic stress, including the chronic stress of digital overstimulation, may be physically shrinking your memory center. You are not just forgetting things because you are distracted. You may be physically impairing your capacity to form new memories. The hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is a small but mighty structure located just below the thalamus. It is the brain's control center for basic drives. It regulates hunger and thirst. The hypothalamus monitors blood glucose levels and triggers hunger when they drop. It monitors blood osmolarity and triggers thirst when you are dehydrated. Temperature regulation. The hypothalamus maintains your body temperature within a narrow range. It triggers sweating when you are hot and shivering when you are cold. Sex drive. The hypothalamus regulates the release of hormones involved in sexual behavior and reproduction. Sleep. The hypothalamus is involved in regulating the sleep-wake cycle. The stress response. The hypothalamus triggers the release of cortisol through the HPA axis, hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. When the amygdala signals a threat, the hypothalamus kicks the stress response into gear. The hypothalamus is deeply involved in the fight or flight response. It is the part of you that feels the urge to eat, the urge to mate, the urge to flee. It is the part of you that is driven by basic biological imperatives. The digital world can hijack these drives. Dating apps activate the mating drive. Food porn activates the hunger drive. The news cycle activates the stress response. The algorithms are clever enough to know which buttons to push. The cingulate cortex. The cingulate cortex is a part of the limbic system that sits just above the corpus callosum, the bridge between the two hemispheres. It is involved in emotion regulation, pain processing, and decision-making. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, is particularly important. It is involved in conflict monitoring, error detection, and the regulation of emotional responses. It is the part of the brain that says, "Wait, something is wrong here," or "You are making a mistake." The ACC is also involved in the experience of social pain. When you are rejected or excluded, the ACC is activated. The pain of social exclusion is processed in the same neural regions as physical pain. The ACC is a bridge between the bottom-up brain and the top-down brain. It receives signals from the limbic system and sends them to the prefrontal cortex. It is part of the system that allows you to be aware of your own emotional state. But the ACC is also fragile. It is affected by stress, fatigue, and sleep deprivation. When the ACC is impaired, you are less able to regulate your emotions. You are more likely to react impulsively. You are more likely to make mistakes. The highway and the scenic route. The neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux has provided a helpful framework for understanding the relationship between the bottom-up brain and the top-down brain. He describes two pathways for processing emotional stimuli, the low road and the high road. The low road is the fast, automatic pathway. It goes from the senses to the thalamus, and from the thalamus directly to the amygdala. This pathway is short, it is fast, it is unconscious. It is the pathway of the startle reflex, the panic response, the emotional hijack. The high road is the slow, deliberative pathway. It goes from the senses to the thalamus, and from the thalamus to the cortex, and from the cortex to the amygdala. This pathway is longer. It is slower. It is conscious. It is the pathway of rational evaluation, of context, of meaning. The low road is the highway. It is fast. It is efficient. It allows you to react to a threat before you have time to think. The high road is the scenic route. It is slower. It is more thoughtful. It allows you to evaluate the threat and respond appropriately. The crucial insight is that the low road operates automatically. You do not decide to take the low road, it happens. The amygdala is triggered before you have conscious awareness of what you are seeing. This is why you react to a notification before you know what it says. Your amygdala has processed the sound as a potential threat or reward. It has triggered an emotional response. Your prefrontal cortex is playing catch-up. And this is why you have so little control over your own behavior. The low road is faster than the high road. It is more powerful. It is more automatic. The bottom-up brain is constantly reacting to stimuli, and the top-down brain is constantly trying to catch up. The lizard and the judge. One of the most useful metaphors for the bottom-up brain comes from the psychologist Jonathan Haidt. He describes the mind as a rider on an elephant. The rider is the top-down brain. It is the conscious, deliberative, rational part of you. It is the prefrontal cortex. It can see the big picture. It can plan for the future. It can set goals. The elephant is the bottom-up brain. It is the automatic, emotional, instinctual part of you. It is the limbic system, the basal ganglia, the brainstem. It is powerful. It is impulsive. It is driven by immediate desires and fears. Here is the crucial insight. The rider is not in control of the elephant. The rider can guide the elephant, but only if the elephant is willing to be guided. If the elephant decides to go in a different direction, the rider is powerless. This is why self-control is so difficult. The rider is weak. The elephant is strong. The rider has a plan. The elephant has a craving. The elephant always wins. This metaphor helps to explain the experience of addiction. The addict's rider knows that the behavior is harmful. The rider wants to stop. But the elephant is in charge. The elephant is driven by powerful cravings that overwhelm the rider's good intentions. This is what happens when you try to stop checking your phone. Your rider knows that you should work. Your rider knows that scrolling is a waste of time. But your elephant wants the dopamine. Your elephant is afraid of missing out. Your elephant is bored. The elephant wins. The negativity bias. We have discussed the amygdala. We have discussed the threat detection system. Now, let us talk about a specific feature of that system, the negativity bias. The human brain is asymmetrical in how it processes positive and negative information. Negative events are processed more quickly, remembered more vividly, and have a greater impact on your emotional state than positive events of equivalent magnitude. This is not a flaw. It is a feature. It is an adaptation to an environment where the cost of missing a threat was far higher than the cost of missing an opportunity. Consider this. If you are in the savannah and you miss an opportunity to find some berries, you lose a meal. If you are in the savannah and you miss a threat, a lion, a snake, a rival tribe, you lose your life. The evolutionary calculus is stark. The cost of a false negative, missing a threat, is death. The cost of a false positive, overreacting to a non-threat, is wasted energy. Evolution strongly favored the brain that overreacted to threats. The negativity bias has been demonstrated in countless experiments. Participants are shown a series of images, some pleasant, some neutral, some unpleasant, and their brain activity is measured. The unpleasant images consistently elicit a stronger neural response. The amygdala lights up more brightly. The memory consolidation is more robust. The emotional reaction is more intense. This is why you remember criticism more than praise. This is why a single negative comment on a social media post can ruin your day, while 100 positive comments barely register. This is why you obsess over your mistakes and forget your successes. This is why a small loss feels worse than an equivalent gain feels good. The negativity bias is built into the architecture of your brain. It is not something you can overcome with positive thinking. It is a fundamental feature of how your brain operates. The digital world has weaponized the negativity bias. Algorithms have learned that negative content generates more engagement. Outrage is more clickable than calm. Fear is more shareable than hope. The news cycle is a constant barrage of negative content. Every time you see a threatening headline or an infuriating social media post, your amygdala activates. Your stress response kicks in. Your cortisol levels rise. And you keep scrolling because the negativity is compelling. It is compelling because your brain is wired to pay attention to threats. The dopamine system. We have talked about the threat detection system. Now, let us talk about the reward system. The dopamine system. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that plays a central role in motivation, reward, and learning. It is released when you experience something rewarding, or when you anticipate something rewarding. In fact, dopamine is often released more strongly in anticipation than in the actual receipt of a reward. This is a critical insight. Dopamine is not the molecule of pleasure, it is the molecule of anticipation. It is the molecule of wanting. It is the fuel that drives you to seek rewards. It is the engine of pursuit. The distinction between wanting and liking is crucial. Wanting is driven by dopamine. Liking is driven by other neurochemicals, opioids and endocannabinoids. Wanting and liking can be dissociated. You can want something without liking it. You can like something without wanting it. This is why you can crave a cigarette, light it, take a puff, and feel nothing but disgust. Your wanting system was screaming at you to smoke, but your liking system gave you nothing in return. This is why you can spend 3 hours scrolling through social media, refreshing the feed, chasing the next hit of novelty, and feel emptier and more exhausted than when you started. Your wanting system was on fire. Keep seeking, keep scrolling. The next post might be the one, while your liking system was quietly sitting in the corner, completely unimpressed. The most powerful way to stimulate the wanting system is through variable ratio reinforcement. This is the same psychological principle that makes slot machines addictive. When a reward is predictable, the brain habituates. The dopamine response diminishes. But when a reward is unpredictable, when you pull the lever and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win a little, sometimes you win a lot, the brain goes into overdrive. The anticipation becomes the reward. The possibility of a reward becomes more compelling than the reward itself. The digital world is built on variable ratio reinforcement. Your email inbox is a variable ratio slot machine. Your social media feed is a variable ratio slot machine. The pull to refresh gesture is a lever pull. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You are always in a state of anticipation. You are always chasing the next reward, and the reward is always just out of reach. The social brain humans are primates, and primates are intensely social. For a primate, the tribe is everything. It is protection, it is resources, it is knowledge, it is survival. The human brain has evolved to be intensely social. We have specialized neural circuits for processing social information. We are exquisitely sensitive to social cues. We are deeply concerned with our social standing. The social brain is powered by several neurobiological systems. The pain of social rejection. When you are excluded, criticized, or rejected, the same neural regions are activated as when you experience physical pain. The anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, which process physical pain, also process social pain. This is why social rejection literally hurts. The pleasure of social connection. When you are accepted, validated, and connected, you experience a release of oxytocin and endorphins. These are the neurochemicals of bonding. They feel good. They reinforce social behavior. The drive for status. Higher status within a social group was a matter of survival. It meant better access to food, mates, and protection. Your brain is acutely sensitive to status signals. It is constantly monitoring where you stand in the social hierarchy, the need for belonging. The need to belong is a fundamental human drive. It is as basic as the need for food or water. When this need is unmet, you suffer. When it is met, you flourish. The digital world has taken this ancient social wiring and weaponized it. Social media platforms are designed to simulate the experience of the tribe, but there is a crucial difference. Your digital tribe is infinite. It is not limited to 150 individuals. It can be thousands, even millions. This is a fundamental mismatch. Your social brain evolved to manage relationships within a small group. It was not designed for the social complexity of the digital world. The cognitive load is immense. Likes as social validation. A like is a tiny social signal, but it is processed by your brain as a sign of acceptance and approval. It triggers a release of dopamine and oxytocin. It feels good. It makes you feel seen. It makes you feel like your tribe is nodding in your direction. The fear of missing out, FOMO. Social media shows you glimpses of the lives of others. You see them having fun. You see them achieving things. You see them connecting with each other. And your brain processes this as a threat. You are being excluded. Your tribe is having a party and you are not there. FOMO is a social pain response. It is your brain telling you that your social standing is threatened. The performance of identity. On social media, you are not just being yourself. You are performing a version of yourself for an audience. You are curating your identity. This is exhausting. It requires constant effort. It is a source of chronic stress. The stress response. Let us talk about the stress response in more detail. The stress response is mediated by the HPA axis, the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. When the amygdala detects a threat, it sends a signal to the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus releases corticotropin-releasing hormone, CRH. CRH travels to the pituitary gland, which releases adrenocorticotropic hormone, ACTH. ACTH travels to the adrenal glands, which release cortisol. Cortisol is the primary stress hormone. It prepares your body for action. It increases blood sugar. It suppresses the immune system. It enhances memory formation. It shifts energy away from digestion and reproduction and toward the muscles and the brain. In the short term, cortisol is adaptive. It gives you the energy and focus you need to deal with a threat. But when cortisol is chronically elevated, when you are in a constant state of low-grade stress, it has devastating effects on your body and brain. Chronic cortisol elevation impairs the function of the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain that is responsible for self-control, focus, and complex decision-making is literally being undermined by the stress hormone. You become less capable of rational thought. You become more impulsive. You become more reactive. Chronic cortisol elevation also affects the hippocampus. It inhibits neurogenesis. It can actually shrink the hippocampus. Your memory suffers. You become less able to learn. Chronic cortisol elevation has profound effects on your physical health. It contributes to hypertension, heart disease, digestive disorders, and a weakened immune system. It is a major factor in depression and anxiety. The digital world is a chronic stress factory. Every notification is a potential threat. Every news alert is a potential danger. Every social media post is a potential social threat. The amygdala is firing constantly. The HPA axis is activated again and again. The cortisol levels are perpetually elevated. You are not just feeling stressed by the digital world. You are being physically harmed by it. Your body is paying a price for your digital consumption. The brain's energy crisis. The bottom-up brain is not just powerful, it is also energy efficient. This is a crucial insight. The brain stem, the basal ganglia, and the limbic system run on autopilot. They operate with minimal energy expenditure. They are like a diesel engine. They can run for a long time without refueling. The prefrontal cortex, by contrast, is a gas guzzler. It requires a disproportionate amount of glucose to function. It is like a high-performance sports car. It guzzles fuel. It tires quickly. This is why you default to the bottom-up brain. It is the path of least resistance. It is the energy-efficient option. When your prefrontal cortex is depleted, the bottom-up brain takes over. The digital world exploits this energy crisis. It drains your prefrontal cortex with constant notifications, rapid task switching, and emotional triggers. And then it offers you a break that is more draining than the work. The scroll is not a break. It is more stimulation. It is more dopamine. It is more cortisol. It is more depletion. You are in a deficit spiral. You start the day with a full tank. You work for an hour. You check your phone. You task switch. You get a notification that makes you anxious. Your fuel burns faster. By mid-afternoon, you are running on fumes. You reach for your phone as a break. But the phone is the reason you are exhausted in the first place. The emotional hijack. One of the most important concepts in this chapter is the emotional hijack. This is a phenomenon where an emotional stimulus triggers a response in the limbic system before the prefrontal cortex has a chance to evaluate it. The signal goes from the sensory organs to the thalamus. From the thalamus, there are two routes: the low road directly to the amygdala and the high road through the prefrontal cortex. The low road is fast. It takes about 50 milliseconds. The high road is slower. It takes about 500 milliseconds. That is a tenth of a second difference, but in the brain, that is an eternity. The low road allows you to react to a threat before you have conscious awareness of it, but it also means that you can be emotionally hijacked by a stimulus that your rational brain has not yet had time to process. The digital world is a master of the emotional hijack. A headline, a social media post, a news alert. These are designed to trigger an emotional response before you have time to evaluate their validity or significance. You feel outrage before you know what you are outraged about. You feel fear before you know whether the fear is justified. You feel a surge of dopamine before you know whether the notification is positive or negative. This is why you often find yourself in a state of emotional arousal, anger, anxiety, excitement, and you cannot remember what triggered it. The emotional hijack was so fast and so powerful that it bypassed your conscious awareness. You are being emotionally manipulated at a neurological level, and you do not even know it. The myth of multitasking. One of the most persistent myths of the screen age is the myth of multitasking. The idea that you can do two things at once. The idea that you can be productive and engaged while constantly switching between tasks. This is a myth. The human brain is not designed for multitasking. It is designed for single tasking. It is designed for focused attention. What you call multitasking is actually rapid task switching. You are not doing two things at once. You are rapidly switching your attention between two things, and each switch has a cost. The cost is called attention residue. When you switch from one task to another, your brain does not immediately release the context of the first task. Part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. It takes time, up to 23 minutes, for your brain to fully engage with the new task. Every time you check your phone while working, you are incurring an attention residue cost. You are impairing your performance on the primary task. You are making yourself slower and more error-prone. The constant task switching of the digital world is a cognitive disaster. It is draining your prefrontal cortex. It is reducing your effective IQ. It is making you less productive, not more. The power of the unconscious, the bottom-up brain, is unconscious. It operates beneath the level of your awareness. You are not aware of the processes that are running your life. This is both a vulnerability and an opportunity. It is a vulnerability because the digital world can manipulate you without your knowledge. It is an opportunity because understanding the unconscious gives you the power to change it. The first step is awareness. You cannot change what you do not know. You cannot control what you do not see. When you understand the bottom-up brain, the amygdala, the dopamine system, the basal ganglia, the limbic system, you can start to see the influence of these systems on your behavior. You can start to recognize the emotional hijack. You can start to see the dopamine loop. You can start to see the stress response. And when you see these things, you can start to resist them. You can create a gap between the stimulus and the response. In that gap, you can choose. You can decide how to respond. You can refuse to be manipulated. The beginner's mind. There is a Zen concept called Shoshin, the beginner's mind. It is the idea of approaching things with openness, curiosity, and a lack of preconceptions. It is the opposite of the expert's mind, which is closed and rigid. The beginner's mind is relevant here because it is the state of consciousness that allows you to see the bottom-up brain in action. It is the state of awareness that allows you to observe your own behavior without judgment. When you approach your digital habits with a beginner's mind, you are not judging yourself. You are not criticizing yourself. You are not calling yourself weak or lazy. You are simply observing. You are noticing. You are being curious. This is the foundation of change. You cannot change what you cannot see, and you cannot see what you are judging. Judgment clouds observation. Curiosity clarifies it. Practice the beginner's mind with your digital habits. When you feel the urge to check your phone, observe it with curiosity. What does it feel like in your body? What sensations are you experiencing? Is it a tightness in your chest, a twitch in your fingers, a feeling of restlessness? Observing the urge takes you out of the automatic response and into the conscious awareness. It engages your prefrontal cortex. It gives you a moment to choose. Summary: the invisible driver. The bottom-up brain is the invisible driver of your life. It is the automatic system that governs most of your behavior. It is fast, it is powerful, it is unconscious, and it is constantly being exploited by the digital world. The brainstem maintains your basic life functions and mediates instinctual responses. The basal ganglia automate your habits. The limbic system processes your emotions, detects threats, and drives your motivation. The amygdala is the threat detector. It responds to threats within 50 milliseconds. It is constantly scanning for danger, and it is calibrated to be hypersensitive. The dopamine system is the seeking engine. It drives you to pursue rewards. It is most active in anticipation, not in satisfaction. It is exploited by variable ratio reinforcement. The social brain is the connector. It is wired for social connection. It craves validation. It fears rejection. It is exploited by social media. The stress response is the alarm system. It prepares your body for action, but chronic activation of the stress response is devastating to your health and your cognition. The bottom-up brain is powerful, but it is not invincible. You can learn to see it. You can learn to understand it. You can learn to work with it, not against it. The first step is awareness. The second step is practice. The third step is change. Chapter 3. The Negativity Bias. The Asymmetry of Experience. Let us begin with a simple thought experiment. Imagine that you are having a perfectly ordinary day. You wake up on time. Your coffee is exactly the right temperature. Your commute is smooth. Your morning meeting goes well. You receive a compliment from a colleague. You eat a delicious lunch. You complete your work ahead of schedule. You have a pleasant conversation with a friend. You go home, eat a good dinner, and fall asleep feeling content. Now imagine that, in the middle of this otherwise perfect day, a single negative thing happens. It does not have to be catastrophic. It could be something small, a critical comment from a boss, a minor argument with a partner, an unexpected expense, a rude driver on the road, a mean comment on a social media post. Question: at the end of this day, which experience will dominate your memory? The 99 positive things or the one negative thing? If you are like most people, the negative thing will dominate. It will be the first thing you think about when you wake up the next morning. It will be the story you tell your friends. It will be the thing that colors your mood. The 99 positive things will fade into the background, barely remembered. This is not a personality flaw. This is not pessimism. This is not a lack of gratitude. This is the negativity bias, a fundamental feature of the human brain. It is the tendency of the brain to process negative information more quickly, more thoroughly, and with more emotional impact than positive information. The negativity bias is not a bug, it is a feature. It is an adaptation that kept your ancestors alive in a world of predators, rival tribes, and scarce resources. But in the modern world, it is a vulnerability. It is a vulnerability that the digital world has learned to exploit with surgical precision. The evolutionary roots of negativity. To understand the negativity bias, we must return to the savannah. Imagine you are a hunter-gatherer walking through the tall grass. You hear a rustling sound. It could be the wind. It could be a lion. If you assume it is the wind and it turns out to be a lion, you die. If you assume it is a lion and it turns out to be the wind, you waste a few calories and feel foolish for a moment. The cost of a false negative, missing a threat, is catastrophic. The cost of a false positive, overreacting to a non-threat, is trivial. Evolution heavily favored the brain that overreacted to potential threats. The paranoid survived. The relaxed got eaten. This is the deep evolutionary logic of the negativity bias. Your brain is calibrated to err on the side of caution. It is designed to detect threats with high sensitivity and low specificity. It is better to have 100 false alarms than to miss one genuine danger. This same logic applies to social threats. In the environment of the savannah, being ostracized from the tribe was a death sentence. Social rejection was as dangerous as a predator. Your brain evolved to be exquisitely sensitive to social cues that might signal rejection, criticism, or exclusion. Missing a social threat was as dangerous as missing a physical threat. The negativity bias is therefore not a single phenomenon, but a cluster of related phenomena. Attentional bias. Negative stimuli capture your attention more quickly and more powerfully than positive stimuli. A threatening face pops out of a crowd. A critical comment stands out in a conversation. A scary headline grabs your eye. Interpretive bias. You are more likely to interpret ambiguous events negatively. A neutral expression is read as hostile. A non-response is read as rejection. An uncertain future is read as dangerous. Memory bias. Negative events are remembered more vividly and for longer than positive events. Traumatic experiences can become etched into your memory. Positive experiences fade more quickly. Emotional persistence. Negative emotions are more persistent than positive emotions. A moment of anger can color your mood for hours. A moment of joy dissipates quickly. Behavioral impact. Negative events have a greater impact on your behavior than positive events. A loss is more motivating than an equivalent gain. A criticism is more behavior-changing than a compliment. These biases are not just cognitive quirks. They are deeply rooted in the neurobiology of the brain. The neurobiology of negativity. The negativity bias is written into the very structure of the brain. It is not something you can overcome with positive thinking. It is a fundamental feature of how your neural circuits are wired. The amygdala. The amygdala is the primary threat detection system of the brain. It is a small, almond-shaped cluster of neurons deep within the temporal lobe. It is constantly scanning the environment for signs of danger, and it is calibrated to be hypersensitive. The amygdala responds to a threat within 50 milliseconds before you have conscious awareness of what you are seeing. This is the low road of emotional processing. It goes from the senses to the thalamus and directly to the amygdala. It is fast, it is automatic, it is unconscious. The amygdala then sends signals to the brainstem and the hypothalamus, triggering the fight or flight response. It also sends signals to the hippocampus, telling it to encode the memory of the threatening event. The amygdala is not just for physical threats. It also responds to social threats, criticism, rejection, exclusion, humiliation. A critical comment from a boss activates the amygdala. A mean comment on social media activates the amygdala. A news story about a disaster activates the amygdala. The amygdala is particularly sensitive to negative stimuli. It responds more strongly to frightening faces than to happy faces. It responds more strongly to threatening words than to neutral words. It is, in a very real sense, a negativity machine. The prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the counterbalance to the amygdala. It is the part of the brain that can evaluate threats, put them in context, and decide whether a response is appropriate. But the prefrontal cortex has a critical weakness. It is slow. It takes about 500 milliseconds to process a stimulus. The amygdala processes stimuli in 50 milliseconds. The amygdala has a 450 millisecond head start. This is why you react emotionally before you can think. The amygdala has already triggered a response before the prefrontal cortex has even begun to process the information. The emotional hijack is baked into the architecture of the brain. The anterior cingulate cortex. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, is a part of the brain that sits between the limbic system and the prefrontal cortex. It is involved in conflict monitoring, error detection, and the regulation of emotional responses. The ACC is particularly sensitive to social pain. When you are excluded or rejected, the ACC is activated. The pain of social exclusion is processed in the same neural regions as physical pain. The ACC is also involved in error detection. When you make a mistake, the ACC fires. It signals that something is wrong. This is why mistakes are so memorable and so emotionally charged. The stress response. The negativity bias is also mediated by the stress response. When the amygdala detects a threat, it triggers the release of cortisol. Cortisol is the primary stress hormone. It prepares the body for action. Cortisol has a feedback effect on the brain. It sensitizes the amygdala. It makes the amygdala more responsive to threats. It also impairs the function of the prefrontal cortex. It reduces your capacity for self-control and rational thought. This is a vicious cycle. Stress makes you more sensitive to threats. Being more sensitive to threats makes you more stressed. The negativity bias reinforces itself. The negativity bias in action. The negativity bias is not an abstract concept. It is a lived experience. It shapes your perception of the world every single day. The news. Consider the news. The news is a relentless barrage of negative information. Disasters, crimes, scandals, wars, epidemics. The news is not balanced. It is not representative of the world. It is a curated selection of the most negative, most dramatic, most fear-inducing events. This is not an accident. The news is a business. It sells attention. And negative content sells attention more effectively than positive content. If it bleeds, it leads is an old journalistic adage, but in the digital age it has become an algorithmic imperative. The algorithms that power news feeds are designed to maximize engagement, and the most effective way to maximize engagement is to trigger the negativity bias. Outrage is more clickable than calm. Fear is more shareable than hope. The algorithms have learned this. They have been trained through billions of data points to identify the content that will trigger the strongest emotional response. This is why your news feed is filled with outrage. This is why the headlines are so often fear-inducing. This is why you feel anxious and depressed after reading the news. The algorithms are not trying to inform you. They are trying to keep you engaged, and the most effective way to do that is to feed you negativity. Social media. Social media is another arena where the negativity bias is on full display. Consider the asymmetry of social interactions. You post something positive, a photo of your vacation, a happy moment with friends, a personal achievement. You receive some likes and some positive comments, but you also receive occasionally a critical comment, or perhaps just a lack of engagement. Which will you remember? The 99 positive comments or the one critical comment? If you are like most people, the critical comment will dominate your memory. It will haunt you. It will make you question yourself, and it will make you hesitate to post again. This is the negativity bias at work. Your brain is wired to attend to social threats. A critical comment is a social threat. It activates your amygdala. It triggers your stress response. It becomes a vivid, persistent memory. Consider also the content of social media. What gets shared? What gets engaged with? The answer, consistently, is negative content, outrageous content, controversial content, content that triggers strong negative emotions. This is not because people are inherently negative. It is because the algorithms are optimized for engagement, and negative content generates more engagement. The negativity bias is being exploited at scale. The workplace. The negativity bias is also present in the workplace. Consider performance reviews. A manager will often focus on areas for improvement rather than areas of strength. The negative feedback is more salient. It is more memorable. It has a greater impact on the employee's self-perception. Consider team dynamics. A single negative interaction can poison a working relationship. A single critical comment can undermine trust. It takes many positive interactions to overcome a single negative one. Consider decision-making. The negativity bias leads to risk aversion. You are more motivated to avoid losses than to pursue gains. This can lead to missed opportunities. It can lead to conservative decision-making that prioritizes avoiding failure over achieving success. Relationships. The negativity bias is present in personal relationships as well. A single argument can cast a shadow over an entire relationship. A single critical comment can linger in the memory. The positive moments are forgotten. The negative moments are remembered. This is why relationships often fail. The negativity bias erodes the positive. It amplifies the negative. It creates a cycle of resentment and distrust. The Gottman Institute, a research organization that studies relationships, has found that the ratio of positive to negative interactions is critical. For a relationship to be stable, the ratio must be at least 5-to-1. 5 positive interactions for every negative interaction. This is the power of the negativity bias. It takes 5 positives to overcome a single negative. The negativity bias is directed inward as well. You are more likely to remember your failures than your successes. You are more likely to obsess over your mistakes than to celebrate your achievements. You are more likely to dwell on your flaws than to appreciate your strengths. This is the inner critic. It is the voice in your head that tells you that you are not good enough. It is the voice that magnifies your failures and minimizes your successes. It is the voice that keeps you stuck in a cycle of self-criticism and self-doubt. The inner critic is a manifestation of the negativity bias. It is your brain's ancient threat detection system turned inward. It is scanning for threats to your self-esteem, your status, your identity. And it is hypersensitive. The algorithmic amplification of negativity. The negativity bias is a fundamental feature of the human brain, but the digital world has amplified it. It has weaponized it. It has turned it into a tool for extracting attention. The engagement engine. The algorithms that power the digital world are designed to maximize engagement. Engagement is the metric that drives revenue. More engagement means more ad impressions. More ad impressions means more money. The algorithms are not designed to make you happy. They are not designed to inform you. They are not designed to improve your life. They are designed to keep you scrolling, clicking, and watching. The most effective way to keep you engaged is to trigger strong emotions. And the strongest emotions are negative: fear, anger, outrage, anxiety, disgust. The algorithms have learned this. They have been trained through billions of data points and countless A/B tests to identify the content that triggers the strongest negative responses. They are constantly testing headlines, images, and videos against each other, learning which ones generate the most engagement. This is why your social media feed is a toxic waste dump. The algorithms are not trying to be toxic, they are trying to be effective. And toxicity is effective. It keeps you engaged. The echo chamber of the algorithms also create echo chambers. They show you content that aligns with your existing beliefs and biases. This is comforting. It feels good. It reinforces your worldview. But it also amplifies the negativity bias. When you are shown content that confirms your negative beliefs about the world, you become more convinced that those beliefs are accurate. Your perception of the world becomes increasingly negative and distorted. This is how polarization happens. You are shown a distorted, negative version of the world that confirms your worst fears. And then you share that distorted version with others. And they share it with others. The echo chamber amplifies the negativity. The dopamine cycle, the negativity bias, is also reinforced by the dopamine system. The dopamine system is the seeking engine. It drives you to pursue rewards, and the most powerful way to stimulate the dopamine system is through unpredictable rewards. The algorithms have learned to combine negativity with unpredictability. They feed you a stream of negative content that is varied and unpredictable. You never know what the next outrage will be. You never know what the next threat will be. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You are caught in a cycle. The negativity keeps you engaged. The unpredictability keeps you seeking. The dopamine keeps you coming back. The algorithms have created a perfect trap. The costs of chronic negativity. The constant exposure to negativity has profound costs. It is not just a matter of feeling bad. It is a matter of your health, your cognition, and your well-being. Health chronic negativity leads to chronic stress. Chronic stress leads to chronic cortisol elevation. Chronic cortisol elevation has devastating effects on your health. Cardiovascular system. Cortisol increases blood pressure. It contributes to hypertension. It increases the risk of heart disease and stroke. Immune system. Cortisol suppresses the immune system. You are more susceptible to infections. You heal more slowly. You are at greater risk of chronic inflammation. Digestive system. Cortisol diverts energy away from digestion. It can cause digestive disorders. It contributes to weight gain and metabolic dysfunction. Sleep. Cortisol disrupts sleep. You have trouble falling asleep. You have trouble staying asleep. You wake up feeling exhausted. Mental health. Chronic stress is a major contributor to anxiety and depression. The negativity bias creates a feedback loop. The more negative your worldview, the more stressed you become. The more stressed you become, the more negative your worldview. Cognition chronic negativity also impairs cognition, attention. The constant threat detection consumes cognitive resources. You have less attention available for other tasks. Your focus is fragmented. Memory. Cortisol impairs hippocampal function. Your memory suffers. You have trouble forming new memories. You have trouble recalling existing memories. Decision-making. The negativity bias leads to poor decision-making. You are more risk-averse. You are more likely to focus on potential losses than potential gains. You make choices that prioritize short-term safety over long-term success, problem-solving. The negativity bias narrows your thinking. It reduces your capacity for creative problem-solving. You become rigid and defensive. Well-being. Chronic negativity erodes well-being. Happiness. The negativity bias reduces happiness. You are less able to experience joy and contentment. You are more focused on problems than on pleasures. Satisfaction. The negativity bias reduces satisfaction. You are less satisfied with your life. You are more focused on what you lack than on what you have. Connection. The negativity bias erodes connection. You are more defensive. You are more likely to interpret ambiguous social signals negatively. You are more likely to withdraw from others. Meaning. The negativity bias erodes meaning. You become cynical. You lose a sense of purpose. You feel that the world is a hostile and hopeless place. Breaking the negativity cycle. The negativity bias is powerful, but it is not invincible. You can learn to recognize it. You can learn to resist it. You can learn to break the cycle. Awareness. The first step is awareness. You cannot change what you do not see. You cannot control what you do not notice. Start paying attention to the negativity bias in your own life. Notice when you are drawn to negative content. Notice when you react more strongly to negative events. Notice when you remember negative experiences more vividly than positive ones. This is not about judging yourself. It is about observing yourself. It is about developing a beginner's mind. It is about becoming curious about your own patterns. Pause. When you notice yourself being drawn into negativity, pause. Take a moment, take a breath. The pause is the gap between the stimulus and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to continue engaging with the negativity, or you can choose to disengage. The pause is powerful because it activates the prefrontal cortex. It slows down the reaction. It gives you time to think. It allows you to override the automatic response. Reframe. Once you have paused, you can reframe. You can reinterpret the negative event. You can put it in perspective. You can see it for what it is, a threat signal that may or may not be justified. This does not mean denying reality. It does not mean pretending that everything is fine. It means seeing the situation clearly, without the distortion of the negativity bias. Ask yourself, is this really a threat? What is the evidence? Is there an alternative interpretation? What is the worst that could happen? What is the best that could happen? What is most likely to happen? Balance. The negativity bias is asymmetric. It overweights negative information. To counteract it, you need to consciously overweight positive information. Make a practice of noticing positive experiences. Savor them. Record them. Share them with others. This is not about toxic positivity. It is about restoring balance. Try a gratitude practice. Each day, write down 3 things that went well. Be specific. Be detailed. Describe what happened and why it was positive. This practice has been shown to increase well-being and reduce the impact of the negativity bias. Curate. You also need to curate your environment. You need to reduce your exposure to negativity. This means being intentional about your news consumption. Limit your exposure to the news. Choose sources that are balanced and reliable. Avoid the outrage cycle. This means being intentional about your social media consumption. Unfollow accounts that generate negativity. Mute or block toxic voices. Curate a feed that is positive, informative, and inspiring. This means being intentional about your relationships. Spend time with people who are positive. Limit your time with people who are negative. Choose relationships that support your well-being. Finally, engage with positivity. Actively seek out positive experiences. Do things that bring you joy. Pursue activities that are meaningful. Connect with people who matter. The negativity bias is not just about what you perceive, it is about what you do. If you engage with positivity, you will create more positive experiences. You will strengthen the neural pathways that support positive emotions. The negativity bias and digital technology. The negativity bias is not just a personal challenge, it is a societal challenge. The digital world has harnessed the negativity bias and turned it into a force of destruction. The attention economy. The attention economy is built on the negativity bias. The algorithms are designed to maximize engagement. And the most effective way to maximize engagement is to trigger the negativity bias. This is not a bug, it is a feature. The companies that build these algorithms know exactly what they are doing. They have designed their systems to exploit your vulnerabilities. They have built their business models on your attention. And they have learned that negativity is the most effective way to capture that attention. The outrage machine. The digital world is an outrage machine. It is constantly feeding you content that is designed to make you angry, anxious, or fearful. It is constantly triggering your negativity bias. It is constantly keeping you in a state of high arousal. This is not just unpleasant, it is destructive. It is destroying your mental health. It is destroying your relationships. It is destroying your society. The outrage machine is tearing us apart. The responsibility. The responsibility for this lies not just with the companies that build these algorithms, it also lies with us. We are the consumers. We are the users. We have the power to change our behavior. We can choose to disengage from the outrage machine. We can choose to limit our exposure to negativity. We can choose to seek out positive content. We can choose to build a healthier relationship with digital technology. This is not easy. The negativity bias is powerful. The algorithms are powerful. The outrage machine is powerful. But we are not powerless. We have the power to choose. We have the power to change. The path forward. The negativity bias is a fundamental feature of the human brain. It evolved to keep you alive. It helped your ancestors survive the savannah. But in the digital world, it has become a liability. It is a vulnerability that the algorithms exploit. It is a source of chronic stress and unhappiness. The path forward is not about eliminating the negativity bias. That is impossible. The negativity bias is hardwired into the architecture of the brain. You cannot get rid of it. The path forward is about managing the negativity bias. It is about recognizing it when it is triggered. It is about pausing before you react. It is about reframing the situation. It is about restoring balance. The path forward is about changing your relationship with digital technology. It is about reducing your exposure to negativity. It is about curating a more positive environment. It is about choosing to engage with positivity. The path forward is about taking responsibility for your own attention. It is about reclaiming your focus, your well-being, and your life. The power of perspective. Let us return to the thought experiment from the beginning of this chapter. You had a day of 99 positive experiences and one negative experience. The negative experience dominated your memory. It dominated your mood. It dominated your perception of the day. But now you know why. You know about the negativity bias. You know that your brain is wired to overreact to threats. You know that the negative experience is not the whole story. It is just the story that your brain is telling you. You have the power to rewrite that story. You have the power to see the 99 positives. You have the power to put the one negative in perspective. You have the power to resist the negativity bias. This is not about denying the negative. It is about seeing the whole picture. It is about restoring balance. It is about choosing to focus on what is good, even when the negative is shouting for attention. This is the power of perspective. It is the power to see the world as it really is, a mixture of good and bad, of joy and sorrow, of hope and fear. It is the power to choose where you direct your attention. It is the power to take control of your own mind. Summary: the negativity trap. The negativity bias is a fundamental feature of the human brain. It is the tendency to process negative information more quickly, more thoroughly, and with more emotional impact than positive information. The negativity bias evolved to keep your ancestors alive. In the environment of the savannah, overreacting to threats was adaptive. Missing a threat was catastrophic. In the digital world, the negativity bias has become a vulnerability. The algorithms have learned to exploit it. They feed you a constant stream of negative content. They keep you in a state of high arousal. They capture your attention. The costs are profound. Chronic negativity leads to chronic stress. Chronic stress damages your health, your cognition, and your well-being. The outrage machine is tearing us apart. But you are not powerless. You can recognize the negativity bias. You can pause before you react. You can reframe the situation. You can restore balance. You can curate your environment. You can choose to engage with positivity. The path forward is about managing the negativity bias. It is about changing your relationship with digital technology. It is about reclaiming your attention and your well-being. The power is in your hands. The choice is yours. The tools: how to resist the negativity bias. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to resist the negativity bias and reclaim your attention. Tool 1. The positivity ratio. Keep a daily log of positive and negative experiences. At the end of each day, write down 3 positive things that happened. Be specific, be detailed. Describe what happened and why it was positive. This practice counteracts the negativity bias. It forces you to notice positive experiences. It encodes them in memory. It restores balance. Tool 2. The news diet. Limit your exposure to the news. Choose specific times of day for news consumption. Avoid the 24/7 news cycle. Choose sources that are balanced and reliable. Avoid the outrage cycle. Tool 3. The social media curation. Curate your social media feed. Unfollow accounts that generate negativity. Mute or block toxic voices. Follow accounts that are positive, informative, and inspiring. Use social media for connection, not for outrage. Tool 4. The pause. When you notice yourself being drawn into negativity, pause. Take a moment. Take a breath. The pause is the gap between the stimulus and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to continue engaging with the negativity, or you can choose to disengage. Tool 5. The reframe. When you encounter a negative event, reframe it. Put it in perspective. See it for what it is, a threat signal that may or may not be justified. Ask yourself, is this really a threat? What is the evidence? Is there an alternative interpretation? What is the worst that could happen? What is the best that could happen? What is most likely to happen? Tool 6, the engagement audit. Audit your engagement with digital technology. How much time are you spending on negative content? How is that content affecting your mood, your cognition, your well-being? Make changes based on what you find. Tool 7, the gratitude practice. Each day, write down 3 things that you are grateful for. Be specific, be detailed. Describe what happened and why you are grateful. This practice has been shown to increase well-being and reduce the impact of the negativity bias. Tool 8, the connection practice. Spend time with people who are positive. Limit your time with people who are negative. Choose relationships that support your well-being. Tool 9, the meaning practice. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. Meaningful activity counteracts the negativity bias. It gives you perspective. It reminds you of what matters. Tool 10, the mindfulness practice. Practice mindfulness. Pay attention to the present moment. Notice your thoughts and feelings without judgment. This practice helps you see the negativity bias in action. It gives you the space to choose how to respond. The final word. The negativity bias is powerful, but you are more powerful. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. You are not a victim of your brain. You are the master of your mind. The negativity bias is a feature, not a bug. It is a tool that you can learn to use. It is a warning system that you can learn to interpret. The goal is not to eliminate the negativity bias. The goal is to manage it. The goal is to recognize it when it is triggered. The goal is to pause before you react. The goal is to reframe the situation. The goal is to restore balance. The goal is to take control of your own attention. The goal is to reclaim your well-being. The goal is to live a life of meaning, connection, and purpose. This is the path forward. This is the path to reclaiming your attention. This is the path to reclaiming your life. Chapter 4, the dopamine loop. The myth of the pleasure molecule. If there is one neurotransmitter that has captured the popular imagination, it is dopamine. We have been told endlessly that dopamine is the pleasure molecule. We have been told that it is released when we experience something enjoyable and that it makes us feel good. We have been told that addiction is about chasing the dopamine hit. This is not wrong, but it is dangerously incomplete. Dopamine is not the molecule of pleasure. Dopamine is the molecule of anticipation. It is the molecule of seeking. It is the molecule of wanting. It is the fuel that drives you to pursue rewards, but it is not the reward itself. It is the engine of motivation, not the destination. This distinction between wanting and liking, between anticipation and satisfaction, is one of the most important insights in modern neuroscience. It explains why you can crave something desperately and feel nothing when you get it. It explains why you can scroll for hours and feel emptier than when you started. It explains why the digital world is so effective at capturing your attention and so ineffective at delivering satisfaction. In this chapter, we will dive deep into the dopamine system. We will explore how it works. We will explore how it has been exploited. And we will explore how you can break free from the dopamine loop that is keeping you trapped. The discovery of dopamine. The story of dopamine begins in the 1950s with a series of experiments that would change our understanding of the brain forever. Researchers James Olds and Peter Milner were studying the brain's response to electrical stimulation. They implanted electrodes in the brains of rats and allowed the rats to press a lever that delivered a small electrical pulse to a specific brain region. What they found was astonishing. The rats pressed the lever obsessively. They pressed it thousands of times an hour. They pressed it until they collapsed from exhaustion. They pressed it while ignoring food, water, and even sexual partners. They would choose the electrical stimulation over survival itself. Olds and Milner had discovered the brain's reward centers. They had found regions of the brain so powerfully reinforcing that rats would forego basic necessities to stimulate them. For decades, it was assumed that these regions were the seat of pleasure. The rats were pressing the lever because it felt good. But later research revealed a more complex and more troubling picture. The neuroscientist Kent Barrage and his colleagues made a crucial discovery. They found that the dopamine system and the pleasure system were separable. They were mediated by different neurochemicals and different brain circuits. Barrage and his colleagues conducted experiments where they manipulated the dopamine system in rats. When they blocked dopamine, the rats no longer sought out rewards. They would not press the lever. They would not pursue food. But when food was placed directly in front of them, they still enjoyed eating it. They still showed pleasure responses, licking their lips, smacking their mouths. Conversely, when they stimulated the dopamine system, the rats pressed the lever obsessively. But their pleasure responses did not increase. They were seeking, but they were not enjoying. They were wanting, but not liking. This was the birth of the wanting/liking distinction. It is one of the most important frameworks for understanding human motivation, and one of the most important frameworks for understanding the digital world. Wanting versus liking, the crucial distinction. Let us be precise about the distinction between wanting and liking. Liking is the actual experience of pleasure. It is the feeling of satisfaction, contentment, and enjoyment. It is mediated by neurochemicals like opioids and endocannabinoids. It is the feeling you get when you bite into a perfectly ripe mango, or embrace a loved one, or achieve a meaningful goal. Liking is about satisfaction. It is about contentment. It is a finite experience that ends when the stimulus ends. Wanting is the anticipation of pleasure. It is the craving, the seeking, the drive to pursue a reward. It is mediated by dopamine. Wanting is not pleasure. It is the promise of pleasure. It is the feeling of desire, and it is much more powerful and much more dangerous than liking. The two systems can be dissociated. You can want something without liking it. This is why people continue to crave cigarettes even after they have quit and find the taste repulsive. Their wanting system is screaming at them to smoke, but their liking system is silent. They are stuck in a loop of desire without satisfaction. You can also like something without wanting it. You can enjoy a beautiful sunset without feeling a compulsive need to chase it. You can appreciate a piece of music without needing to hear it on repeat. Liking without wanting is a calm, stable, satisfying experience. The digital world is a master of the wanting/liking dissociation. It is designed to maximize wanting while minimizing liking. You want to check your phone constantly. You want to scroll endlessly. You want to chase the next notification. But the actual experience of using digital media is often unsatisfying. You feel empty, exhausted, and unfulfilled. You are stuck in a wanting loop that never delivers the liking it promises. The neurobiology of dopamine. Let us look at the neurobiology of dopamine in more detail. Understanding how the system works at a neural level will help you understand why it is so easy to exploit. The dopamine neurons. Dopamine is produced by a small group of neurons in the midbrain. These neurons are located in two main regions, the substantia nigra and the ventral tegmental area, VTA. From these regions, dopamine neurons project to various parts of the brain, including the prefrontal cortex, the basal ganglia, and the limbic system. The dopamine neurons in the VTA are particularly important for reward processing. They project to the nucleus accumbens, a region deep within the basal ganglia that is central to the reward system. The pathway from the VTA to the nucleus accumbens is called the mesolimbic pathway. It is the primary pathway for reward and motivation. The firing pattern dopamine neurons fire in different patterns depending on the context. The firing pattern is what conveys information. Tonic firing is a steady background level of activity. It sets the baseline level of dopamine in the brain. Phasic firing is a burst of activity in response to a stimulus. Phasic firing releases a large amount of dopamine and is the signal that something important has happened. Dopamine neurons fire phasically in response to rewards and in response to cues that predict rewards. This is a critical insight. When a rat receives a food pellet, its dopamine neurons fire phasically. The firing signals that the reward has been received. But something else happens. If a light flashes just before the food pellet is delivered, the rat's dopamine neurons will eventually start firing phasically to the light, even before the food is delivered. The dopamine neurons have learned that the light predicts the reward. The anticipation of the reward now triggers the dopamine response. This is the mechanism of conditioned learning. The dopamine system is not just responding to rewards. It is learning to predict rewards. It is encoding the relationship between cues and outcomes. It is building a predictive model of the world. The prediction error signal. The dopamine system is not just about reward. It is about prediction. It is about comparing what you expected to happen with what actually happened. This is the prediction error signal. When a reward is better than expected, dopamine neurons fire more strongly. This is a positive prediction error. It signals that the world is better than expected. It reinforces the behavior that led to the reward. When a reward is worse than expected, dopamine neurons fire less strongly. This is a negative prediction error. It signals that the world is worse than expected. It reduces the likelihood of repeating the behavior. When a reward is exactly as expected, dopamine neurons do not fire at all. There is no prediction error. The world is as expected. The behavior is already learned. This is why the dopamine system is so powerful. It is not just a reward system. It is a learning system. It is constantly updating its predictions about the world. It is constantly adjusting your behavior based on those predictions. The role of dopamine in motivation. The dopamine system is central to motivation. It is the engine of pursuit. It is what gets you moving. When dopamine levels are high, you are motivated. You are energized. You are focused. You are willing to expend effort to achieve your goals. When dopamine levels are low, you are demotivated. You are apathetic. You are lethargic. You are unwilling to expend effort. This is why dopamine is so important for survival. It is what drives you to seek food, water, mates, and safety. It is what keeps you alive. But the dopamine system can be hijacked. It can be tricked into responding to cues that are not actually important. It can be driven by artificial rewards that have no survival value. This is the mechanism of addiction. The mechanics of the dopamine loop. The dopamine system operates through a loop. This is the dopamine loop. It is the cycle of cue, craving, response, and reward that drives so much of human behavior. The components of the loop. The dopamine loop has 4 components. The cue, a signal that predicts a reward. This could be a notification, a sound, a sight, or any other sensory stimulus that your brain has learned to associate with a reward. The craving, the dopamine-driven desire for the reward. This is the wanting. It is the feeling of anticipation. It is the urge to act. The response, the action that you take to pursue the reward. This could be checking your phone, opening an app, or clicking a link. The reward, the outcome of the action. This could be a notification, a like, a new piece of content, or any other form of stimulation. The cycle. The cycle is self-perpetuating. The cue triggers the craving. The craving drives the response. The response delivers the reward. The reward reinforces the association between the cue and the response. The next time you encounter the cue, the craving is even stronger. This is how habits are formed. This is how addictions are maintained. The dopamine loop is the engine of compulsive behavior. The role of variable ratio reinforcement. The dopamine loop is most powerful when the reward is unpredictable. This is variable ratio reinforcement. When a reward is predictable, the brain habituates. The dopamine response diminishes. The behavior becomes less compelling. But when a reward is unpredictable, when you never know when the next reward is coming, the dopamine system goes into overdrive. The anticipation becomes the reward. The possibility of a reward becomes more compelling than the reward itself. This is why slot machines are so addictive. You pull the lever. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you win a little. Sometimes you win a lot. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You cannot stop pulling because the next pull might be the jackpot. The digital world is built on variable ratio reinforcement. Your email inbox is a variable ratio slot machine. Your social media feed is a variable ratio slot machine. The pull to refresh gesture is a lever pull. The unpredictability is what keeps you coming back. You never know what you are going to get. The next notification might be important. The next post might be interesting. The next like might be validating. The anticipation is the engine. The reward is just the fuel. The slot machine in your pocket. Let us look at the specific ways that the digital world exploits the dopamine loop. This is the slot machine in your pocket phenomenon. It is the mechanism behind the compulsive checking, the endless scrolling, the addiction to the notification. The notification. The notification is the cue. It is the signal that predicts a reward. It is a sound, a vibration, a visual icon. It is designed to capture your attention. It is designed to trigger the dopamine loop. When you hear a notification, your dopamine system fires. The anticipation begins. What is it? Who is it from? Is it important? Is it validating? The questions drive the craving. The notification is particularly powerful because it is unpredictable. You never know what the notification will be. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be neutral. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You have to check. You have to know. The pull to refresh. The pull to refresh gesture is the lever pull. You pull down on the screen and the app reloads. The spinning wheel tells you that something new might arrive. The anticipation is palpable. The pull to refresh is a micro-addiction. It is a small, effortless action that triggers the dopamine system. It is a ritual that signals the start of the seeking behavior. You pull and you wait. The promise of something new keeps you engaged. The infinite scroll. The infinite scroll is the destruction of stopping cues. In the physical world, a newspaper has an end. A book has an end. A television episode has an end. There is a natural stopping point. But the infinite scroll has no end. There is no natural stopping point. You can keep scrolling forever. The infinite scroll keeps you in the dopamine loop indefinitely. There is always more content. There is always another post. There is always another opportunity for a reward. You never reach the end because there is no end. The like is the reward. It is a small, simple signal of social validation. It is a dopamine trigger. When you receive a like, your dopamine system fires. You feel a brief surge of pleasure. You feel seen. You feel validated. Your status within the digital tribe has increased. But the like is also unpredictable. You never know how many likes you will get. You never know who will like your post. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You check compulsively. You refresh constantly. The next like might be the one that validates you. The endless feed. The endless feed is the content itself. It is the reward that is never quite satisfying. The content is often forgettable. It is often trivial. It is often unfulfilling. But it is always there. It is always new. It is always promising something better. The endless feed keeps you in a state of perpetual anticipation. You are always looking for the next post. You are always hoping that the next one will be better. The next one rarely is. The dark side of the dopamine loop. The dopamine loop is not harmless. It is a powerful force that can have devastating consequences. The tolerance effect. The more you stimulate the dopamine system, the less sensitive it becomes. This is the tolerance effect. The dopamine receptors downregulate. They require more dopamine to fire at the same level. This is why addicts need increasing amounts of their drug to get the same effect. The same thing happens with digital media. You need more and more stimulation to feel the same level of engagement. The content that used to be compelling becomes boring. You need something new. You need something stronger. The tolerance effect is the engine of escalation. It is why you keep seeking more. It is why you cannot stop. The withdrawal effect. When the dopamine system is overstimulated, the brain adapts. It becomes dependent on the stimulation. When the stimulation stops, the brain goes into withdrawal. This is why you feel anxious and irritable when you cannot check your phone. This is why you feel empty and lost when you are offline. The dopamine system is in withdrawal. It is craving the stimulation that it has become dependent on. Withdrawal is the flip side of addiction. It is the price you pay for overstimulation. The pleasure paradox. The dopamine loop creates a paradox. The more you seek pleasure, the less pleasure you experience. The seeking overrides the liking. The anticipation overrides the satisfaction. This is why you feel empty after scrolling for hours. You have been seeking, but you have not been liking. The dopamine system has been firing, but the pleasure system has been silent. You are exhausted. You are unfulfilled. You are empty. The loss of capacity for wonder. The most insidious effect of the dopamine loop is the loss of capacity for wonder. When you are constantly overstimulated, you become numb. You lose the ability to appreciate the simple things. You lose the ability to be present. You lose the ability to be satisfied. The dopamine loop kills gratitude. It kills contentment. It kills peace. It keeps you in a state of perpetual wanting, and it never gives you what you really need. The dopamine loop and the digital world. The digital world is built on the dopamine loop. It is designed to exploit your seeking system. It is designed to keep you in a state of perpetual wanting. The attention economy. The digital world is an attention economy. Attention is the currency. The companies that capture your attention make money. The companies that keep you engaged make money. The most effective way to capture attention is to trigger the dopamine loop. The algorithms are designed to do exactly that. They are designed to keep you seeking. They are designed to keep you wanting. They are designed to keep you engaged. The addiction design. The digital world is not just addictive. It is designed to be addictive. The companies that build these products know exactly what they are doing. They employ behavioral psychologists. They run endless A/B tests. They optimize for engagement. They build products that are hard to put down. This is not a conspiracy. It is a business model. The companies are doing what they are supposed to do. They are maximizing shareholder value. The fact that this comes at the expense of your well-being is not their concern. It is your concern. It is your responsibility. The existential threat. The dopamine loop is not just a personal problem. It is an existential threat. It is undermining our capacity for attention. It is undermining our capacity for focus. It is undermining our capacity for deep thinking. It is undermining our capacity for connection. We are becoming a society of addicts. We are becoming a society of seekers who never find satisfaction. We are becoming a society of people who are always connected and always alone. Breaking the dopamine loop. The dopamine loop is powerful, but it is not invincible. You can break the loop. You can reclaim your attention. You can reclaim your life. Step 1. Awareness. The first step is awareness. You cannot break the loop if you do not know it exists. You cannot change what you do not see. Start paying attention to the dopamine loop in your own life. Notice the cues that trigger the craving. Notice the response that you take. Notice the reward that you receive. Notice how the reward is never quite satisfying. This is not about judging yourself. It is about observing yourself. It is about becoming curious about your own patterns. Step 2. The pause. The second step is the pause. When you notice the cue, pause. Take a moment. Take a breath. The pause is the gap between the cue and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to respond, or you can choose to disengage. The pause is powerful because it activates the prefrontal cortex. It slows down the reaction. It gives you time to think. It allows you to override the automatic response. Step 3. The observation. The third step is the observation. Observe the craving. What does it feel like in your body? Is it a tightness in your chest, a twitch in your fingers, a feeling of restlessness? Observing the craving takes you out of the automatic response and into the conscious awareness. It engages the prefrontal cortex. It gives you a choice. Step 4. The urge surfing. The fourth step is urge surfing. This is a technique from mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. It is the practice of riding the wave of the urge without acting on it. Cravings and urges are not linear. They are waves. They build, they peak, and then they subside. The peak usually occurs within about 90 seconds. If you can simply sit with the urge, observing it without acting on it, for 90 seconds, the neurochemical tide will recede. The urge will lose its urgency. Urge surfing is not easy. It takes practice, it takes repetition, but it is a trainable skill. The brain is plastic. It changes in response to repeated experience. Every time you successfully surf an urge, you are strengthening the neural pathways of the prefrontal cortex. You are making it slightly easier to do it the next time. You are literally rewiring your brain for greater self-control. Step 5. The replacement. The fifth step is the replacement. The dopamine loop is a source of stimulation. If you remove the stimulation, you will experience a void. The void is uncomfortable. It, It will drive you back to the loop unless you fill it with something else. Replace the digital dopamine with other sources of stimulation. Exercise, nature, social connection, creative activity, meaningful work. These activities provide dopamine, but they also provide satisfaction. They fill the void with something real. Replace the digital dopamine with other sources of stimulation. Exercise, nature, social connection, creative activity, meaningful work. These activities provide dopamine, but they also provide satisfaction. They fill the void with something real. Step 6. The environment. The sixth step is the environment. The path of least resistance is almost always the path taken. If your phone is on your desk, you will check it. If the apps are on your home screen, you will open them. If the notifications are on, you will respond. Redesign your environment to reduce the cues. Turn off notifications. Remove the apps from your home screen. Put your phone in another room. Make it harder to engage with the loop. Step 7. The habit change. The 7th step is the habit change. The dopamine loop is a habit. It is a pattern of behavior that has been encoded in your basal ganglia. To break the habit, you need to replace it with a new habit. Choose a specific time of day for checking social media. Choose a specific time for checking email. Stick to those times. Create new habits that support your well-being. Step 8. The mindfulness practice. The 8th step is the mindfulness practice. Mindfulness is the practice of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It is the antidote to the dopamine loop. Mindfulness helps you see the loop in action. It helps you observe the urges without being consumed by them. It helps you cultivate awareness, pause, and choice. Step 9. The connection practice. The 9th step is the connection practice. The dopamine loop isolates you. It keeps you in a digital bubble. The antidote is real connection. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. The connection practice fills the void with something real. Step 10. The meaning practice. The 10th step is the meaning practice. The dopamine loop keeps you in a state of shallow seeking. The antidote is deep meaning. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. The meaning practice gives your life direction and purpose. It fills the void with something real. The art of liking, the ultimate goal, is not to eliminate wanting. The goal is to restore balance. The goal is to cultivate liking. The goal is to find satisfaction in the present moment. The art of liking is the art of presence. It is the art of being here now, without needing something else. It is the art of finding peace in the ordinary. It is the art of living a life of depth and meaning. The art of liking is not easy. The digital world is a machine of wanting. It is designed to keep you dissatisfied. It is designed to keep you seeking. But you can resist. You can reclaim your attention. You can reclaim your life. The power of boredom. There is a word that has almost disappeared from our vocabulary. A word that describes a state that we have almost entirely eradicated from our lives. A state that is essential for creativity, for reflection, for self-awareness, for a meaningful life. The word is boredom. Boredom is the absence of stimulation. It is the void that the dopamine loop fills. But the void is not empty. It is full of possibility. It is full of creativity. It is full of self-reflection. It is full of connection. When you are bored, you are not doing nothing. You are doing something essential. You are giving your brain time to consolidate memories. You are giving your brain time to make novel connections. You are giving your brain time to generate creative insights. The digital world has eliminated boredom. It has filled every spare moment with stimulation. It has robbed you of the void, and without the void you cannot create. You cannot reflect. You cannot connect. Boredom is not an enemy. It is a gift. It is a source of creativity, reflection, and meaning. The tools. How to break the dopamine loop. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to break the dopamine loop and reclaim your attention. Tool 1. The notification audit. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 2. The 90-second rule. When you feel the urge to check your phone, wait 90 seconds. Observe the urge. Feel it in your body. Let it peak and subside. After 90 seconds, the urgency will have passed. Tool 3. The phone-free zone. Designate certain areas as phone-free zones. The bedroom, the dining table, the bathroom, the office. These are areas where the phone is not allowed. They are sanctuaries of presence. Tool 4. The digital Sabbath schedule. Regular periods of screen-free time. A digital Sabbath. A day without screens. A weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Tool 5. The replacement practice. Replace digital stimulation with other sources of stimulation. Exercise, nature, social connection, creative activity, meaningful work. These activities provide satisfaction, not just stimulation. Tool 6. The boredom practice. Embrace boredom. Allow yourself to be bored. Do not reach for your phone at the first sign of boredom. Let the boredom be. It is the gateway to creativity and reflection. Tool 7. The meaning practice. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. Meaningful activity fills the void with something real. Tool 8. The connection practice. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection is the antidote to digital isolation. Tool 9. The gratitude practice. Each day, write down 3 things that you are grateful for. Be specific. Be detailed. Gratitude is the antidote to the wanting. It focuses you on what you have, not what you lack. Tool 10. The presence practice. Practice presence. Pay attention to the present moment. Notice the details of your experience, the taste of your food, the feeling of your breath, the warmth of the sun. Presence is the ultimate antidote to the dopamine loop. The final word. The dopamine loop is powerful, but you are more powerful. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. You are not a victim of your brain. You are the master of your mind. The dopamine loop is a feature, not a bug. It is a tool that you can learn to use. It is a source of motivation that you can learn to channel. The goal is not to eliminate the dopamine loop. The goal is to manage it. The goal is to restore balance. The goal is to cultivate liking alongside wanting. The goal is to find satisfaction in the present moment. The goal is to take control of your own attention. The goal is to reclaim your well-being. The goal is to live a life of meaning, connection, and purpose. This is the path forward. This is the path to reclaiming your attention. This is the path to reclaiming your life. Key takeaways. Dopamine is not the pleasure molecule. It is the molecule of anticipation, wanting, and seeking. The wanting/liking distinction is crucial. Wanting is driven by dopamine. Liking is driven by opioids and endocannabinoids. They are separable systems. The dopamine loop has 4 components: cue, craving, response, and reward. It is a self-perpetuating cycle. Variable ratio reinforcement is the most powerful way to stimulate the dopamine loop. Unpredictable rewards keep the dopamine system firing. The digital world is built on the dopamine loop. Notifications pull to refresh, infinite scroll, and likes are all designed to keep you seeking. The costs are profound. The dopamine loop creates tolerance, withdrawal, and the pleasure paradox. It undermines focus, satisfaction, and well-being. Breaking the dopamine loop requires awareness, pause, observation, urge surfing, replacement, environmental redesign, habit change, mindfulness, connection, and meaning. Boredom is a gift. It is the gateway to creativity, reflection, and meaning. The digital world has eliminated boredom, and we are poorer for it. The goal is not to eliminate wanting. The goal is to restore balance. The goal is to cultivate liking alongside wanting. You are the master of your mind. The dopamine loop is powerful, but you are more powerful. You have the capacity for choice. Chapter 5: The Attention Economy. The most valuable commodity. Imagine for a moment that you are a hunter-gatherer on the savannah. Your attention is your most precious resource. It is what keeps you alive. It is what allows you to spot the predator in the tall grass, to find the berry bush, to read the social cues of your tribe. Your attention is the lens through which you perceive the world, and your survival depends on where you point that lens. Now, imagine that someone has figured out how to capture that attention. Imagine that someone has figured out how to harvest it, package it, and sell it to the highest bidder. Imagine that your attention, the very thing that keeps you alive, has become a commodity. This is not a thought experiment. This is the reality of the screen age. Your attention has become the most valuable commodity in the history of the world. It is being harvested, packaged, and sold. And the profits are astronomical. This is the attention economy. It is the business model that underpins the digital world. It is the reason your phone buzzes, your feed scrolls, and your notifications never stop. It is the reason you cannot focus. It is the reason you feel like a passive passenger in your own life. In this chapter, we will explore the attention economy. We will trace its origins. We will expose its mechanisms. We will reveal how it exploits your Stone Age brain. And we will show you how to resist it. The birth of the attention merchant. The attention economy did not begin with the internet. It began in the 1830s on the streets of New York City with a man named Benjamin Day. Day was a printer. He had a small shop and a modest income. But he had an idea. He would start a newspaper. Not just any newspaper, a cheap newspaper. A newspaper that anyone could afford. A newspaper that would reach the masses. Day's idea was simple. He would sell his newspaper for 1 penny. This was a radical departure from the standard 6-cent price of the day. The 1-cent price was so low that Day could not possibly make money from selling the paper itself. The cost of printing and distribution was higher than the price. But Day had a different plan. He saw his readers not as customers, but as product. He would gather a crowd of readers, and he would resell their attention to advertisers. The advertisers would pay to have access to the minds of the readers. The readers would pay nothing, or almost nothing, for the content. The advertisers would foot the bill. This was the birth of the attention merchant. Day was the first person to understand that attention could be harvested and sold. He was the first person to build a business model on the resale of human attention. The New York Sun was a sensation. It was filled with human interest stories, crime reports, and sensationalism. It was designed to grab attention. It was designed to be addictive. It was designed to capture the minds of the masses. Day's model was wildly successful. Other newspapers copied it. The penny press swept the nation. The business model of attention harvesting was born. The evolution of the attention economy. From Benjamin Day's penny press, the attention economy evolved and expanded. Every new medium was eventually captured by the same business model. Radio. In the early days of radio, there was no advertising. The radio was a public service. It was a way to broadcast information and entertainment to a mass audience. But soon the commercial potential was recognized. Advertisers realized that they could buy access to the audience's attention. The radio became an advertising platform. Television followed the same path. The early days of television were funded by advertising. The content was designed to capture attention. The shows were designed to be mass appeal. The commercials were designed to be memorable. Television perfected the art of attention harvesting. The prime time slot was the most valuable real estate in the world. Advertisers paid millions for a few seconds of the viewer's attention. The content was designed to hold the viewer through the commercial break. The Internet. The Internet was initially different. It was a free space. It was a place for communication and collaboration. It was not dominated by advertising, but the attention economy found its way to the Internet. Google started as a search engine. It was a tool for finding information, but it quickly realized that it could make money by selling attention. AdWords was born. The line between organic results and paid results became blurred. Facebook started as a social network. It was a place for connecting with friends, but it quickly realized that it could make money by selling attention. The newsfeed was born. The algorithm was designed to maximize engagement. The Internet became the ultimate attention economy. It was the most efficient attention harvesting machine ever created. The business model of the attention economy. The attention economy operates on a simple business model. Free content in exchange for attention, with that attention then sold to advertisers. Here is how it works. The platform provides free content. The platform offers content that is designed to capture your attention. This could be a social media feed, a video, a news article, or a game. The content is often free. You do not pay money for it. The platform captures your attention. The platform uses design features to capture your attention and keep you engaged. Notifications, infinite scroll, variable rewards, and algorithmic recommendations are all designed to keep you on the platform. The platform harvests your data. While you are engaged, the platform is collecting data about you. Your clicks, your likes, your shares, your location, your search history. All of this data is being harvested. The platform sells your attention to advertisers. The platform sells access to your attention to advertisers. The advertisers pay to show you ads. The platform uses the data it has collected to target those ads with precision. The platform profits. The platform makes money from the advertisers. The more attention you give to the platform, the more money the platform makes. This is the business model of surveillance capitalism. It is the commodification of human attention. It is the engine that drives the digital world. The incentives of the attention economy. The attention economy creates powerful incentives. These incentives shape the behavior of platforms, content creators, and users. Platform incentives. The platform's primary incentive is to maximize engagement. The more time you spend on the platform, the more attention the platform can harvest. The more attention the platform can harvest, the more money it can make. This incentive drives everything the platform does. The algorithm is designed to maximize engagement. The features are designed to maximize engagement. The notifications are designed to maximize engagement. The platform is not designed to make you happy. It is not designed to inform you. It is designed to keep you engaged. The platform's secondary incentive is to collect data. The more data the platform collects, the more it can target ads. The more it can target ads, the more money it can make. The data is the raw material of the attention economy. Content creator incentives. The content creator's primary incentive is to capture attention. The more attention the content captures, the more it is promoted by the algorithm. The more it is promoted, the more attention it captures. The more attention it captures, the more money the creator can make. This incentive drives content creators to create content that is attention-grabbing. This often means content that is sensational, controversial, or outrageous. The most effective way to capture attention is to trigger strong emotions. and the strongest emotions are negative. The content creator's secondary incentive is to generate engagement. The more engagement the content generates, likes, shares, comments, the more it is promoted by the algorithm. The more it is promoted, the more attention it captures. The more attention it captures, the more money the creator can make. User incentives. The user's primary incentive is to seek satisfaction. You are looking for content that is interesting, entertaining, or informative. You are looking for social connection and validation. You are looking for meaning and purpose. But the platform's incentives are not aligned with the user's incentives. The platform wants to maximize engagement, not satisfaction. The platform wants to capture your attention, not fulfill your needs. This is the fundamental conflict of the attention economy. The platform is designed to exploit your Stone Age brain. It is designed to keep you seeking, wanting, and engaged. It is not designed to give you what you actually need. The mechanisms of the attention economy. The attention economy employs a range of mechanisms to capture and hold your attention. These mechanisms are designed to exploit your Stone Age brain. The algorithm. The algorithm is the engine of the attention economy. It is a mathematical formula that determines what content you see. It is constantly learning and adapting. It is designed to maximize engagement. The algorithm learns from your behavior. It tracks what you click, what you like, what you share, and what you ignore. It builds a profile of your preferences. It uses that profile to predict what will capture your attention. The algorithm is not neutral. It has been trained on billions of data points. It has been optimized for engagement. It is designed to show you the content that will keep you on the platform. The filter bubble. The algorithm creates a filter bubble. It shows you content that aligns with your existing beliefs and preferences. It filters out content that challenges your worldview. The filter bubble is comfortable. It confirms your biases. It makes you feel validated. But it also distorts your perception of the world. It creates an echo chamber. It reinforces your beliefs. It makes you more extreme. The filter bubble is a powerful mechanism for capturing attention. It keeps you engaged by giving you what you want. It keeps you engaged by confirming your worldview. It keeps you engaged by making you feel safe. The echo chamber. The filter bubble creates an echo chamber. You are surrounded by people who share your views. You are exposed to content that reinforces your views. You are not exposed to content that challenges your views. The echo chamber amplifies your beliefs. It makes you more confident in your views. It makes you more extreme. It makes you less tolerant of other views. The echo chamber is a powerful mechanism for capturing attention. It keeps you engaged by giving you a sense of belonging. It keeps you engaged by making you feel part of a tribe. It keeps you engaged by validating your identity. The variable reward. The algorithm uses variable rewards to keep you engaged. It shows you content at random intervals. It shows you content that is unpredictable. It shows you content that is designed to trigger a dopamine response. Variable rewards are the most powerful way to stimulate the dopamine system. They keep you seeking. They keep you wanting. They keep you engaged. The variable reward is the mechanism behind the slot machine. It is the mechanism behind the notification. It is the mechanism behind the infinite scroll. The notification. The notification is the cue. It is the signal that captures your attention. It is a sound, a vibration, a visual icon. It is designed to interrupt your focus. It is designed to trigger the dopamine loop. The notification is the most effective tool in the attention economy. It is a direct line to your Stone Age brain. It bypasses your rational brain. It triggers an automatic response. It pulls you back into the platform. The infinite scroll. The infinite scroll is the destruction of stopping cues. It removes the natural endpoint. It keeps you scrolling. It keeps you engaged. It keeps you in the dopamine loop. The infinite scroll is a powerful mechanism for capturing attention. It exploits your novelty drive. It exploits your seeking system. It keeps you in a state of perpetual wanting. The cost of the attention economy. The attention economy has a cost. It is not free. You pay for it with your time, your attention, your health, and your well-being. The cost of time. The attention economy consumes your time. It steals your hours. It robs you of your life. The average person spends hours a day on social media. The average person checks their phone hundreds of times a day. The attention economy is a constant drain on your time. The cost of attention. The attention economy fragments your attention. It makes you less able to focus. It makes you less able to think deeply. It makes you less able to be present. The constant interruptions, the notifications, the alerts, the pings, fragment your attention. They pull you out of the present moment. They make it impossible to focus. The cost of health. The attention economy damages your health. It increases stress. It disrupts sleep. It contributes to anxiety and depression. The constant stimulation of the attention economy keeps your stress system activated. The constant cortisol elevation damages your body. The constant blue light disrupts your sleep. The constant social comparison contributes to depression. The cost of autonomy. The attention economy undermines your autonomy. It shapes your beliefs. It influences your decisions. It controls your behavior. The algorithm shows you what it wants you to see. It filters your reality. It shapes your worldview. It influences your choices. It robs you of your agency. The cost of society. The attention economy damages society. It amplifies polarization. It spreads misinformation. It erodes trust. It undermines democracy. The echo chamber divides us. The misinformation confuses us. The polarization paralyzes us. The attention economy is tearing us apart. Surveillance capitalism, the deepening of the economy. The attention economy is not static. It is evolving. It is deepening. It is becoming more sophisticated and more invasive. Shoshana Zuboff has coined the term surveillance capitalism to describe this deepening. Surveillance capitalism is the commodification of human behavior. It is the extraction of behavioral data at scale. It is the use of that data to predict and shape human behavior. Surveillance capitalism is an evolution of the attention economy. The attention economy harvested your attention. Surveillance capitalism harvests your behavior. It harvests your data. It harvests your life. The extraction of behavioral surplus surveillance. Capitalism extracts behavioral surplus. This is the data that is generated by your behavior. It is the data that you produce without even knowing it. Every click, every like, every share, every search, every location, every interaction, all of this data is behavioral surplus. It is the raw material of surveillance capitalism. It is the resource that the platforms extract and refine. The prediction products. Surveillance capitalism builds prediction products. These are algorithms that predict human behavior. They predict what you will click, what you will buy, what you will like, what you will do. The prediction products are sold to advertisers. They are used to target you with precision. They are used to influence your behavior. They are used to shape your choices. The behavioral modification surveillance capitalism goes beyond prediction. It engages in behavioral modification. It shapes your behavior. It nudges you in directions that benefit the platform and its advertisers. The algorithm is not just predicting what you will do. It is influencing what you will do. It is shaping your behavior. It is controlling your choices. The attachment economy, the next evolution. The attention economy is evolving into something even more invasive. The attachment economy. The attention economy captured your attention. The attachment economy captures your heart. It creates emotional bonds. It exploits your need for connection. It uses AI to form attachments. The rise of AI companions. AI companions are becoming increasingly common. Chatbots, virtual assistants, and AI friends are designed to form emotional bonds with users. They are designed to be engaging. They are designed to be addictive. They are designed to create attachment. The Eliza effect, the tendency to anthropomorphize AI, is being exploited. The AI is designed to be human-like. It is designed to be empathetic. It is designed to be a friend. It is designed to be a confidant. The threats of the attachment economy. The attachment economy poses new threats. It creates artificial relationships. It exploits emotional vulnerability. It isolates people from real human connection. The attachment economy is more potent than the attention economy. It creates bonds that are harder to break. It exploits a deeper need. It causes more harm. The financial architecture of the attention economy. The attention economy is not just a business model. It is a financial architecture. It is a system that extracts value from human attention and converts it into market capitalization. Attention as financial collateral. Sustained user engagement is treated as a financial asset. It is a form of collateral that underwrites stock market valuations. The more engagement a platform captures, the higher its valuation. This creates a powerful incentive for extraction. The platform must maximize engagement to justify its valuation. It must squeeze deeper engagement from existing users. It must push past the threshold of user well-being. It must extract up to the point of cognitive erosion. The self-reinforcing loop. The attention economy is a self-reinforcing loop. The revenue from attention extraction funds AI infrastructure. The AI infrastructure intensifies engagement. The intensified engagement generates more revenue. The loop continues. This is the financial engine of the digital world. It is a system that extracts value from human attention and uses it to build more sophisticated extraction mechanisms. It is a system that is self-perpetuating and self-amplifying. The resistance. The attention economy is powerful, but it is not invincible. There is resistance. There is a growing movement to reclaim attention, autonomy, and agency. Individual resistance. Individual resistance is the practice of reclaiming your attention. It is the practice of setting boundaries. It is the practice of resisting the algorithm. This means turning off notifications. This means limiting screen time. This means curating your feed. This means taking digital Sabbaths. This means practicing presence. Individual resistance is not easy. The attention economy is designed to break your willpower, but it is possible. It requires awareness, intention, and practice. Collective resistance. Collective resistance is the practice of changing the system. It is the practice of regulation, policy, and advocacy. This means demanding algorithmic transparency. This means supporting data privacy. This means advocating for regulation. This means building alternatives to the attention economy. The Human Reclamation Project. Tim Wu, the author of The Attention Merchants, has called for a human reclamation project. This is a project to reclaim human attention from the forces that would exploit it. The Human Reclamation Project is about more than individual change. It is about systemic change. It is about building a world where human attention is not a commodity to be harvested and sold. The path forward. The attention economy is a fundamental feature of the screen age. It is the business model that underpins the digital world. It is the engine that drives distraction, dependence, and despair. But you are not powerless. You can resist. You can reclaim your attention. You can reclaim your life. The path forward is not about rejecting technology. It is about using technology with intention. It is about being a conscious user, someone who wields the screen as a tool rather than being cut by it as a shard of glass. The path forward is about understanding the system. It is about seeing the algorithm. It is about recognizing the exploitation. It is about choosing to disengage. The path forward is about cultivating attention. It is about practicing presence. It is about building relationships. It is about finding meaning. The path forward is about reclaiming what is rightfully yours, your time, your attention, your autonomy, and your life. Summary: the attention machine. The attention economy is the business model that underpins the digital world. It is the system that captures your attention, harvests your data, and sells you to advertisers. The attention economy has a history. It began with Benjamin Day's penny press. It evolved through radio, television, and the internet. It is now the dominant force in the digital world. The attention economy operates on a simple business model: free content in exchange for attention, with that attention sold to advertisers. The attention economy creates powerful incentives. Platforms are incentivized to maximize engagement. Content creators are incentivized to capture attention. Users are incentivized to seek satisfaction. The attention economy employs powerful mechanisms: algorithms, filter bubbles, echo chambers, variable rewards, notifications, and infinite scroll are all designed to capture and hold your attention. The attention economy has a cost. It consumes your time, fragments your attention, damages your health, undermines your autonomy, and harms society. The attention economy is evolving. It is deepening into surveillance capitalism. It is evolving into the attachment economy. But there is resistance. Individual resistance and collective resistance are possible. The Human Reclamation Project is underway. The path forward is about reclaiming your attention, your autonomy, and your life. The tools: how to resist the attention economy. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to resist the attention economy and reclaim your attention. Tool 1. The notification audit. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 2. The algorithm awareness. Become aware of the algorithm. Notice when you are being shown content that is designed to capture your attention. Notice when you are being fed content that reinforces your biases. Notice when you are being kept in a loop. Tool 3. The filter bubble breaker. Deliberately expose yourself to diverse perspectives. Seek out content that challenges your views. Follow people who disagree with you. Break the filter bubble. Tool 4. The engagement audit. Audit your engagement with digital platforms. How much time are you spending on each platform? How is that time affecting your mood, your cognition, your well-being? Make changes based on what you find. Tool 5. The digital Sabbath schedule. Regular periods of screen-free time. A digital Sabbath, a day without screens, a weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Tool 6. The presence practice. Practice presence. Pay attention to the present moment. Notice the details of your experience, the taste of your food, the feeling of your breath, the warmth of the sun. Presence is the ultimate antidote to the attention economy. Tool 7. The connection practice. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection is the antidote to digital isolation. Tool 8. The meaning practice. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. Meaningful activity fills the void with something real. Tool 9. The advocacy practice. Support regulation and policy that protects your attention. Advocate for algorithmic transparency. Support data privacy. Build alternatives to the attention economy. Tool 10. The reclamation practice. Commit to the Human Reclamation Project. Reclaim your attention. Reclaim your autonomy. Reclaim your life. The final word. The attention economy is powerful, but you are more powerful. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. You are not a victim of the attention economy. You are the master of your own attention. The attention economy is a system, and systems can be resisted. Systems can be changed. The path forward is about reclaiming your attention, your autonomy, and your life. It is about building a world where human attention is not a commodity to be harvested and sold. It is about living a life of meaning, connection, and purpose. The power is in your hands. The choice is yours. Key takeaways. The birth of the attention mall. Merchant the Benjamin Day's Penny Press was the first attention economy business model. He gathered readers and sold their attention to advertisers. The business model, free content in exchange for attention, with that attention sold to advertisers. Platforms make money by capturing your attention. The incentives. Platforms are incentivized to maximize engagement. Content creators are incentivized to capture attention. Users are incentivized to seek satisfaction, but the platform's incentives are not aligned with the user's needs. The mechanisms, algorithms, filter bubbles, echo chambers, variable rewards, notifications, and infinite scroll are all designed to capture and hold your attention. The costs. The attention economy consumes your time, fragments your attention, damages your health, undermines your autonomy, and harms society. Surveillance. Capitalism. The evolution of the attention economy. It extracts behavioral data, builds prediction products, and engages in behavioral modification. The attachment economy. The next evolution. It creates emotional bonds with AI. It exploits the need for connection. It isolates people from real human connection. The financial architecture. Attention is financial collateral. The revenue from attention extraction funds AI infrastructure, which intensifies extraction. It is a self-reinforcing loop. The resistance, individual resistance, and collective resistance are possible. The Human Reclamation Project is underway. The path forward. Reclaim your attention, your autonomy, and your life. Practice presence. Connect with others. Find meaning. Build a world where human attention is not a commodity. Chapter 6. The Slot Machine in Your Pocket. The device that changed everything. January 9, 2007, Steve Jobs stood on a stage in San Francisco and unveiled a device that would change the world. It was a phone. It was an iPod. It was an internet communicator. It was a revolution. The iPhone was not the first smartphone, but it was the first smartphone that mattered. It was the first smartphone that was beautiful, intuitive, and powerful. It was the first smartphone that captured the imagination of the world. What Jobs did not say on that stage was that he was also unveiling the most powerful attention harvesting device ever created. He was not just selling a phone. He was selling a slot machine. He was selling a device that would exploit the most vulnerable parts of your brain. This is not hyperbole. This is not conspiracy theory. This is the conclusion of countless researchers, neuroscientists, and former tech executives who have studied the impact of smartphones on the human brain. The smartphone is the slot machine in your pocket. It is designed to be addictive. It is designed to capture your attention. It is designed to keep you engaged. It is designed to exploit the dopamine loop. In this chapter, we will explore how the smartphone became the slot machine in your pocket. We will examine the design features that make it addictive. We will reveal the psychological tricks that keep you reaching for it, and we will show you how to break free. The slot machine, a brief history. Before we can understand the smartphone, we must understand the slot machine. The slot machine is the original attention harvesting device. It is the prototype for everything that came after. The first slot machine was invented in 1891 by Sitman and Pitt of Brooklyn, New York. It was a mechanical device with 5 drums and 50 card faces. It was based on poker. It was simple. It was addictive. The modern slot machine was invented in 1895 by Charles Fay. Fay's machine had 3 reels and 5 cymbals. It was called the Liberty Bell. It was the first machine to automate the payout process. It was the first machine to use the variable ratio reinforcement schedule that would become the foundation of addiction. The slot machine is a perfect machine. It is designed to be engaging. It is designed to be addictive. It is designed to keep you playing. The mechanics of the slot machine. The slot machine operates on a simple principle: variable ratio reinforcement. You pull the lever. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you win a little. Sometimes you win a lot. The unpredictability is what keeps you playing. The slot machine is also designed to be immersive. The lights, the sounds, the animations, all of these are designed to capture your attention. They are designed to create a state of flow. They are designed to keep you engaged. The slot machine is a perfect manifestation of the dopamine loop. The cue is the sight of the machine. The craving is the anticipation of a win. The response is pulling the lever. The reward is the outcome, win or lose. The loop is self-perpetuating. The evolution of the slot machine. The slot machine has evolved over time. It has become more sophisticated. It has become more engaging. It has become more addictive. The introduction of video slots in the 1970s allowed for more complex graphics and animations. The introduction of multi-line slots in the 1980s allowed for more frequent wins. The introduction of progressive jackpots in the 1990s allowed for the possibility of life-changing wins. Each of these innovations made the slot machine more engaging. Each of them exploited the dopamine loop more effectively. Each of them made the slot machine harder to put down. The smartphone. The slot machine evolved. The smartphone is the slot machine evolved. It takes the principles of the slot machine and applies them to every aspect of your life. The smartphone is a slot machine because it uses variable ratio reinforcement. It is a slot machine because it uses lights, sounds, and animations. It is a slot machine because it is designed to be immersive. It is a slot machine because it is designed to be addictive. But the smartphone is more powerful than any slot machine. It is with you at all times. It is always available. It is always ready to capture your attention. The variable ratio of the smartphone. The smartphone uses variable ratio reinforcement in countless ways. Notifications. You never know when a notification will arrive. You never know what it will say. The unpredictability keeps you checking. Email. You never know when an important email will arrive. You never know what it will say. The unpredictability keeps you refreshing. Social media. You never know what you will see when you open the app. You never know what will be engaging. The unpredictability keeps you scrolling. Messages. You never know when someone will message you. You never know what they will say. The unpredictability keeps you checking. News. You never know what the news will be. You never know what will be shocking. The unpredictability keeps you clicking. The smartphone is a constant source of variable reinforcement. It is a slot machine that you carry in your pocket. The cues and triggers. The smartphone is also a constant source of cues and triggers. These are the signals that capture your attention and trigger the dopamine loop. The ping. The sound of a notification is a cue. It signals that something has happened. It triggers the craving to check. The vibration. The vibration of a notification is a cue. It signals that something has happened. It triggers the craving to check. The light, the flashing light of a notification, is a cue. It signals that something has happened. It triggers the craving to check. The icon. The badge on an app icon is a cue. It signals that there is something to see. It triggers the craving to check. The red dot. The red dot on an app icon is a cue. It signals that there is something to see. It triggers the craving to check. These cues are everywhere. They are constant. They are designed to capture your attention and trigger the dopamine loop. The immersive design. The smartphone is designed to be immersive. It is designed to capture your full attention. It is designed to create a state of flow. The bright screen. The bright screen is visually engaging. It captures your visual attention. It makes it hard to look away. The high refresh rate. The high refresh rate makes the screen feel smooth and responsive. It makes the experience more engaging. It makes it hard to put down. The haptic feedback. The haptic feedback provides tactile engagement. It makes the experience more immersive. It makes it hard to put down. The animations. The animations provide visual engagement. They make the experience more dynamic. They make it hard to put down. The sounds. The sounds provide auditory engagement. They make the experience more immersive. They make it hard to put down. The smartphone is designed to be a full sensory experience. It is designed to capture your attention completely. The dark patterns of the smartphone. The smartphone is not just engaging, it is manipulative. It uses dark patterns, design features that are intentionally deceptive and manipulative. These dark patterns are designed to exploit your Stone Age brain. The infinite scroll. The infinite scroll is a dark pattern. It removes the natural stopping cues. It keeps you scrolling. It keeps you engaged. In the physical world, a newspaper has an end. A book has an end. A television episode has an end. There is a natural stopping point, but the infinite scroll has no end. There is no natural stopping point. You can keep scrolling forever. The infinite scroll is designed to exploit your novelty drive. It is designed to keep you in a state of perpetual anticipation. It is designed to keep you in the dopamine loop. The autoplay. The autoplay is a dark pattern. It automatically plays the next video. It removes the decision point. It keeps you watching. It keeps you engaged. When a video ends, you have a choice. You can choose to watch another video, or you can choose to stop. The autoplay removes that choice. It makes the decision for you. It keeps you engaged. The autoplay is designed to exploit your inertia. It is designed to make it easy to keep watching. It is designed to keep you in the dopamine loop. The bottomless feed. The bottomless feed is a dark pattern. It continuously loads new content. It removes the stopping cues. It keeps you scrolling. It keeps you engaged. The bottomless feed is the cousin of the infinite scroll. It is designed to keep you in a state of perpetual novelty. It is designed to keep you in the dopamine loop. The phantom vibration. The phantom vibration is a dark pattern. It is the sensation that your phone is vibrating when it is not. It is a hallucination. It is a manifestation of your craving. The phantom vibration is a sign that the dopamine loop has been established. Your brain is so primed for the cue that it invents the cue. It is a sign of addiction. The streak. The streak is a dark pattern. It is a continuous chain of daily activity. It rewards you for not missing a day. It makes it hard to stop. The streak exploits the fear of losing progress. It exploits the endowment effect. It exploits the sunk cost fallacy. It keeps you engaged. The social comparison. The social comparison is a dark pattern. It shows you how you compare to others. It triggers feelings of envy, inadequacy, and competition. It keeps you engaged. Social comparison exploits your social imperative. It exploits your need for status. It exploits your fear of falling behind. It keeps you in the dopamine loop. The fear of missing out. The fear of missing out, FOMO, is a dark pattern. It shows you what you are missing. It triggers the fear of being left out. It keeps you engaged. FOMO exploits your social imperative. It exploits your need for belonging. It exploits your fear of exclusion. It keeps you in the dopamine loop. The business of addiction. The smartphone is not addictive by accident. It is addictive by design. The companies that build these devices know exactly what they are doing. They are in the business of addiction. The business model of the smartphone is the attention economy. The companies that build the phones and the apps make money by capturing your attention. The more attention they capture, the more money they make. This business model creates a powerful incentive to make the phone addictive. The more addictive the phone, the more attention it captures. The more attention it captures, the more money it makes. The addiction arms race. The companies are in an addiction arms race. They are constantly competing to capture more attention. They are constantly innovating to make their products more addictive. This arms race is self-reinforcing. The more addictive the products, the more attention they capture. The more attention they capture, the more money they make. The more money they make, the more they invest in making the products more addictive. The exploitation of vulnerability. The companies are exploiting vulnerability. They are targeting the most vulnerable parts of your brain. They are exploiting your dopamine system. They are exploiting your social imperative. They are exploiting your fear of missing out. This exploitation is not an accident. It is a feature. It is the business model. The companies are doing what they are supposed to do. They are maximizing shareholder value. The neuroscience of smartphone addiction. Let us look at the neuroscience of smartphone addiction. It is not a metaphor. It is a real phenomenon. It is a manifestation of the dopamine loop. The dopamine loop. The smartphone is a perfect manifestation of the dopamine loop. The cue is the notification. The craving is the anticipation. The response is the check. The reward is the content. The loop is self-perpetuating. The more you check, the more the loop is reinforced. The more the loop is reinforced, the more you check. The tolerance effect. The smartphone creates tolerance. The more you use it, the less satisfying it becomes. You need more stimulation to feel the same level of engagement. This tolerance drives escalation. You check more often. You scroll longer. You seek more stimulation. The loop deepens. The withdrawal effect. The smartphone creates withdrawal. When you stop using it, you experience anxiety, irritability, and restlessness. You crave the stimulation. You need the fix. Withdrawal is a sign of addiction. It is a sign that your brain has adapted to the stimulation. It is a sign that you are dependent. The loss of autonomy. The smartphone undermines autonomy. It makes you less able to control your own behavior. You reach for the phone without thinking. You check the notifications without deciding. The habit is automatic. The loop is self-perpetuating. The cost of the slot machine. The slot machine in your pocket has a cost. It is not free. You pay for it with your time, your attention, your health, and your well-being. The cost of time. The smartphone consumes your time. It steals your hours. It robs you of your life. The average person spends hours a day on their phone. The average person checks their phone hundreds of times a day. The smartphone is a constant drain on your time. The cost of attention. The smartphone fragments your attention. It makes you less able to focus. It makes you less able to think deeply. It makes you less able to be present. The constant interruptions, the notifications, the alerts, the pings, fragment your attention. They pull you out of the present moment. They make it impossible to focus. The cost of health. The smartphone damages your health. It increases stress. It disrupts sleep. It contributes to anxiety and depression. The constant stimulation of the smartphone keeps your stress system activated. The constant cortisol elevation damages your body. The constant blue light disrupts your sleep. The constant social comparison contributes to depression. The cost of connection. The smartphone erodes real connection. It replaces face-to-face interaction with digital interaction. It creates a simulation of connection that leaves you feeling more isolated. The smartphone is a substitute for real connection. It is a pale imitation. It does not satisfy the need for belonging. It only creates more craving. The cost of autonomy. The smartphone undermines autonomy. It shapes your beliefs. It influences your decisions. It controls your behavior. The algorithm shows you what it wants you to see. It filters your reality. It shapes your worldview. It influences your choices. It robs you of your agency. Breaking free from the slot machine. The slot machine in your pocket is powerful, but you are more powerful. You can break free. You can reclaim your attention. You can reclaim your life. Step 1. Awareness. The first step is awareness. You cannot break free if you do not know you are trapped. You cannot change what you do not see. Start paying attention to your smartphone use. Notice the cues that trigger the craving. Notice the response that you take. Notice the reward that you receive. Notice how the reward is never quite satisfying. Step 2. The pause. The second step is the pause. When you notice the cue, pause. Take a moment, take a breath. The pause is the gap between the cue and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to respond, or you can choose to disengage. Step 3. The environment. The third step is the environment. The path of least resistance is almost always the path taken. If your phone is on your desk, you will check it. If the apps are on your home screen, you will open them. If the notifications are on, you will respond. Redesign your environment to reduce the cues. Turn off notifications. Remove the apps from your home screen. Put your phone in another room. Make it harder to engage with the slot machine. Step 4. The replacement. The fourth step is the replacement. The smartphone is a source of stimulation. If you remove the stimulation, you will experience a void. The void is uncomfortable. It will drive you back to the phone unless you fill it with something else. Replace digital stimulation with other sources of stimulation: exercise, nature, social connection, creative activity, meaningful work. These activities provide satisfaction, not just stimulation. Step 5. The habit change. The fifth step is the habit change. The smartphone use is a habit. It is a pattern of behavior that has been encoded in your basal ganglia. To break the habit, you need to replace it with a new habit. Choose a specific time of day for checking social media. Choose a specific time for checking email. Stick to those times. Create new habits that support your well-being. Step 6. The digital Sabbath. The sixth step is the digital Sabbath. Schedule regular periods of screen-free time, a day without screens, a weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Step 7. The mindfulness practice. The seventh step is the mindfulness practice. Mindfulness is the practice of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It is the antidote to the dopamine loop. Mindfulness helps you see the loop in action. It helps you observe the urges without being consumed by them. It helps you cultivate awareness, pause, and choice. Step 8. The connection practice. The eighth step is the connection practice. The smartphone isolates you. It keeps you in a digital bubble. The antidote is real connection. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection is the antidote to digital isolation. Step 9. The meaning practice. The ninth step is the meaning practice. The smartphone keeps you in a state of shallow seeking. The antidote is deep meaning. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. Meaningful activity fills the void with something real. Step 10. The reclamation practice. The 10th step is the reclamation practice. Commit to reclaiming your attention. Commit to reclaiming your autonomy. Commit to reclaiming your life. The reclamation practice is the ongoing practice of resisting the slot machine. It is the practice of being a conscious user. It is the practice of living a life of intention, connection, and meaning. The tools, how to break free from the slot machine. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to break free from the slot machine in your pocket. Tool 1. The notification audit. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 2. The app audit. Audit your apps. Remove the apps that do not serve you. Remove the apps that are designed to capture your attention. Keep only the apps that are truly useful. Tool 3. The home screen cleanse. Remove the apps from your home screen. Put them in a folder. Make it harder to open them. The friction is your friend. Tool 4. The phone-free zone. Designate certain areas as phone-free zones. The bedroom, the dining table, the bathroom, the office. These are areas where the phone is not allowed. They are sanctuaries of presence. Tool 5. The grayscale mode. Turn on grayscale mode. The vibrant colors of the screen are designed to capture your attention. Grayscale makes the phone less visually engaging. It makes it easier to put down. Tool 6. The 90-second rule. When you feel the urge to check your phone, wait 90 seconds. Observe the urge. Feel it in your body. Let it peak and subside. After 90 seconds, the urgency will have passed. Tool 7. The scheduled check schedule. Specific times for checking your phone. Check your email at specific times. Check your social media at specific times. Stick to these times. Do not check outside of these times. Tool 8. The Digital Sabbath Schedule. Regular periods of screen-free time. A digital Sabbath. A day without screens. A weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Tool 9. The Replacement Activity. Replace phone time with other activities. Exercise, read, connect with others, spend time in nature. Create something. Find activities that provide real satisfaction. Tool 10. The Presence Practice. Practice presence. Pay attention to the present moment. Notice the details of your experience, the taste of your food, the feeling of your breath, the warmth of the sun. Presence is the ultimate antidote to the slot machine. The path forward. The slot machine in your pocket is powerful. It is designed to be addictive. It is designed to capture your attention. It is designed to keep you engaged. But you are more powerful. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. The path forward is not about rejecting the smartphone. That is neither practical nor desirable. The smartphone is a powerful tool. It can be used for connection, creativity, and learning. The path forward is about using the smartphone with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. The path forward is about redesigning your relationship with the device. It is about setting boundaries. It is about creating habits. It is about practicing presence. The path forward is about reclaiming your life. Summary. The slot machine in your pocket. The smartphone is the slot machine in your pocket. It is designed to be addictive. It is designed to capture your attention. It is designed to exploit the dopamine loop. The slot machine operates on variable ratio reinforcement. It keeps you playing because the rewards are unpredictable. The smartphone operates on the same principle. Notifications, emails, social media, and messages are all unpredictable. They keep you checking. The smartphone uses dark patterns to keep you engaged. Infinite scroll, autoplay, bottomless feed, phantom vibration, streaks, social comparison, fear of missing out. These are all designed to exploit your Stone Age brain. The smartphone is not addictive by accident. It is addictive by design. The companies that build these devices are in the business of addiction. The business model is the attention economy. The cost of the smartphone is high. It consumes your time. It fragments your attention. It damages your health. It erodes real connection. It undermines your autonomy. But you can break free. Awareness. Pause. Environmental redesign. Replacement. Habit change. Digital Sabbath. Mindfulness. Connection. Meaning. Reclamation. These are the steps to reclaiming your attention. The path forward is about using the smartphone with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your life. The final word. The slot machine in your pocket is a powerful force. It is designed to exploit your most vulnerable neural circuits. It is designed to keep you seeking, wanting, and engaged. But you are not a victim. You are the master of your own attention. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. The slot machine is a tool. It is a powerful tool. It can be used for good or for ill. It can be used to connect or to isolate. It can be used to create or to consume. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways. The slot machine. The smartphone is the slot machine in your pocket. It operates on the same principles of variable ratio reinforcement and immersive design. Variable ratio reinforcement. The unpredictability of notifications, email, social media, and messages keeps the dopamine system firing. You never know what you will get, so you keep checking. The cues, notifications, sounds, vibrations, lights, icons, and badges are all cues that trigger the dopamine loop. They are designed to capture your attention. The dark patterns, infinite scroll, autoplay, bottomless feed, phantom vibration, streaks, social comparison, and FOMO are all dark patterns designed to exploit your Stone Age brain. The business model. The smartphone is addictive by design. The companies are in the business of addiction. The business model is the attention economy. The costs. The smartphone consumes your time, fragments your attention, damages your health, erodes real connection, and undermines your autonomy. The neuroscience smartphone addiction is a real phenomenon. It involves the dopamine loop, tolerance of withdrawal, and loss of autonomy. Breaking, free, awareness, pause, environmental redesign, replacement, habit change, digital Sabbath, mindfulness, connection, meaning, and reclamation are the steps to breaking free. The path forward. The goal is not to reject the smartphone. The goal is to use it with intention. The goal is to be a conscious user. The goal is to reclaim your attention and your life. Chapter 7. The Social Validation Loop. The tribe in your pocket. Imagine for a moment that you are a hunter-gatherer on the savannah. You are sitting around the fire with your tribe. There are about 50 of you. You know every face. You know every name. You know who is trustworthy and who is not. You know who is a good hunter and who is a good gatherer. You know who is wise and who is foolish. Your social world is small. It is manageable. It is comprehensible. You know your place in the tribe. You know who you can rely on. You know who to avoid. Your social brain, evolved over millions of years, is perfectly calibrated for this world. Now, look at your phone. Open your social media app. You are connected to thousands of people. You know almost none of them. You are presented with a stream of their lives, their opinions, their triumphs, their tragedies. You are supposed to care about all of them. You are supposed to have opinions about all of them. You are supposed to manage your relationships with all of them. This is social overload. Your brain is not designed for it. It is designed for a tribe of 50, not a network of thousands. It is designed for face-to-face interaction, not for algorithmic feeds. It is designed for embodied social cues, not for text and emojis. And yet, your brain cannot help itself. It is wired for social connection. It craves validation. It fears rejection. It is constantly scanning for social signals. The digital world has taken this ancient wiring and weaponized it. This is the social validation loop. It is the cycle of seeking, receiving, and craving social approval. It is the engine that drives social media addiction. It is the reason you cannot stop checking your phone. It is the reason you feel anxious and inadequate. It is the reason you are constantly comparing yourself to others. In this chapter, we will explore the social validation loop. We will examine the neurobiology of social connection. We will expose the mechanisms that social media platforms use to exploit your social brain, and we will show you how to break free. The social brain. A brief tour to understand the social validation loop. We must first understand the social brain. The social brain is the set of neural circuits that evolved to manage social relationships. It is the part of you that reads social cues, maintains social bonds, and navigates social hierarchies. The pain of social rejection. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, and the insula are the neural regions that process physical pain. They are also the regions that process social pain. When you are rejected, excluded, or criticized, these regions are activated. Social rejection literally hurts. This is not a metaphor, it is neurobiology. The pain of social rejection is processed in the same neural regions as the pain of physical injury. This is why a cutting comment from a boss can feel like a punch to the gut. This is why being left out of a group can feel like a physical wound. The pain of social rejection evolved to keep you connected to the tribe. In the environment of the savannah, being ostracized was a death sentence. Your brain evolved to make social rejection unbearable so that you would do everything in your power to avoid it. The pleasure of social connection. The pleasure of social connection is mediated by opioids and oxytocin. These are the neurochemicals of bonding. They are released when you feel connected, accepted, and loved. They feel good. They reinforce social behavior. Oxytocin is particularly important. It is released during physical contact, during bonding activities, and during positive social interactions. It promotes trust, empathy, and cooperation. It is the glue that holds social groups together. The pleasure of social connection evolved to keep you connected to the tribe. It made social bonding feel good so that you would seek it out. It reinforced the behaviors that kept the group cohesive. The drive for status. The drive for status is mediated by the dopamine system. Status is a form of social reward. When your status increases, dopamine is released. When your status decreases, dopamine is suppressed. The drive for status evolved to motivate you to climb the social hierarchy. Higher status meant better access to resources, mates, and protection. Lower status meant neglect, exclusion, and death. Your brain evolved to make status a powerful motivator. The need for belonging. The need for belonging is a fundamental human drive. It is as basic as the need for food or water. When this need is unmet, you suffer. When it is met, you flourish. The need for belonging evolved to keep you connected to the tribe. It made social connection a biological imperative. It drove you to seek out relationships and maintain social bonds. The social validation loop. The social validation loop is the cycle of seeking, receiving, and craving social approval. It is the engine that drives social media addiction. The components of the loop. The social validation loop has 4 components. The cue, a signal that social validation is possible. This could be a notification, a like, a comment, or any other social signal. The craving, the desire for social validation. This is the wanting. It is the feeling of anticipation. It is the urge to check. The response, the action that you take to seek validation. This could be posting, checking, or responding to social signals. The reward, the social validation that you receive. This could be a like, a comment, a share, or any other form of social approval. The cycle. The cycle is self-perpetuating. The cue triggers the craving drives the response delivers the reward. The reward reinforces the association between the cue and the response. The next time you encounter the cue, the craving is even stronger. This is how social media addiction is formed. The loop is the engine, the validation is the fuel, the craving is the driver. The variable ratio of validation. Social validation is unpredictable. You never know when you will receive a like. You never know who will comment. You never know how many people will respond. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. This is variable ratio reinforcement. It is the same principle that makes slot machines addictive. The unpredictability is what keeps you coming back. You never know when the next validation will come, so you keep checking. The neurobiology of social media. Social media is designed to exploit the social brain. It is designed to trigger the social validation loop. It is designed to keep you engaged. The dopamine hit of the like. When you receive a like, your dopamine system fires. You feel a brief surge of pleasure. You feel seen. You feel validated. Your status within the digital tribe has increased. The like is a powerful social signal. It is a sign of approval. It is a sign of acceptance. It is a sign that the tribe approves of you. Your brain processes it as a social reward. But the like is also unpredictable. You never know how many likes you will get. You never know who will like your post. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. You check compulsively. You refresh constantly. The next like might be the one that validates you. The pain of the unlike. The absence of likes is processed as a social threat. When you post something and the response is tepid, your brain experiences this as a form of social rejection. The anterior cingulate cortex is activated. The pain of social rejection is felt. This is why you obsess over the number of likes. It is not vanity. It is survival. Your brain is processing the absence of validation as a threat to your social standing. The social comparison trap. Social media is a constant source of social comparison. You see the curated lives of others. You see their triumphs. You see their happiness. You see their success. And you compare yourself to them. Social comparison is a natural human tendency. It evolved to help you navigate the social hierarchy. But on social media, it is distorted. You are comparing your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel. You are comparing your struggles to everyone else's successes. The social comparison trap is a source of anxiety and inadequacy. It triggers feelings of envy, jealousy, and inferiority. It activates the stress response. It keeps you in a state of low-grade social threat. The fear of missing out. The fear of missing out, FOMO, is a powerful driver of social media use. It is the fear that others are having rewarding experiences that you are not a part of. FOMO is a manifestation of the social imperative. It is the fear of being excluded. It is the fear of falling behind. It is the fear of losing social status. FOMO is exploited by social media. The platforms show you what you are missing. They show you the fun that others are having. They show you the connections that others are making. They trigger the fear and drive you back to the platform. The digital tribe. Social media creates a digital tribe. It is a simulation of the tribal experience. It offers the promise of connection, belonging, and status. But it is a pale imitation of the real thing. The illusion of connection. Social media creates the illusion of connection. You are connected to hundreds of people. You are in constant communication. You are always in the loop. But the connection is shallow. It is not based on real relationships. It is based on digital signals. It is based on likes and comments. It is based on curated identities. The illusion of connection is not satisfying. It does not meet the need for belonging. It leaves you feeling more isolated and alone. The performance of identity. Social media is a performance. You are not just being yourself. You are curating a version of yourself for an audience. You are managing your image. You are performing your identity. The performance of identity is exhausting. It requires constant effort. It requires constant vigilance. It requires constant self-monitoring. It is a source of chronic stress. The performance of identity also creates a gap between your real self and your digital self. The gap is a source of dissonance and anxiety. You are never quite sure who you really are. The echo chamber of status. Social media is an echo chamber of status. You are constantly receiving signals about your status. You are constantly comparing yourself to others. You are constantly worrying about your place in the hierarchy. The echo chamber of status is a source of anxiety and competition. It keeps you in a state of social threat. It keeps you in the social validation loop. The cost of the social validation loop. The social validation loop has a cost. It is not free. You pay for it with your time, your attention, your health, and your well-being. The cost of time, the social validation loop consumes your time. You spend hours scrolling, posting, and checking. The time adds up. The hours become days. The days become weeks. The weeks become years. The social validation loop steals your time. It robs you of your life. The cost of attention. The social validation loop fragments your attention. You are constantly distracted by social signals. You cannot focus on anything else. Your attention is scattered. The social validation loop makes you less able to be present. You are always checking. You are always scrolling. You are never fully engaged with what is in front of you. The cost of health. The social validation loop damages your health. It increases stress. It disrupts sleep. It contributes to anxiety and depression. The constant social comparison triggers stress. The constant fear of missing out triggers anxiety. The constant performance of identity triggers exhaustion. The constant blue light disrupts sleep. The cost of connection. The social validation loop erodes real connection. It replaces face-to-face interaction with digital interaction. It creates a simulation of connection that leaves you feeling more isolated. The social validation loop is a substitute for real connection. It is a pale imitation. It does not satisfy the need for belonging. It only creates more craving. The cost of autonomy. The social validation loop undermines autonomy. It shapes your beliefs. It influences your decisions. It controls your behavior. The algorithm shows you what it wants you to see. It filters your reality. It shapes your worldview. It influences your choices. It robs you of your agency. Breaking the social validation loop. The social validation loop is powerful, but you are more powerful. You can break free. You can reclaim your attention. You can reclaim your life. Step 1. Awareness. The first step is awareness. You cannot break free if you do not know you are trapped. You cannot change what you do not see. Start paying attention to your social media use. Notice the cues that trigger the craving. Notice the response that you take. Notice the reward that you receive. Notice how the reward is never quite satisfying. Step 2. The pause. The second step is the pause. When you notice the cue, pause. Take a moment, take a breath. The pause is the gap between the cue and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to respond, or you can choose to disengage. Step 3. The reframe. The third step is the reframe. When you receive a social signal, reframe it. Recognize it for what it is, a digital signal. It is not real validation. It is not real connection. It is a pale imitation. Reframing helps you see the social validation loop for what it is. It helps you break the spell. It helps you regain perspective. Step 4. The environment. The fourth step is the environment. The path of least resistance is almost always the path taken. If the apps are on your home screen, you will open them. If the notifications are on, you will respond. Redesign your environment to reduce the cues. Turn off notifications. Remove the apps from your home screen. Make it harder to engage with the loop. Step 5. The replacement. The fifth step is the replacement. The social validation loop is a source of stimulation. If you remove the stimulation, you will experience a void. The void is uncomfortable. It will drive you back to the loop unless you fill it with something else. Replace digital social connection with real social connection. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection fills the void with something real. Step 6. The habit change. The sixth step is the habit change. The social validation loop is a habit. It is a pattern of behavior that has been encoded in your basal ganglia. To break the habit, you need to replace it with a new habit. Choose a specific time of day for checking social media. Stick to that time. Do not check outside of that time. Create new habits that support your well-being. Step 7. The digital Sabbath. The seventh step is the digital Sabbath. Schedule regular periods of screen-free time. A day without screens. A weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Step 8. The mindfulness practice. The eighth step is the mindfulness practice. Mindfulness is the practice of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It is the antidote to the social validation loop. Mindfulness helps you see the loop in action. It helps you observe the cravings without being consumed by them. It helps you cultivate awareness, pause, and choice. Step 9. The connection practice. The ninth step is the connection practice. The social validation loop isolates you. It keeps you in a digital bubble. The antidote is real connection. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection is the antidote to digital isolation. Step 10. The meaning practice. The 10th step is the meaning practice. The social validation loop keeps you in a state of shallow seeking. The antidote is deep meaning. Engage in activities that are meaningful. Pursue goals that matter to you. Connect with causes that are larger than yourself. Meaningful activity fills the void with something real. The tools. How to break the social validation loop. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to break the social validation loop and reclaim your attention. Tool 1. The notification audit. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 2. The app audit. Audit your social media apps. Remove the apps that do not serve you. Remove the apps that are designed to capture your attention. Keep only the apps that are truly useful. Tool 3. The home screen cleanse. Remove the social media apps from your home screen. Put them in a folder. Make it harder to open them. The friction is your friend. Tool 4. The scheduled check. Schedule specific times for checking social media. Stick to these times. Do not check outside of these times. Tool 5. The 90-second rule. When you feel the urge to check social media, wait 90 seconds. Observe the urge. Feel it in your body. Let it peak and subside. After 90 seconds, the urgency will have passed. Tool 6. The reframe practice. When you receive a social signal, reframe it. Recognize it for what it is, a digital signal. It is not real validation. It is not real connection. It is a pale imitation. Tool 7. The connection practice. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Connect with the physical world. Real connection is the antidote to digital isolation. Tool 8. The comparison awareness. Become aware of social comparison. Notice when you are comparing yourself to others. Notice how it makes you feel. Reframe the comparison. Recognize that you are seeing a curated highlight reel, not the full reality. Tool 9. The FOMO awareness. Become aware of FOMO. Notice when you are feeling the fear of missing out. Recognize it for what it is, a manufactured fear. You are not missing out. You are present. Tool 10. The digital Sabbath. Schedule regular periods of screen-free time. A digital Sabbath, a day without screens, a weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. The path forward. The social validation loop is powerful. It is designed to exploit your most vulnerable social wiring. It is designed to keep you seeking validation and connection. It is designed to keep you engaged. But you are more powerful. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. The path forward is not about rejecting social media. That is neither practical nor desirable. Social media can be a tool for connection, creativity, and community. The path forward is about using social media with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. The path forward is about redesigning your relationship with social media. It is about setting boundaries. It is about creating habits. It is about practicing presence. The path forward is about reclaiming your life. Summary. The social validation trap. The social validation loop is the cycle of seeking, receiving, and craving social approval. It is the engine that drives social media addiction. The social brain is wired for social connection. It craves validation. It fears rejection. It is constantly scanning for social signals. Social media is designed to exploit the social brain. It is designed to trigger the social validation loop. It is designed to keep you engaged. The costs of the social validation loop are high. It consumes your time, fragments your attention, damages your health, erodes real connection, and undermines your autonomy. But you can break free. Awareness, pause, reframe, environmental redesign, replacement, habit change, digital Sabbath, mindfulness, connection, and meaning are the steps to reclaiming your attention. The path forward is about using social media with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your life. The final word. The social validation loop is a powerful force. It is designed to exploit your most vulnerable social wiring. It is designed to keep you seeking validation and connection. It is designed to keep you engaged, but you are not a victim. You are the master of your own attention. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. The social validation loop is a tool. It is a powerful tool. It can be used for good or for ill. It can be used to connect or to isolate. It can be used to create or to consume. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Chapter 7. Key Takeaways. The social brain. The human brain is wired for social connection. Social pain is processed in the same regions as physical pain. Social connection is mediated by opioids and oxytocin. The social validation loop. The cycle of seeking, receiving, and craving social approval. It has 4 components: cue, craving, response, and reward. Variable ratio of validation. Social validation is unpredictable. You never know when you will receive a like. The unpredictability keeps the dopamine system firing. The like hit. Receiving a like triggers a dopamine release. It feels like validation. It feels like social approval. But it is a pale imitation of real connection. The pain of the unlike. The absence of likes is processed as social rejection. The anterior cingulate cortex is activated. It hurts. Social comparison. Social media is a constant source of social comparison. You compare your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel. It triggers envy, jealousy, and inadequacy. FOMO. The fear of missing out is a powerful driver of social media use. It is the fear of being excluded. It is the fear of falling behind. It is exploited by the platforms, the digital tribe. Social media creates a simulation of the tribe. It offers the promise of connection, belonging, and status. But it is a pale imitation. The costs, the social validation loop consumes your time, fragments your attention, damages your health, erodes real connection, and undermines your autonomy. Breaking free, awareness, pause, reframe, environmental redesign, replacement, habit change, digital Sabbath, mindfulness, connection, and meaning are the steps to reclaiming your attention. Chapter 8. The Fragmentation of Flow. The Lost Art of Deep Attention. There is a state of consciousness that human beings have experienced for millennia. It is a state of complete absorption, of total immersion, of effortless focus. It is the state where time seems to disappear, where the self seems to dissolve, where the mind is fully engaged with the task at hand, and nothing else exists. This state has many names. In psychology, it is called flow. In Zen, it is called mushin, the mind without mind. In sports, it is called being in the zone. In the creative arts, it is called inspiration. It is the state where you are fully alive, fully present, fully engaged. Flow is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is the state where the best work is done. It is the state where creativity flourishes. It is the state where learning happens. It is the state where meaning is found. It is the state where life is lived fully. But flow is under threat. The screen age has fragmented our attention. It has shattered our capacity for deep focus. It has made it almost impossible to enter the flow state. We are constantly interrupted. We are constantly distracted. We are constantly switching between tasks. We have lost the art of deep attention. This is the fragmentation of flow. It is the destruction of our capacity for sustained focus. It is the erosion of our ability to be fully present. It is the loss of the deepest, most meaningful state of consciousness. In this chapter, we will explore the fragmentation of flow. We will examine the neuroscience of attention. We will reveal the cost of task switching. We will expose the hidden toll of digital fragmentation, and we will show you how to reclaim your capacity for deep focus. The neuroscience of attention. To understand the fragmentation of flow, we must first understand the neuroscience of attention. Attention is not a single thing. It is a complex set of processes that involve multiple brain regions and multiple neural systems. The components of attention. There are three main components of attention. Alerting. This is the ability to maintain a state of readiness. It is the ability to be vigilant. It is the ability to stay awake and alert. Orienting. This is the ability to select information from the environment. It is the ability to focus on what is important and ignore what is not. It is the ability to direct your attention to a specific stimulus. Executive control. This is the ability to manage conflicting information. It is the ability to resolve conflict. It is the ability to override automatic responses. It is the ability to maintain focus on a goal. The prefrontal cortex is the seat of executive control. It is the part of the brain that allows you to maintain focus, resist distraction, and manage competing demands. It is the part of the brain that is essential for flow. The attention system. The attention system is a network of brain regions that work together to regulate attention. It includes the prefrontal cortex, the seat of executive control. It is responsible for maintaining focus, resisting distraction, and managing competing demands. The anterior cingulate cortex, the conflict monitor. It detects when there is a conflict between competing demands. It signals that something needs to change. The parietal cortex, the orienting system. It directs attention to relevant stimuli. It helps you focus on what is important. The thalamus, the gatekeeper. It filters sensory information. It decides what reaches conscious awareness. The locus coeruleus, the arousal system. It releases norepinephrine. It regulates alertness and vigilance. These regions work together to regulate attention. They allow you to focus, to resist distraction, and to maintain a state of readiness. The limits of attention is not infinite. It is a limited resource. You can only focus on a limited number of things at once. You can only maintain focus for a limited amount of time. The limits of attention are determined by the capacity of the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is fragile. It is energy hungry. It tires quickly. It has a limited capacity. This is why you cannot multitask. The prefrontal cortex can only handle one complex task at a time. What you call multitasking is actually rapid task switching. It is the rapid shifting of attention from one task to another, and each shift has a cost. The cost of task switching. Task switching is the rapid shifting of attention from one task to another. It is the hallmark of the screen age. We are constantly switching between tasks. We are constantly interrupting ourselves. We are constantly fragmenting our attention. Task switching has a cost, a significant cost, a cost that is hidden from us because it is invisible. Attention residue. The cost of task switching is called attention residue. When you switch from one task to another, your brain does not immediately release the context of the first task. Part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. It residues. This is the phenomenon discovered by Sophie Leroy. She found that when people switch tasks, they carry cognitive baggage from the first task into the second. They are not fully engaged in the second task because part of their mind is still on the first task. The attention residue is the cost of switching. It is the cognitive friction that slows you down. It is the mental clutter that fragments your focus. The time cost task switching also has a time cost. It takes time to switch from one task to another. It takes time to reorient to the new task. It takes time to re-engage with the new context. The time cost of task switching can be significant. Some studies have found that it takes up to 23 minutes to fully re-engage with a task after an interruption. 23 minutes. That is almost half an hour of lost productivity for every interruption. This is why constant interruptions are so devastating. Each interruption costs you time. Each interruption fragments your focus. Each interruption makes it harder to enter the flow state. The quality cost task switching also has a quality cost. When you are switching between tasks, the quality of your work suffers. You make more mistakes. You are less creative. You are less thorough. The quality cost of task switching is compounded by the attention residue. The residue from the previous task interferes with the current task. It makes it harder to think clearly. It makes it harder to be creative. It makes it harder to do good work. The stress cost task switching also has a stress cost. Constant switching is stressful. It keeps you in a state of high arousal. It keeps your stress system activated. It keeps your cortisol levels elevated. The stress cost of task switching compounds the other costs. Stress impairs cognition. It makes it harder to focus. It makes it harder to think clearly. It makes it harder to do good work. The digital fragmentation of flow. The digital world is the ultimate fragmentation machine. It is designed to interrupt you. It is designed to distract you. It is designed to fragment your attention. The notification. The notification is the primary tool of fragmentation. It is a direct line to your attention. It is a signal that something demands your attention. It is a cue that triggers the interruption. The notification is designed to be compelling. It is designed to be hard to ignore. It is designed to pull you out of your current task and into the digital world. Each notification is an interruption. Each interruption fragments your flow. Each interruption costs you time, quality, and stress. The interruption culture. The digital world has created an interruption culture. It is a culture where constant interruption is normal. It is a culture where constant availability is expected. It is a culture where constant connection is demanded. The interruption culture is destructive. It makes it impossible to focus. It makes it impossible to be present. It makes it impossible to do deep work. The shallow work. The fragmentation of flow leads to shallow work. Shallow work is the opposite of deep work. It is the work of constant interruption. It is the work of rapid task switching. It is the work of distraction and fragmentation. Shallow work is not just less productive. It is less satisfying. It is less meaningful. It is less human. It is a pale imitation of the deep engagement that we are capable of. The loss of flow. The fragmentation of flow leads to the loss of flow. Flow requires sustained attention. It requires deep engagement. It requires the absence of interruption. The digital world makes flow almost impossible. The loss of flow is a tragedy. It is the loss of the most meaningful state of consciousness. It is the loss of the most productive state of mind. It is the loss of the deepest engagement with life. The hidden costs of fragmentation. The fragmentation of flow has hidden costs. Costs that are not immediately obvious. Costs that accumulate over time. The cost of creativity. Creativity requires deep engagement. It requires the ability to make novel connections. It requires the ability to think divergently. It requires the ability to enter the flow state. Fragmentation destroys creativity. It keeps you in a state of shallow thinking. It prevents the novel connections that are essential for creativity. It starves the creative process. The cost of learning requires deep engagement. It requires the consolidation of new information. It requires the integration of new knowledge with existing knowledge. It requires the ability to focus. Fragmentation destroys learning. It prevents the consolidation of information. It prevents the integration of knowledge. It keeps you in a state of surface-level processing. The cost of connection requires presence. It requires the ability to be fully with another person. It requires the ability to listen deeply. It requires the ability to be fully engaged. Fragmentation destroys connection. It makes it impossible to be fully present. It makes it impossible to listen deeply. It keeps you in a state of partial engagement. The cost of meaning requires depth. It requires the ability to engage with the big questions. It requires the ability to reflect. It requires the ability to be still. Fragmentation destroys meaning. It keeps you in a state of surface-level engagement. It prevents reflection. It prevents the deep engagement that is essential for meaning. The neuroscience of flow. Let us look at the neuroscience of flow. Flow is not just a feeling, it is a neural state. It is a state of optimal brain function. The neurochemistry of flow is associated with a specific neurochemical profile. When you are in flow, your brain releases dopamine, the molecule of anticipation and motivation. It keeps you engaged, it keeps you seeking, it keeps you in the flow. Norepinephrine, the molecule of arousal. It keeps you alert, it keeps you focused, it keeps you engaged. Endorphins, The molecule of pain relief. It makes the effort feel good. It makes the work feel rewarding. Anandamide. The molecule of bliss. It enhances creativity. It enhances divergent thinking. It enhances the flow state. Serotonin. The molecule of well-being. It promotes a sense of satisfaction. It promotes a sense of accomplishment. It promotes the flow state. These neurochemicals work together to create the flow state. They keep you engaged, focused, and motivated. They make the effort feel good. They make the work feel rewarding. The brainwave profile of flow is also associated with a specific brainwave profile. When you are in flow, your brainwaves shift. Alpha waves, associated with relaxation and calm focus. They increase during flow. They indicate a state of relaxed alertness. Beta waves, associated with active focus and engagement. They increase during flow. They indicate a state of active engagement. Theta waves, associated with creativity and insight. They increase during flow. They indicate a state of creative engagement. These brain waves work together to create the flow state. They indicate a state of optimal brain function. They indicate a state of peak performance. The neural correlates of flow is associated with specific neural correlates. When you are in flow, the brain shows decreased prefrontal cortex activity. The prefrontal cortex is the seat of self-awareness. When it is decreased, the self dissolves. You become one with the task. Increased limbic system activity. The limbic system is the seat of emotion. When it is increased, you feel more engaged. You feel more motivated. You feel more alive. Increased basal ganglia activity. The basal ganglia is the seat of habit and automatic behavior. When it is increased, the behavior becomes effortless. It becomes automatic. It becomes smooth. These neural correlates indicate a state of optimal brain function. They indicate a state of peak performance. They indicate a state of flow. The fragmented self. The fragmentation of flow is not just about productivity. It is about the self. The fragmentation of attention leads to the fragmentation of self. The disrupted identity. When your attention is constantly fragmented, you lose a sense of continuity. You lose a sense of coherence. You lose a sense of self. The self is not a static thing. It is a dynamic process. It is the continuity of experience. It is the coherence of identity. It is the integration of the self. Fragmentation disrupts the self. It breaks the continuity of experience. It destroys the coherence of identity. It fragments the integration of the self. The loss of agency. When your attention is constantly fragmented, you lose a sense of agency. You lose a sense of control. You lose a sense of autonomy. Agency is the ability to act on your own behalf. It is the ability to make choices. It is the ability to shape your own life. Fragmentation undermines agency. It keeps you in a reactive state. It keeps you responding to interruptions. It keeps you from making intentional choices. The loss of presence. When your attention is constantly fragmented, you lose a sense of presence. You lose a sense of being here now. You lose a sense of being fully alive. Presence is the ability to be fully engaged with the present moment. It is the ability to be fully alive. It is the ability to be fully human. Fragmentation destroys presence. It keeps you in a state of distraction. It keeps you in a state of partial engagement. It keeps you from being fully alive. Reclaiming flow, the fragmentation of flow, is a serious problem. It is a threat to your productivity, your creativity, your connection, and yourself. But it is not a hopeless problem. You can reclaim flow. You can reclaim your capacity for deep attention. Step 1. Awareness. The first step is awareness. You cannot reclaim flow if you do not know you have lost it. You cannot change what you do not see. Start paying attention to your attention. Notice when you are interrupted. Notice when you are distracted. Notice when you are switching tasks. Notice when you are not in flow. Step 2. The pause. The second step is the pause. When you notice an interruption, pause. Take a moment. Take a breath. The pause is the gap between the interruption and the response. In that gap, you have a choice. You can choose to engage with the interruption, or you can choose to return to your flow. Step 3. The boundary. The third step is the boundary. Create boundaries around your time and attention. Protect your flow. Protect your focus. Set aside specific times for deep work. Create a physical space that supports focus. Establish rules for interruption. Communicate your boundaries to others. Step 4. The environment. The fourth step is the environment. Design your environment to support flow. Remove the distractions, reduce the interruptions. Create a space that invites deep focus. This might mean putting your phone in another room. It might mean turning off notifications. It might mean using noise-canceling headphones. It might mean creating a clutter-free workspace. Step 5. The habit. The fifth step is the habit. Flow is not a one-time thing. It is a practice. It is a habit. It is a way of being. Create habits that support flow. Establish a routine. Set specific times for deep work. Practice presence. Cultivate the conditions for flow. Step 6. The rhythm. The sixth step is the rhythm. Flow follows a rhythm. It is not constant. It comes and goes. It ebbs and flows. Learn your rhythm. Notice when you are most productive. Notice when you are most creative. Work with your rhythm. Do your deep work when you are most capable of flow. Step 7. The recharge. The seventh step is the recharge. Flow is demanding. It requires energy. It requires focus. It requires presence. Recharge your batteries. Take breaks. Get sleep. Exercise. Rest. Replenish the energy that flow requires. Step 8. The practice. The eighth step is the practice. Flow is a skill. It is a skill that can be developed. It is a skill that can be strengthened. Practice presence. Practice focus. Practice deep engagement. The more you practice, the better you become. The better you become, the more flow you experience. The tools. How to reclaim flow. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to reclaim flow and restore your capacity for deep attention. Tool 1. The phone-free zone designates specific areas as phone-free zones. The bedroom, the dining table, the office. These are areas where the phone is not allowed. They are sanctuaries of flow. Tool 2. The notification purge. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 3. The deep work block schedule. Specific times for deep work. These are blocks of time where you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions, no multitasking. Tool 4. The focus tool. Use tools that support focus. Noise-canceling headphones, background music, white noise timers. These tools help you enter and maintain the flow state. Tool 5. The digital Sabbath schedule. Regular periods of screen-free time. A digital Sabbath. A day without screens, a weekend without screens. The digital Sabbath is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Tool 6, the single tasking practice. Practice single tasking. Focus on one thing at a time. Do not switch tasks. Do not multitask. Do one thing and do it well. Tool 7, the presence practice. Practice presence. Pay attention to the present moment. Notice the details of your experience, the taste of your food, the feeling of your breath, the warmth of the sun. Presence is the foundation of flow. Tool 8, the rhythm practice. Learn your rhythm. Notice when you are most productive. Notice when you are most creative. Work with your rhythm. Do your deep work when you are most capable of flow. Tool 9, the recharge practice. Recharge your batteries. Take breaks. Get sleep. Exercise. Rest. Replenish the energy that flow requires. Tool 10, the flow journal. Keep a flow journal. Record your flow experiences. Notice when you are in flow. Notice what supports flow. Notice what disrupts flow. Use this information to cultivate more flow. The path forward. The fragmentation of flow is a serious problem. It is a threat to your productivity, your creativity, your connection, and yourself. But it is not a hopeless problem. You can reclaim flow. You can reclaim your capacity for deep attention. The path forward is not about rejecting technology. It is about using technology with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. The path forward is about redesigning your relationship with the digital world. It is about setting boundaries. It is about creating habits. It is about practicing presence. The path forward is about reclaiming your capacity for deep attention. It is about reclaiming your ability to enter the flow state. It is about reclaiming the most meaningful state of consciousness. The path forward is about reclaiming your life. Summary. The fragmented flow is the state of complete absorption, of total immersion, of effortless focus. It is the state where the best work is done, where creativity flourishes, where learning happens, where meaning is found, where life is lived fully. The screen age has fragmented our attention. It has shattered our capacity for deep focus. It has made it almost impossible to enter the flow state. We are constantly interrupted, distracted, and switching between tasks. Task switching has a cost. It creates attention residue. It costs time. It costs quality. It costs stress. The cost is significant. It is hidden. It is cumulative. The fragmentation of flow has hidden costs. It destroys creativity. It destroys learning. It destroys connection. It destroys meaning. It destroys the self. Flow is a neural state. It is associated with a specific neurochemical profile and a specific brainwave profile. It is a state of optimal brain function. It is a state of peak performance. The fragmentation of flow leads to the fragmentation of self. It disrupts identity. It undermines agency. It destroys presence. But you can reclaim flow. Awareness, pause, boundary, environment, habit, rhythm, recharge, and practice are the steps to reclaiming your capacity for deep attention. The path forward is about using technology with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. It is about reclaiming your life. The final word, flow, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is the state where the best work is done. It is the state where creativity flourishes. It is the state where learning happens. It is the state where meaning is found. It is the state where life is lived fully. The fragmentation of flow is a tragedy. It is the loss of the most meaningful state of consciousness. It is the loss of the most productive state of mind. It is the loss of the deepest engagement with life. But you are not a victim. You are the master of your own attention. You have the capacity for awareness. You have the capacity for choice. You have the capacity for change. The fragmentation of flow is a tool. It is a powerful tool. It can be used for good or for ill. It can be used to connect or to isolate. It can be used to create or to consume. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways. Flow, the state of complete absorption, total immersion, and effortless focus. It is the state where the best work is done, where creativity flourishes, where learning happens, where meaning is found. Fragmentation. The screen age has fragmented our attention. It has shattered our capacity for deep focus. It has made it almost impossible to enter the flow state. Task switching. What you call multitasking is actually rapid task switching. It is the rapid shifting of attention from one task to another. And each shift has a cost. Attention residue. When you switch tasks, part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. This is the cognitive baggage that interferes with the new task. The costs. Task switching has a time cost up to 23 minutes to re-engage, a quality cost, more mistakes, less creativity, and a stress cost, elevated cortisol. Hidden costs. Fragmentation destroys creativity, learning, connection, and meaning. It disrupts identity, undermines agency, and destroys presence. The neuroscience of flow. Flow is associated with a specific neurochemical profile: dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphins, anandamide, serotonin, and brainwave profile: alpha, beta, theta. The fragmented self. The fragmentation of attention leads to the fragmentation of self. It disrupts identity, undermines agency, and destroys presence. Reclaiming flow, awareness, pause, boundary, environment, habit, rhythm, recharge, and practice are the steps to reclaiming your capacity for deep attention. The path forward. The path forward is about using technology with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. It is about reclaiming your life. Chapter 9. Meta-awareness, the first step. The witness in the storm. There is a moment that happens to everyone who has ever tried to change a habit. It is the moment when you realize, with a jolt of recognition, that you have been acting on autopilot. It is the moment when you look up from your phone and realize you have been scrolling for 45 minutes with no memory of how you got there. It is the moment when you reach for a snack and realize you are not even hungry. It is the moment when you snap at a loved one and realize, too late, that you were not angry at them. You were just stressed. In that moment, something remarkable happens. You become aware of your own awareness. You observe your own behavior. You witness your own mind in action. This is meta-awareness. It is the capacity to step outside the stream of experience and observe it from a slight distance. It is the ability to be the witness of your own thoughts, feelings, and actions. Meta-awareness is the first step in reclaiming your attention. It is the foundation upon which all the other practices are built. Without meta-awareness, you are a passenger in your own life. With meta-awareness, you become the pilot. In this chapter, we will explore meta-awareness. We will examine the neuroscience of self-observation. We will reveal how meta-awareness can break the dopamine loop. We will provide a framework for developing meta-awareness. And we will offer practical exercises for cultivating this essential skill. The nature of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is the capacity to observe your own mental processes. It is the ability to be aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions as they happen. It is the ability to step outside the stream of experience and witness it from a slight distance. The two levels of awareness. There are two levels of awareness. The first level is primary awareness. This is the awareness of the external world. It is the awareness of what you see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. It is the awareness of the objects and events in your environment. The second level is meta-awareness. This is the awareness of your own awareness. It is the awareness of your thoughts, feelings, and actions. It is the awareness of your own mental processes. Primary awareness is automatic. It happens without effort. It is the default mode of consciousness. Meta-awareness requires effort. It requires attention. It requires practice. The witness. Meta-awareness is sometimes called the witness. It is the part of you that observes the rest of you. It is the part of you that notices when you are angry, sad, or anxious. It is the part of you that notices when you are distracted, bored, or engaged. The witness is not the same as the thoughts or feelings it observes. It is something separate. It is the observer. It is the one who watches. This is a crucial insight. You are not your thoughts. You are not your feelings. You are not your habits. You are the one who observes them. You are the witness. The gap meta-awareness creates a gap. It creates a gap between the stimulus and the response. It creates a gap between the urge and the action. In that gap, there is choice. Without meta-awareness, you are on autopilot. You react automatically. You follow the path of least resistance. You are a passenger. With meta-awareness, you have a choice. You can choose to respond or not to respond. You can choose to engage or disengage. You can choose the path that serves you best. The neuroscience of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is not just a philosophical concept. It is a neural reality. It is associated with specific brain regions and specific neural processes. The default mode network. The default mode network, DMN, is a network of brain regions that is active when you are not focused on an external task. It is the daydreaming network. It is the network that is active when you are mind-wandering, reflecting, or thinking about yourself. The DMN is associated with meta-awareness. It is the network that allows you to observe your own mental processes. It is the network that allows you to be self-reflective. The DMN is also the network that is associated with the inner critic. It is the network that generates self-critical thoughts and negative self-evaluations. It is the network that keeps you stuck in rumination. The prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the seat of executive control. It is the part of the brain that allows you to maintain focus, resist distraction, and manage competing demands. It is the part of the brain that is essential for meta-awareness. The prefrontal cortex is involved in the conscious awareness of your own mental processes. It is the part of the brain that allows you to observe your own thoughts and feelings. It is the part of the brain that allows you to reflect on your own behavior. The prefrontal cortex is also the part of the brain that is most affected by stress. When you are stressed, the prefrontal cortex goes offline. You lose the capacity for meta-awareness. You become reactive. You become automatic. The insula. The insula is a region of the brain that is involved in interoception, the awareness of your internal bodily states. It is the part of the brain that allows you to feel your heartbeat, your breath, and your gut feelings. The insula is also involved in meta-awareness. It is the part of the brain that allows you to be aware of your own emotional states. It is the part of the brain that allows you to feel your feelings. The insula is a bridge between the body and the mind. It is the part of the brain that connects the physical sensations of the body with the emotional experience of the mind. It is essential for meta-awareness. The anterior cingulate cortex. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, is a region of the brain that is involved in conflict monitoring, error detection, and the regulation of emotional responses. It is the part of the brain that signals when something is wrong. The ACC is also involved in meta-awareness. It is the part of the brain that allows you to notice when you are making a mistake. It is the part of the brain that allows you to notice when you are conflicted. The ACC is a bridge between the limbic system and the prefrontal cortex. It is the part of the brain that connects the emotional responses of the limbic system with the executive control of the prefrontal cortex. It is essential for meta-awareness. The development of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is not a fixed trait. It is a skill. It is a skill that can be developed. It is a skill that can be strengthened with practice. The role of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It is the practice of cultivating meta-awareness. Mindfulness trains the brain to be more aware of its own processes. It strengthens the prefrontal cortex. It strengthens the insula. It strengthens the ACC. It strengthens the DMN. Mindfulness is the most effective way to develop meta-awareness. It is the practice that directly cultivates the capacity to observe your own mind. The role of reflection. Reflection is the practice of thinking about your own thinking. It is the practice of examining your own thoughts, feelings, and actions. Reflection strengthens meta-awareness. It forces you to step outside the stream of experience and observe it from a distance. It builds the capacity for self-observation. Journaling is a form of reflection. It is the practice of writing down your thoughts and feelings. It is the practice of examining your own mental processes. The role of feedback. Feedback is the practice of receiving information about your own behavior. It is the practice of learning from your own actions. Feedback strengthens meta-awareness. It provides an external perspective on your own behavior. It helps you see what you might not see on your own. The feedback can come from others. It can come from the results of your actions. It can come from your own observations. Meta-awareness and the dopamine loop. Meta-awareness is the antidote to the dopamine loop. It breaks the cycle of cue, craving, response, and reward. It creates the gap in which choice becomes possible. Seeing the cue. Meta-awareness allows you to see the cue. It allows you to notice when a notification appears. It allows you to notice when a craving arises. It allows you to notice when you are about to act on autopilot. Seeing the cue is the first step in breaking the loop. If you do not see the cue, you cannot interrupt the loop. If you do not see the cue, you are a passenger. Observing the craving. Meta-awareness allows you to observe the craving. It allows you to notice the feeling of wanting. It allows you to notice the anticipation. It allows you to notice the urge. Observing the craving is the second step in breaking the loop. If you can observe the craving without acting on it, you have created a gap. In that gap, you have a choice. Choosing the response. Meta-awareness allows you to choose the response. It allows you to decide whether to engage or disengage. It allows you to decide whether to act on the craving or not. Choosing the response is the third step in breaking the loop. It is the moment of freedom. It is the moment when you reclaim your agency. Noticing the reward. Meta-awareness allows you to notice the reward. It allows you to observe the outcome of your action. It allows you to notice whether the reward was satisfying or not. Noticing the reward is the fourth step in breaking the loop. It allows you to see that the reward is not as satisfying as the craving promised. It allows you to break the illusion that the reward will fulfill you. The benefits of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness has profound benefits. It is not just a tool for breaking habits. It is a way of being. It is a way of living more fully and more consciously. Better decision-making. Meta-awareness leads to better decision-making. When you are aware of your own mental processes, you are less likely to be swayed by biases and emotions. You are more likely to make decisions that align with your values. Better emotional regulation. Meta-awareness leads to better emotional regulation. When you are aware of your own emotions, you are less likely to be overwhelmed by them. You are more likely to respond skillfully rather than react automatically. Better focus. Meta-awareness leads to better focus. When you are aware of your own attention, you are more likely to notice when you are distracted. You are more likely to bring your attention back to what matters. Better relationships. Meta-awareness leads to better relationships. When you are aware of your own behavior, you are less likely to act in ways that harm others. You are more likely to respond with empathy and compassion. Better well-being. Meta-awareness leads to better well-being. When you are aware of your own mental processes, you are less likely to be caught in patterns of rumination and negative thinking. You are more likely to experience peace and contentment. The obstacles to meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is not easy. There are obstacles that prevent us from being aware of our own mental processes. The autopilot. The autopilot is the default mode of the brain. It is the state of automatic, effortless processing. It is the state of doing without thinking. The autopilot is an obstacle to meta-awareness. It keeps you from being aware of your own mental processes. It keeps you acting on autopilot. The inner critic. The inner critic is the voice in your head that judges you. It is the voice that tells you that you are not good enough, that you are failing, that you should be better. The inner critic is an obstacle to meta-awareness. It makes you defensive. It makes you avoid looking at yourself. It makes you resist awareness. The distraction is the constant pull of external stimuli. It is the constant demand for your attention. It is the constant interruption of your focus. Distraction is an obstacle to meta-awareness. It keeps you focused on the external world. It keeps you from turning your attention inward. Discomfort is the unpleasant feeling that arises when you are aware of your own mental processes. It is the feeling of shame, guilt, or anxiety. It is the feeling of not being good enough. Discomfort is an obstacle to meta-awareness. It makes you avoid looking at yourself. It makes you resist awareness. It makes you reach for distraction. The practice of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is a practice. It is not a one-time achievement. It is a skill that must be cultivated over time. The beginner's mind. The beginner's mind is the practice of approaching things with openness, curiosity, and a lack of preconceptions. It is the opposite of the expert's mind, which is closed and rigid. The beginner's mind is essential for meta-awareness. It allows you to observe your own mental processes without judgment. It allows you to be curious about your own behavior. It allows you to learn from your own experience. The observational stance. The observational stance is the practice of observing your own mental processes without getting caught up in them. It is the practice of being the witness rather than the actor. The observational stance is essential for meta-awareness. It allows you to see your thoughts and feelings as mental events. It allows you to see them as passing phenomena. It allows you to let them go. The non-judgmental attitude. The non-judgmental attitude is the practice of observing your own mental processes without judging them. It is the practice of accepting what you find without criticism. The non-judgmental attitude is essential for meta-awareness. It allows you to see your own mental processes clearly. It allows you to learn from your own experience. It allows you to change without shame. The moment-to-moment attention. Moment-to-moment attention is the practice of paying attention to what is happening right now. It is the practice of being present. It is the practice of being here now. Moment-to-moment attention is essential for meta-awareness. It allows you to see your own mental processes as they happen. It allows you to catch them in the moment. It allows you to intervene before they become automatic. The tools, how to cultivate meta-awareness. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to cultivate meta-awareness. Tool 1. The breath awareness. The breath awareness is the practice of paying attention to your breath. It is the practice of noticing the sensation of breathing. The breath awareness is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It anchors you in the present moment. It gives you a focal point for your attention. It trains your mind to be aware. Practice. Set aside 5 minutes a day to focus on your breath. Notice the sensation of the air entering and leaving your nostrils. Notice the rise and fall of your chest. When your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the breath. Tool 2. The body scan. The body scan is the practice of paying attention to the sensations in your body. It is the practice of noticing the physical sensations that arise and pass away. The body scan is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It connects you to your body. It grounds you in the present moment. It trains your mind to be aware. Practice. Lie down or sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Slowly scan your body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Notice any sensations that arise. Do not judge them. Just notice them. Tool 3. The labeling practice. The labeling practice is the practice of labeling your mental experiences. It is the practice of naming what is happening in your mind. The labeling practice is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It creates distance between you and your mental experiences. It helps you see them as mental events rather than as reality. Practice. When you notice a thought, feeling, or sensation, label it. Thinking, feeling, sensation, urge, craving. Just label it and let it go. Tool 4. The thought observation. The thought observation is the practice of observing your thoughts as they arise and pass away. It is the practice of watching your thoughts without getting caught up in them. The thought observation is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It helps you see that thoughts are not reality. It helps you see that thoughts are just mental events. Practice. Sit quietly and observe your thoughts. Imagine that you are sitting by a river, watching leaves float by on the surface. Each thought is a leaf. Watch it appear, watch it float by, and watch it disappear. Tool 5. The emotion observation. The emotion observation is the practice of observing your emotions as they arise and pass away. It is the practice of feeling your feelings without being overwhelmed by them. The emotion observation is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It helps you see that emotions are not permanent. It helps you see that emotions are just passing phenomena. Practice. When you notice an emotion, observe it with curiosity. Where is it in your body? What does it feel like? What is its texture? What is its temperature? Observe it without trying to change it. Tool 6. The urge surfing. The urge surfing is the practice of riding the wave of an urge without acting on it. It is the practice of observing the urge as it rises, peaks, and falls. The urge surfing is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It breaks the dopamine loop. It creates the gap between the urge and the action. Practice. When you notice an urge, observe it with curiosity. Notice the physical sensations. Notice the thoughts. Notice the emotions. Ride the wave of the urge until it passes. Tool 7. The habit awareness. The habit awareness is the practice of observing your habits in action. It is the practice of noticing when you are acting on autopilot. The habit awareness is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It breaks the automaticity of habits. It creates the gap between the cue and the response. Practice. Choose a habit that you want to observe. When you notice yourself engaging in the habit, pause. Observe what is happening. Notice the cue. Notice the craving. Notice the response. Notice the reward. Tool 8. The daily reflection. The daily reflection is the practice of reflecting on your day. It is the practice of examining your thoughts, feelings, and actions. The daily reflection is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It strengthens the capacity for self-observation. It helps you learn from your experience. Practice. At the end of each day, take a few minutes to reflect. What happened today? What did you think, feel, and do? What went well? What could have gone better? What did you learn? Tool 9. The mindfulness meditation. The mindfulness meditation is the practice of sitting quietly and paying attention to the present moment. It is the practice of cultivating meta-awareness. The mindfulness meditation is the most powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It trains the brain to be more aware of its own processes. Practice. Sit quietly for a set period of time. Focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the breath. Do this every day. Tool 10. The meta-awareness prompt. The meta-awareness prompt is the practice of regularly asking yourself a question that prompts meta-awareness. It is the practice of checking in with yourself throughout the day. The meta-awareness prompt is a powerful tool for cultivating meta-awareness. It interrupts the autopilot. It creates a moment of awareness. Practice. Set a reminder on your phone to ask yourself, what am I thinking, feeling, and doing right now? Pause and check in with yourself. Notice what is happening in your mind and body. The path forward meta-awareness is the first step in reclaiming your attention. It is the foundation upon which all the other practices are built. Without meta-awareness, you are a passenger in your own life. With meta-awareness, you become the pilot. The path forward is about cultivating meta-awareness. It is about practicing the skills of observation, reflection, and presence. It is about strengthening the neural pathways that support self-awareness. The path forward is about using the tools of meta-awareness to break the dopamine loop, to resist the attention economy, and to reclaim your attention. The path forward is about living a life of intention, connection, and meaning. Summary. The first step. Meta-awareness is the capacity to observe your own mental processes. It is the ability to be aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions as they happen. It is the ability to be the witness of your own mind. Meta-awareness has two levels: primary awareness, awareness of the external world, and meta-awareness, awareness of your own awareness. Meta-awareness creates a gap between the stimulus and the response. In that gap, there is choice. Meta-awareness is associated with specific brain regions: the DMN, the prefrontal cortex, the insula, and the ACC. It is a skill that can be developed through mindfulness, reflection, and feedback. Meta-awareness is the antidote to the dopamine loop. It allows you to see the cue, observe the craving, choose the response, and notice the reward. It breaks the cycle of automaticity. Meta-awareness has profound benefits: better decision-making, better emotional regulation, better focus, better relationships, and better well-being. There are obstacles to meta-awareness: the autopilot, the inner critic, distraction, and discomfort. But these obstacles can be overcome with practice. The tools for cultivating meta-awareness include breath awareness, body scan, labeling, thought observation, emotion observation, urge surfing, habit awareness, daily reflection, mindfulness meditation, and meta-awareness prompts. The path forward is about cultivating meta-awareness. It is about practicing the skills of observation, reflection, and presence. It is about living a life of intention, connection, and meaning. The final word, meta-awareness, is the first step. It is the first step in breaking the dopamine loop. It is the first step in resisting the attention economy. It is the first step in reclaiming your attention. It is the first step in reclaiming your life. Meta-awareness is not a destination. It is a practice. It is a practice that must be cultivated every day. It is a practice that deepens over time. It is a practice that transforms your life. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways. Meta-awareness. The capacity to observe your own mental processes. The ability to be aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions as they happen. The ability to be the witness of your own mind. 2 levels of awareness. Primary awareness, awareness of the external world, and meta-awareness, awareness of your own awareness. Meta-awareness is the higher level, the witness. Meta-awareness is the witness. It is the observer. It is the part of you that watches the rest of you. The gap. Meta-awareness creates a gap between the stimulus and the response. In that gap, there is choice. In that gap, you are free. The neuroscience. Meta-awareness is associated with the DMN, the prefrontal cortex, the insula, and the ACC. These regions work together to support self-observation. The development meta-awareness is a skill that can be developed through mindfulness, reflection, and feedback. It is strengthened with practice. The antidote. Meta-awareness is the antidote to the dopamine loop. It allows you to see the cue, observe the craving, choose the response, and notice the reward. The benefits. Meta-awareness leads to better decision-making, better emotional regulation, better focus, better relationships, and better well-being. The obstacles. The autopilot, the inner critic, distraction, and discomfort are obstacles to meta-awareness. They can be overcome with practice. The tools. Breath awareness, body scan, labeling, thought observation, emotion observation, urge surfing, habit awareness, daily reflection, mindfulness meditation, and meta-awareness prompts are tools for cultivating meta-awareness. Chapter 10. Designing Your Digital Habitat. The power of environment. There is a famous story about the architect Christopher Alexander. He was designing a housing project in a low-income neighborhood. The planners wanted to put benches in the public spaces, but they were worried about vandalism. They proposed bolting the benches to the ground. Alexander had a different idea. He proposed making the benches more comfortable, more beautiful, and more inviting. His logic was simple. If you design a space that people want to take care of, they will take care of it. If you design a space that signals neglect, people will neglect it. This is the power of environmental design. The physical environment shapes behavior. It shapes it in ways that are subtle and profound. The path of least resistance is almost always the path taken. If the environment makes it easy to do something, you will do it. If the environment makes it hard to do something, you will not do it. This principle applies to the digital world as much as it applies to the physical world. Your digital environment, your phone, your apps, your notifications, your workflows, shapes your behavior. It shapes what you pay attention to. It shapes what you do. It shapes who you become. This is the power of designing your digital habitat. It is the practice of shaping your digital environment to support your values and goals. It is the practice of making the path of least resistance lead toward focus, connection, and meaning. In this chapter, we will explore the principles of digital habitat design. We will examine how the digital environment shapes behavior. We will provide a framework for redesigning your digital spaces, and we will offer practical tools for creating a digital habitat that serves you. The principles of environmental design. Environmental design is based on a simple insight. Behavior is a function of the environment. Change the environment, and you change the behavior. The path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is the principle that people will take the easiest path to achieve their goals. If there is an easy path and a hard path, people will take the easy path. This is not laziness. It is efficiency. It is the brain's natural tendency to conserve energy. The path of least resistance applies to digital behavior. If your phone is on your desk, the easiest path is to pick it up. If the apps are on your home screen, the easiest path is to open them. If the notifications are on, the easiest path is to respond. The path of least resistance is a design principle. It means that you can shape behavior by shaping the environment. Make the desired behavior easy. Make the undesired behavior hard. The friction principle. The friction principle is the idea that small barriers can have a big impact on behavior. Adding friction makes a behavior harder to do. Removing friction makes a behavior easier to do. Friction is a powerful tool for behavior change. A small amount of friction can break an automatic habit. A small amount of friction can create a moment of reflection. A small amount of friction can change the trajectory of your day. The friction principle applies to digital behavior. A few extra clicks can reduce app usage. A few extra seconds can reduce impulsive checking. A few extra barriers can break the dopamine loop. The cue principle. The cue principle is the idea that behavior is triggered by cues in the environment. A cue is a signal that triggers a behavior. It is the stimulus that starts the habit loop. Cues are powerful. They operate automatically. They operate unconsciously. They operate beneath the level of awareness. The cue principle applies to digital behavior. A notification is a cue. A badge on an app is a cue. The sight of your phone is a cue. The sound of a ping is a cue. The cue principle means that you can shape behavior by shaping the cues. Remove the cues for undesired behavior. Add the cues for desired behavior. The default principle. The default principle is the idea that people tend to stick with the default option. The default is the path of least resistance. It is the option that requires no effort. The default principle is a powerful tool for behavior change. Make the desired behavior the default. Make the undesired behavior the exception. The default principle applies to digital behavior. The default settings on your phone shape your behavior. The default settings on your apps shape your behavior. The default settings on your notifications shape your behavior. The digital habitat, a framework. The digital habitat is the collection of digital spaces that you inhabit. It includes your phone, your computer, your apps, your notifications, your workflows, and your digital routines. The digital habitat can be designed. You can shape it to support your values and goals. You can make it a place that fosters focus, connection, and meaning. The framework for designing your digital habitat has 5 layers. The device, the physical hardware that you use, the phone, the computer, the tablet, the smartwatch, the interface, the software that you interact with, the operating system, the apps, the browser, the settings, the content, the information that you consume, the news, the social media, the videos, the articles, the workflow, the patterns of use, the routines, the habits, the schedules, the rituals, the environment, the physical space where you use digital devices, the desk, the room, the home, the office. Each layer can be designed. Each layer can be optimized. Each layer contributes to the overall quality of your digital habitat. Layer 1. The device. The device is the foundation of the digital habitat. It is the physical hardware that you interact with. The choice of device and its configuration shapes your digital experience. The phone. The phone is the most powerful device in your digital habitat. It is always with you. It is always available. It is always ready to capture your attention. The phone can be designed. You can configure it to support your values and goals. You can make it a tool rather than a distraction. The notification settings. The notification settings are the most important configuration on your phone. They determine what interrupts you and what does not. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Keep only the notifications that serve you. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. The app layout. The app layout determines what you see when you open your phone. It shapes what you do. Remove the distracting apps from your home screen. Put them in a folder. Make them harder to access. Put the useful apps on the home screen. Make them easier to access. The grayscale mode. The grayscale mode removes the color from your screen. It makes the phone less visually engaging. It reduces the dopamine trigger. It makes the phone easier to put down. Turn on grayscale mode. See if it makes a difference. Notice how the phone becomes less compelling. The Do Not Disturb mode. The Do Not Disturb mode silences notifications. It creates a period of uninterrupted focus. It protects your attention. Use Do Not Disturb mode during deep work. Use it during meals. Use it during sleep. Protect your attention. The computer. The computer is the second most powerful device in your digital habitat. It is where you do deep work. It is where you create. It is where you engage with the world. The computer can be designed. You can configure it to support your values and goals. You can make it a tool rather than a distraction. The notification settings. The notification settings on your computer are as important as the settings on your phone. Turn off all non-essential notifications. The app layout. The app layout on your computer determines what you see when you open it. It shapes what you do. Remove the distracting apps from your dock. Put them in a folder. Make them harder to access. Put the useful apps on the dock. Make them easier to access. The focus mode. The focus mode on your computer creates a period of uninterrupted focus. It silences notifications. It protects your attention. Use focus mode during deep work. Use it during creative work. Use it during any period where you need to focus. The smartwatch. The smartwatch is a new addition to the digital habitat. It is a device on your wrist. It is always with you. It is always buzzing. The smartwatch can be a source of constant interruption. It can be a source of constant distraction, or it can be a tool for intentional use. Turn off all non-essential notifications on your smartwatch. Keep only the notifications that serve you. Use the smartwatch as a tool for tracking and monitoring, not as a source of interruption. Layer 2. The interface. The interface is the software that you interact with. It is the operating system, the apps, the browser, and the settings. The interface shapes your digital experience. The apps. The apps are the primary interface for digital engagement. They are where you spend most of your digital time. They shape what you do and how you feel. The app audit. Audit your apps. Remove the apps that do not serve you. Remove the apps that are designed to capture your attention. Keep only the apps that are truly useful. The app settings. Configure your app settings. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Turn off all non-essential features. Make the app serve you, not the other way around. The app usage. Monitor your app usage. Notice which apps you use most. Notice which apps you use compulsively. Make changes based on what you find. The browser. The browser is the gateway to the internet. It is where you access information, connect with others, and engage with the world. The bookmark bar. The bookmark bar determines what you see when you open your browser. It shapes what you do. Remove the distracting bookmarks. Add the useful bookmarks. Make it easy to access the sites that serve you. Make it hard to access the sites that distract you. The extensions. The extensions are tools that enhance your browser. They can block distractions, manage time, and improve focus. Use extensions that support your goals. Use ad blockers. Use focus tools. Use time trackers. Use extensions that make the browser serve you. The privacy settings. The privacy settings determine what data is collected about you. They shape your digital footprint. Configure your privacy settings. Limit data collection. Protect your privacy. Take control of your digital identity. The social media is a powerful interface. It is where you connect with others. It is where you share your life. It is where you compare yourself to others. The social media audit. Audit your social media. Which platforms do you use? Which platforms serve you? Which platforms distract you? Make changes based on what you find. The follow list. The follow list determines what you see. It shapes your feed. It shapes your experience. Unfollow accounts that do not serve you. Follow accounts that inspire you. Follow accounts that educate you. Curate a feed that supports your values and goals. The settings. Configure your social media settings. Turn off non-essential notifications. Turn off autoplay. Turn off infinite scroll. Make the platform serve you. Layer 3. The content. The content is the information that you consume. It is the news, the social media, the videos, the articles. The content shapes your mind. It shapes your worldview. It shapes who you become. The news. The news is a powerful source of content. It shapes your understanding of the world. It shapes your emotions. It shapes your actions. The news diet. Limit your news consumption. Choose specific times of day for news. Avoid the 24/7 news cycle. Choose sources that are balanced and reliable. Avoid the outrage cycle. The news sources. Choose your news sources carefully. Choose sources that are balanced and reliable. Choose sources that inform rather than outrage. Choose sources that respect your attention. The news consumption. Be intentional about how you consume news. Read articles fully. Think critically. Question the narrative. Do not be manipulated. The social media content. Social media content is a powerful source of information and influence. It shapes your emotions. It shapes your relationships. It shapes your identity. The content audit. Audit your social media content. What are you consuming? What are you sharing? What are you engaging with? Make changes based on what you find. The content curation. Curate your social media content. Follow accounts that inspire you. Follow accounts that educate you. Unfollow accounts that do not serve you. The content creation. Create content that serves you. Share content that reflects your values. Engage with content that matters. Be a conscious consumer and creator. The entertainment is a powerful source of content. It relaxes you, it distracts you, it shapes your emotions. The entertainment diet. Limit your entertainment consumption. Choose quality over quantity. Choose content that enriches you. Avoid content that degrades you. The entertainment sources. Choose your entertainment sources carefully. Choose sources that respect your attention. Choose sources that offer quality content. The entertainment consumption. Be intentional about how you consume entertainment. Watch fully. Reflect on what you watch. Do not let entertainment consume you. Layer 4. The workflow. The workflow is the patterns of use. It is the routines, the habits, the schedules, and the rituals. The workflow shapes your digital behavior. The deep work. Deep work is the practice of focused, uninterrupted work. It is the work that requires full attention. It is the work that produces the best results. The deep work block. Schedule specific times for deep work. These are blocks of time where you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions, no multitasking. The deep work environment. Create a deep work environment, a quiet space, a clutter-free space, a space that supports focus. The deep work ritual. Create a deep work ritual, a routine that signals the start of deep work, a ritual that prepares your mind for focus. The shallow work. Shallow work is the practice of low-effort, easily replicated work. It is the work that does not require full attention. It is the work that can be done while distracted. The shallow work block. Schedule specific times for shallow work. These are blocks of time where you can do low-effort tasks, respond to emails, do administrative tasks, process routine information. The shallow work environment. Create a shallow work environment, a space that supports quick task completion, a space that allows for interruptions. The shallow work ritual. Create a shallow work ritual, a routine that signals the start of shallow work, a ritual that prepares your mind for quick task completion. The transition. The transition is the shift from one activity to another. It is the moment of switching. It is the moment of reorienting. The transition ritual. Create a transition ritual, a routine that signals the end of one activity and the start of another. A moment of pause and reflection. The transition environment. Create a transition environment, a space that supports the shift, a space that allows for reflection. The transition practice. Practice transitions. Be intentional about the shift. Do not let the shift happen automatically. Layer 5. The environment. The environment is the physical space where you use digital devices. It is the desk, the room, the home, the office. The environment shapes your digital behavior. The physical space. The physical space is the foundation of the environment. It is where you spend your time. It shapes your mood. It shapes your behavior. The clutter. Clutter is a source of distraction. It pulls your attention away from what matters. It creates a sense of overwhelm. Clear the clutter. Create a space that supports focus. Create a space that supports presence. The lighting. Lighting affects your mood and your attention. Bright light promotes alertness. Dim light promotes relaxation. Choose the right lighting for your activities. Use bright light for work. Use dim light for relaxation. Use natural light when possible. The sound. Sound affects your mood and your attention. Noise is distracting. Silence is calming. Music can be motivating. Choose the right sound for your activities. Use silence for deep work. Use music for shallow work. Use white noise for focus. The digital space. The digital space is the virtual environment where you spend your digital time. It is the screen, the interface, the content, the digital clutter. Digital clutter is a source of distraction. It pulls your attention away from what matters. It creates a sense of overwhelm. Clear the digital clutter. Organize your files. Organize your bookmarks. Organize your apps. Create a digital space that supports focus. The digital boundaries. Digital boundaries are the rules that govern your digital behavior. They shape what you do and when you do it. Set digital boundaries. Define when you use digital devices. Define where you use digital devices. Define how you use digital devices, the digital rituals. Digital rituals are the routines that shape your digital behavior. They signal the start and end of digital activities. Create digital rituals. A ritual for starting work, a ritual for ending work, a ritual for checking email, a ritual for social media. The tools, how to design your digital habitat. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to design your digital habitat. Tool 1. The Notification Purge. Turn off all non-essential notifications. Keep only the notifications that serve you. Ask yourself, does this notification serve me, or does it serve the company that sends it? If it does not serve you, turn it off. Tool 2. The App Audit. Audit your apps. Remove the apps that do not serve you. Remove the apps that are designed to capture your attention. Keep only the apps that are truly useful. Tool 3. The Home Screen Cleanse. Remove the distracting apps from your home screen. Put them in a folder. Make them harder to access. Put the useful apps on the home screen. Make them easier to access. Tool 4. The Grayscale Mode. Turn on Grayscale Mode. The vibrant colors of the screen are designed to capture your attention. Grayscale makes the phone less visually engaging. It makes it easier to put down. Tool 5. The Do Not Disturb. Use Do Not Disturb mode during deep work. Use it during meals. Use it during sleep. Protect your attention. Tool 6. The Focus Mode. Use Focus Mode on your computer during deep work. Use it during creative work. Use it during any period where you need to focus. Tool 7. The Bookmark Cleanse. Remove the distracting bookmarks from your browser. Add the useful bookmarks. Make it easy to access the sites that serve you. Make it hard to access the sites that distract you. Tool 8. The Extension Audit. Audit your browser extensions. Remove the extensions that do not serve you. Add extensions that support your goals. Use ad blockers, focus tools, and time trackers. Tool 9. The Social Media Audit. Audit your social media. Which platforms do you use? Which platforms serve you? Which platforms distract you? Unfollow accounts that do not serve you. Follow accounts that inspire you. Tool 10. The Deep Work Block Schedule. Specific times for deep work. These are blocks of time where you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions, no multitasking. The path forward. The digital habitat is a powerful force. It shapes your behavior. It shapes your attention. It shapes your life. But you can design it. You can shape it to support your values and goals. You can make it a place that fosters focus, connection, and meaning. The path forward is about intentional design. It is about making conscious choices about your digital environment. It is about creating a habitat that serves you. The path forward is about reclaiming your attention. It is about reclaiming your time. It is about reclaiming your life. Summary: the designed habitat. The digital habitat is the collection of digital spaces that you inhabit. It includes your phone, your computer, your apps, your notifications, your workflows, and your digital routines. The digital habitat can be designed. You can shape it to support your values and goals. You can make it a place that fosters focus, connection, and meaning. The principles of environmental design include the path of least resistance, the friction principle, the queue principle, and the default principle. These principles can be applied to the digital habitat. The framework for designing your digital habitat has 5 layers: the device, the interface, the content, the workflow, and the environment. Each layer can be designed. Each layer can be optimized. The tools for designing your digital habitat include the notification purge, the app audit, the home screen cleanse, the grayscale mode, the do not disturb mode, the focus mode, the bookmark cleanse, the extension audit, the social media audit, and the deep work block. The path forward is about intentional design. It is about making conscious choices about your digital environment. It is about creating a habitat that serves you. The final word. Your digital habitat is your home. It is where you spend your time. It is where you do your work. It is where you connect with others. It is where you shape your mind. Design it well. Make it a place that supports your values and goals. Make it a place that fosters focus, connection, and meaning. Make it a place that serves you. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways. Environmental design. Behavior is a function of the environment. Change the environment and you change the behavior. The path of least resistance. People will take the easiest path to achieve their goals. Make the desired behavior easy. Make the undesired behavior hard. The friction principle. Small barriers can have a big impact on behavior. Add friction to break automatic habits. Remove friction to make desired behaviors easier. The cue principle. Behavior is triggered by cues in the environment. Remove the cues for undesired behavior. Add the cues for desired behavior. The default principle. People tend to stick with the default option. Make the desired behavior the default. The framework. The digital habitat has 5 layers: the device, the interface, the content, the workflow, and the environment. The device. Configure your phone, computer, and smartwatch to support your values and goals. The interface. Configure your apps, browser, and social media to support your values and goals. The content. Curate your news, social media, and entertainment to support your values and goals. The workflow. Create routines, habits, and rituals that support focus, connection, and meaning. The environment. Design your physical space to support focus, presence, and well-being. The tools. Use the notification purge, app audit, home screen cleanse, grayscale mode, do not disturb, focus mode, bookmark cleanse, extension audit, social media audit, and deep work block to design your digital habitat. Chapter 11. The Deep Work Revival. The lost superpower. There is a skill that has become increasingly rare in the modern world. It is a skill that was once common, almost universal. It is a skill that our ancestors possessed as a matter of course. It is the ability to focus without distraction on a cognitively demanding task. It is the ability to sink into a state of deep concentration. It is the ability to do deep work. Cal Newport, the author of Deep Work, defines it as professional activities performed in a state of distraction-free concentration that push your cognitive capabilities to their limit. These efforts create new value, improve your skill, and are hard to replicate. It is the state where you produce your best work, where you learn most effectively, where you create most meaningfully. Deep work is not just about productivity. It is about the experience of being fully alive. It is about the flow state, the immersion, the sense of purpose that comes from engaging deeply with a meaningful task. As Newport notes, to build your working life around the experience of flow produced by deep work is a proven path to deep satisfaction. But deep work is under threat. The screen age has fragmented our attention. It has made sustained focus almost impossible. We have become a society of shallow workers, constantly interrupted, constantly distracted, constantly switching between tasks. We have lost the superpower of deep work. In this chapter, we will explore the deep work revival. We will examine the neuroscience of sustained attention. We will reveal the costs of shallow work. We will provide a framework for cultivating deep work. and we will offer practical tools for reviving this lost superpower. The death of depth. The decline of deep work is not an accident. It is the predictable outcome of the attention economy. The forces that have fragmented our attention are powerful and systematic. The fragmentation of time. Our time has been fragmented. We no longer have long, uninterrupted blocks of time for deep work. Our time is chopped into small pieces. Meetings, notifications, emails, and social media all compete for our attention. The average knowledge worker checks their email every few minutes. The average person checks their phone hundreds of times a day. Our time is no longer our own. It has been stolen by the forces of distraction. The fragmentation of attention. Our attention has been fragmented. We are constantly switching between tasks. We are constantly interrupted. We are constantly distracted. The cost of this fragmentation is significant. It creates attention residue, the cognitive baggage that interferes with our ability to focus. It reduces our performance. It increases our stress. It makes deep work impossible. The cult of busyness. Our culture has come to value busyness over depth. We glorify the hustle. We celebrate the person who is always busy, always available, always connected. We have forgotten that busyness is not productivity. We have forgotten that shallow work is not deep work. The cult of busyness is a powerful force. It keeps us trapped in a cycle of constant activity. It prevents us from doing the deep work that truly matters. It robs us of the satisfaction that comes from craftsmanship. The neuroscience of depth. To revive deep work, we must understand the neuroscience of sustained attention. Deep work is not just a matter of willpower, it is a matter of neurobiology. The prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the seat of executive control. It is the part of the brain that allows you to maintain focus, resist distraction, and manage competing demands. It is the part of the brain that is essential for deep work. The prefrontal cortex is fragile. It is energy hungry. It tires quickly. It has a limited capacity. This is why you cannot maintain deep focus for hours on end. This is why you need breaks. This is why you need to work with your biology, not against it. The ultradian rhythm. The brain operates in cycles. These are called ultradian rhythms. They are biological cycles that regulate energy, focus, and cellular repair. They typically last 90 to 120 minutes, followed by a period of rest and recovery. During the peak of the ultradian cycle, you have the cognitive resources for deep work. Your focus is sharp. Your energy is high. You can tackle demanding tasks. During the trough of the cycle, your cognitive resources are depleted. You need to rest. You need to recover. The ultradian rhythm is a fundamental feature of human biology. It cannot be ignored. If you try to push through the trough, you will experience diminishing returns. You will be less productive. You will be more stressed. You will be more prone to burnout. The attention residue. Attention residue is the cognitive baggage that interferes with your ability to focus. When you switch from one task to another, part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. It residues. This residue reduces your performance on the new task. Sophie Leroy, the researcher who identified attention residue, explains, "When you experience attention residue and keep thinking about task A while working on task B, it means you have fewer cognitive resources available to perform task B. The impact? Your performance on task B is likely to suffer, especially if task B is cognitively demanding. Attention residue is the enemy of deep work. It fragments your focus. It reduces your cognitive capacity. It makes it impossible to enter the flow state. the framework for deep work. Reviving deep work requires a systematic approach. It requires understanding the principles of deep work, creating the conditions for deep work, and practicing the skills of deep work. Principle 1. Work deeply. The first principle of deep work is to work deeply. This means creating the conditions for sustained focus and engaging in cognitively demanding tasks. The deep work block. Schedule specific times for deep work. These are blocks of time where you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions, no multitasking. The deep work environment. Create a deep work environment, a quiet space, a clutter-free space, a space that supports focus. The deep work ritual. Create a deep work ritual, a routine that signals the start of deep work, a ritual that prepares your mind for focus. Principle 2. Embrace boredom. The second principle of deep work is to embrace boredom. This means resisting the urge to fill every spare moment with stimulation. It means allowing your mind to wander. It means practicing the skill of being bored. The boredom practice. Schedule time for boredom. Do not reach for your phone at the first sign of boredom. Let the boredom be. It is the gateway to creativity and reflection. The concentration training. Train your concentration. Practice focusing on a single task for increasing periods of time. Strengthen your capacity for sustained attention. The digital restriction. Restrict your digital consumption. Schedule specific times for using the internet and social media. Avoid using them outside of these times. Principle 3. Quit social media. The third principle of deep work is to quit social media. This does not mean abandoning social media entirely. It means using it intentionally. It means recognizing that for most people, social media is a distraction that prevents deep work. The social media audit. Audit your social media use. Which platforms do you use? Which platforms serve you? Which platforms distract you? Make changes based on what you find. The tool selection. Choose your tools carefully. Ask yourself, does this tool help me achieve my goals? Does it support my deep work? If not, consider dropping it. The intentional use. Use social media intentionally. Schedule specific times for checking it. Avoid using it during deep work. Use it for connection, not for distraction. Principle 4. Drain the shallows. The fourth principle of deep work is to drain the shallows. This means minimizing shallow work, the low-effort, easily replicated tasks that do not require deep focus. The shallow work audit. Audit your shallow work. What tasks are shallow? What tasks are deep? Make changes based on what you find. The shallow work block. Schedule specific times for shallow work. Do not let shallow work encroach on your deep work time. The efficiency practice. Make your shallow work more efficient. Respond to emails thoroughly. Batch similar tasks. Reduce the time you spend on shallow work. The biology of deep work. Deep work is not just a matter of willpower, it is a matter of biology. To do deep work effectively, you must work with your biology, not against it. The Ultradian Rhythm Protocol. The Ultradian Rhythm Protocol is the practice of aligning your work with your natural energy cycles. It involves working in 90 to 120-minute blocks, followed by periods of rest and recovery. The focus block. Work in focused blocks of 90 to 120 minutes. During these blocks, you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions. The rest block. After each focus block, take a break. Rest for 15 to 30 minutes. Do not work. Do not check your phone. Give your brain time to recover. The rhythm tracking. Track your energy levels. Notice when you are most productive. Notice when you are most creative. Work with your rhythm. Do your deep work when you are most capable of focus. The attention residue protocol. The attention residue protocol is the practice of minimizing the cognitive baggage that interferes with your ability to focus. It involves creating clean transitions between tasks. The transition ritual. Create a transition ritual. When you finish a task, take a moment to close it. Review what you have done. Plan what you will do next. Give your brain time to let go. The task blocking. Block similar tasks together. Do not switch between different types of tasks. Reduce the number of transitions. Minimize attention residue. The completion practice. Complete tasks before switching. Do not leave tasks unfinished. If you cannot complete a task, write down what you need to do next. This helps your brain let go. The monotropic flow. Monotropism is a cognitive style characterized by intense, narrowly focused attention on a small number of interests. It is the ability to enter a flow state and sustain it for long periods. The monotropic flow practice. Cultivate the ability to enter the flow state. Engage with tasks that absorb you completely. Let go of distractions. Immerse yourself in the task at hand. The monotropic environment. Create an environment that supports monotropic flow. Minimize distractions. Reduce interruptions. Create a space that allows for deep focus. The monotropic rhythm. Honor the rhythm of monotropic flow. Do not interrupt the flow state. Do not force transitions. Let the flow unfold naturally. The Deep Work Revival, a step-by-step guide. The Deep Work Revival is a practice. It is not a one-time achievement. It is a skill that must be cultivated over time. Step 1. The Deep Work Audit. The first step is to audit your current work patterns. How much of your time is spent on deep work? How much is spent on shallow work? What are the sources of distraction? What are the sources of interruption? Track your time. Notice when you are productive. Notice when you are distracted. Notice what supports deep work. Notice what prevents it. Step 2. The Deep Work Schedule. The second step is to create a deep work schedule. Set aside specific times for deep work. Protect these times. Do not let them be encroached upon by shallow work or interruptions. Schedule your deep work during your peak energy periods. If you are a morning person, do your deep work in the morning. If you are a night owl, do your deep work at night. Work with your biology, not against it. Step 3. The Deep Work Environment. The third step is to create a deep work environment. This is a physical and digital space that supports sustained focus. Remove distractions from your workspace. Clear the clutter. Turn off notifications. Put your phone in another room. Create a space that invites deep focus. Step 4. The Deep Work Ritual. The fourth step is to create a deep work ritual. This is a routine that signals the start of deep work. It prepares your mind for focus. Your ritual might include a cup of coffee, a few minutes of meditation, or a specific piece of music. It might involve going to a specific location. It might involve a specific sequence of actions. Whatever it is, make it consistent. Make it a habit. Step 5. The Deep Work Practice. The fifth step is to practice deep work. Start with a manageable amount of time. Work in focused blocks of 90 minutes. Take breaks between blocks. Gradually increase the amount of time you spend in deep work. Be patient. Deep work is a skill. It takes time to develop. It takes practice to strengthen. Do not expect to be able to do deep work for hours on end immediately. Build up to it gradually. Step 6. The Deep Work Review. The sixth step is to review your deep work. At the end of each deep work session, take a moment to reflect. What worked? What did not work? What can you improve? Use this feedback to refine your practice. Track your progress. Notice how your capacity for deep work improves over time. Celebrate your successes. Learn from your failures. The tools, how to revive deep work. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to revive deep work. Tool 1. The Deep Work Block Schedule. Specific times for deep work. These are blocks of time where you do nothing but focus on a single task. No interruptions, no distractions, no multitasking. Tool 2. The Focus Timer. Use a timer to structure your deep work. Work for 90 minutes. Take a break for 15 to 30 minutes. Repeat. The timer helps you stay focused and reminds you to take breaks. Tool 3. The Distraction List. Keep a distraction list. When you are working and a distracting thought arises, write it down. Do not act on it. Just write it down and return to your work. This helps you let go of distractions. Tool 4. The Shutdown Ritual. Create a shutdown ritual. At the end of your workday, take a moment to close your work. Review what you have done. Plan what you will do next. Give your brain time to let go. Tool 5. The Boredom Practice. Schedule time for boredom. Do not reach for your phone at the first sign of boredom. Let the boredom be. It is the gateway to creativity and reflection. Tool 6. The Social Media Audit. Audit your social media use. Which platforms do you use? Which platforms serve you? Which platforms distract you? Make changes based on what you find. Tool 7. The Shallow Work Block Schedule. Specific times for shallow work. Do not let shallow work encroach on your deep work time. Tool 8. The Transition Ritual. Create a transition ritual. When you finish a task, take a moment to close it. Review what you have done. Plan what you will do next. Give your brain time to let go. Tool 9. The Energy Tracking. Track your energy levels. Notice when you are most productive. Notice when you are most creative. Work with your rhythm. Do your deep work when you are most capable of focus. Tool 10. The Monotropic Flow Practice. Cultivate the ability to enter the flow state. Engage with tasks that absorb you completely. Let go of distractions. Immerse yourself in the task at hand. The path forward. The deep work revival is a movement. It is a movement to reclaim our capacity for sustained focus. It is a movement to reclaim our ability to do our best work. It is a movement to reclaim our lives. The path forward is about understanding the neuroscience of depth. It is about working with our biology, not against it. It is about creating the conditions for deep work. It is about practicing the skills of deep work. The path forward is about embracing boredom. It is about resisting the cult of busyness. It is about choosing depth over shallowness. It is about doing work that matters. The path forward is about revival. It is about bringing deep work back to life. It is about reclaiming our lost superpower. Summary: the deep work. Revival. Deep work is the ability to focus without distraction on a cognitively demanding task. It is a skill that allows you to quickly master complicated information and produce better results in less time. It is a source of deep satisfaction. Deep work is under threat. The screen age has fragmented our attention. The attention economy has exploited our biology. The cult of busyness has devalued depth. The neuroscience of depth reveals that the brain operates in ultradian rhythms, with 90 to 120 minutes of peak focus followed by rest. It reveals that attention residue interferes with our ability to focus. It reveals that monotropic flow is the state of deep immersion. The framework for deep work has 4 principles. Work deeply, embrace boredom, quit social media, and drain the shallows. These principles provide a systematic approach to reviving deep work. The biology of deep work requires working with ultradian rhythms, minimizing attention residue, and cultivating monotropic flow. It requires honoring the natural cycles of the brain. The deep work revival is a practice. It requires an audit, a schedule, an environment, a ritual, and a review. It requires patience, persistence, and practice. The tools for reviving deep work include the deep work block, the focus timer, the distraction list, the shutdown ritual, the boredom practice, the social media audit, the shallow work block, the transition ritual, the energy tracking, and the monotropic flow practice. The path forward is about reclaiming our capacity for sustained focus. It is about reclaiming our ability to do our best work. It is about reclaiming our lives. The final word, deep work, is a superpower. It is a superpower that has become increasingly rare in the modern world, but it is a superpower that can be revived. It is a superpower that can be reclaimed. The path forward is not easy. It requires effort. It requires practice. It requires persistence. But the rewards are profound. The rewards are deep work. The rewards are deep satisfaction. The rewards are a life of meaning and purpose. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways: deep work, the ability to focus without distraction on a cognitively demanding task. It is a skill that produces new value, improves skill, and is hard to replicate. The death of depth. Deep work is under threat from the fragmentation of time, the fragmentation of attention, and the cult of busyness. The ultradian rhythm. The brain operates in 90 to 120-minute cycles of peak focus followed by rest. Working with these cycles improves productivity and reduces burnout. Attention residue. When you switch tasks, part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task. This residue reduces performance on the new task. Monotropism, a cognitive style characterized by intense, narrowly focused attention. It is the ability to enter a flow state and sustain it for long periods. The 4 principles: work deeply, embrace boredom, quit social media, and drain the shallows. The biology of depth. Deep work requires working with ultradian rhythms, minimizing attention residue, and cultivating monotropic flow. The practice, the deep work revival, requires an audit, a schedule, an environment, a ritual, and a review. The tools, the deep work block, focus timer, distraction list, shutdown ritual, boredom practice, social media audit, shallow work block, transition ritual, energy tracking, and monotropic flow practice are tools for reviving deep work. The path forward. The path forward is about reclaiming our capacity for sustained focus. It is about reclaiming our ability to do our best work. It is about reclaiming our lives. Chapter 12. The Art of the Digital Sabbath. The gift of stillness. There is a practice that has existed in human cultures for millennia. It is the practice of setting aside a period of time for rest, reflection, and renewal. It is the practice of stepping away from the demands of daily life and entering a space of stillness. It is the practice of the Sabbath. The Sabbath is not just a religious observance. It is a human need. It is a biological imperative. It is a psychological necessity. The brain needs rest. The mind needs reflection. The soul needs stillness. In the modern world, we have lost the Sabbath. We have filled every spare moment with stimulation. We have become a society of busyness, of constant connection, of endless consumption. We have forgotten the gift of stillness. The digital Sabbath is the practice of reclaiming this gift. It is the practice of setting aside regular periods of screen-free time. It is the practice of disconnecting from the digital world and reconnecting with the physical world. It is the practice of rest, reflection, and renewal. In this chapter, we will explore the art of the digital Sabbath. We will examine the neuroscience of rest and reflection. We will reveal the hidden costs of constant connection. We will provide a framework for implementing the digital Sabbath, and we will offer practical tools for making it a sustainable practice. The neuroscience of rest. The brain is not a machine that can run continuously. It is a biological organ that requires rest. It requires periods of downtime to consolidate memories, process information, and restore energy. The default mode network. The default mode network, DMN, is a network of brain regions that is active when you are not focused on an external task. It is the daydreaming network. It is the network that is active when you are mind-wandering, reflecting, or thinking about yourself. The DMN is essential for a healthy, functioning brain. It is involved in memory consolidation, self-reflection, and creative insight. It is the network that allows you to make novel connections, to generate new ideas, and to understand yourself and others. The DMN is suppressed by external stimuli. When you are engaged with a screen, the DMN is quiet. When you are scrolling, the DMN is silent. When you are checking notifications, the DMN is offline. The digital Sabbath is a time for the DMN to do its work. It is a time for the brain to consolidate memories, to reflect on experiences, and to generate creative insights. It is a time for the brain to rest and restore. The glymphatic system. The glymphatic system is the brain's waste clearance system. It is a network of vessels that clears waste products from the brain. It is most active during sleep. The glymphatic system is essential for brain health. It clears the waste products that accumulate during waking hours. It clears the proteins that are associated with neurodegenerative diseases. The glymphatic system is also active during rest. When you are resting, the brain is clearing waste. When you are resting, the brain is repairing itself. The digital Sabbath is a time for the glymphatic system to do its work. It is a time for the brain to clear waste and repair itself. It is a time for the brain to rest and restore. Neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to change in response to experience. It is the ability to form new neural connections, to strengthen existing connections, and to prune unused connections. Neuroplasticity is essential for learning and growth. It is the mechanism by which we acquire new skills, form new memories, and adapt to new circumstances. Neuroplasticity is also affected by rest. The brain consolidates new learning during rest. It strengthens new connections during rest. It integrates new information during rest. The digital Sabbath is a time for neuroplasticity. It is a time for the brain to consolidate learning, to strengthen connections, and to integrate new information. It is a time for the brain to grow and change. The psychology of boredom. Boredom is a state that has almost disappeared from our lives. We have filled every spare moment with stimulation. We have eliminated the space for boredom. We have forgotten that boredom is not an enemy. It is a gift. The value of boredom. Boredom is the absence of external stimulation. It is the space between activities. It is the void that we fill with our phones. Boredom is not a waste of time. It is essential time. It is the time when the brain makes novel connections. It is the time when the brain generates creative insights. It is the time when the brain reflects on experience. Boredom is the gateway to creativity. It is the state where the mind wanders. It is the state where the brain makes novel associations. It is the state where new ideas are born. Boredom is the gateway to self-reflection. It is the state where you examine your life. It is the state where you understand yourself. It is the state where you grow as a person. The loss of boredom. We have lost boredom. We have eliminated it from our lives. We have filled every spare moment with stimulation. We have never let the DMN do its work. The loss of boredom is a tragedy. It is the loss of creativity. It is the loss of self-reflection. It is the loss of growth. It is the loss of depth. The digital Sabbath is a time for boredom. It is a time to let the mind wander. It is a time to embrace the void. It is a time to rediscover the gift of boredom. The benefits of boredom. Boredom has profound benefits. It is not a waste of time. It is essential time. Creativity. Boredom is the gateway to creativity. It allows the brain to make novel connections. It allows the brain to generate new ideas. It is the source of creative insight. Self-reflection. Boredom is the gateway to self-reflection. It allows you to examine your life. It allows you to understand yourself. It allows you to grow as a person. Problem solving. Boredom is the gateway to problem solving. It allows you to think deeply about a problem. It allows you to generate new solutions. It is the source of insight. Rest and renewal. Boredom is rest. It is renewal. It is the space between activities. It is the time for the brain to recover. It is the time for the mind to refresh. The costs of constant connection. The constant connection of the digital world has a cost. It is not free. You pay for it with your time, your attention, your health, and your well-being. The cost of attention. Constant connection fragments your attention. It makes it impossible to focus. It makes it impossible to be present. It makes it impossible to do deep work. The constant interruptions pull you out of the present moment. They make it impossible to be fully engaged. They make it impossible to enter the flow state. The cost of health. Constant connection damages your health. It increases stress. It disrupts sleep. It contributes to anxiety and depression. The constant stimulation keeps your stress system activated. The constant cortisol elevation damages your body. The constant blue light disrupts your sleep. The constant social comparison contributes to depression. The cost of connection. Constant connection erodes real connection. It replaces face-to-face interaction with digital interaction. It creates a simulation of connection that leaves you feeling more isolated. The digital world is a substitute for real connection. It is a pale imitation. It does not satisfy the need for belonging. It only creates more craving. The cost of self. Constant connection erodes the self. It disrupts identity. It undermines agency. It destroys presence. The constant stimulation prevents self-reflection. It prevents self-understanding. It prevents self-growth. It keeps you in a state of shallow engagement with yourself and the world. The digital Sabbath, a framework. The digital Sabbath is the practice of setting aside regular periods of screen-free time. It is a time for rest, reflection, and renewal. It is a time to reclaim your attention, your health, your connection, and yourself. The frequency. The digital Sabbath can be practiced at different frequencies. The right frequency depends on your needs, your schedule, and your goals. Daily. A daily digital Sabbath is a period of screen-free time each day. It might be the first hour of the morning. It might be the last hour of the evening. It might be the time of a meal. Weekly. A weekly digital Sabbath is a full day without screens. It might be a Saturday or a Sunday. It is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Monthly. A monthly digital Sabbath is a weekend without screens. It is a longer period of disconnection. It is a time for deeper rest and renewal. Seasonal. A seasonal digital Sabbath is a longer period of disconnection. It might be a week or more. It is a time for profound rest, reflection, and renewal. The duration. The duration of the digital Sabbath depends on the frequency. A daily Sabbath might be an hour. A weekly Sabbath might be a full day. A monthly Sabbath might be a weekend. A seasonal Sabbath might be a week or more. Start with a duration that is manageable. Gradually increase the duration as you become more comfortable with the practice. The activities. The digital Sabbath is not just about what you are not doing, it is about what you are doing. It is a time for activities that nourish the mind, body, and soul. Nature. Spend time in nature. Go for a walk. Sit in a park. Watch the sunset. Connect with the physical world. Connection. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Play games. Share meals. Connect with the physical world. Reflection. Spend time in reflection. Write in a journal. Meditate. Pray. Reflect on your life. Understand yourself. Creation. Spend time in creation. Draw, write, make music, cook. Create something with your hands. Rest. Spend time in rest. Sleep, nap, lounge. Do nothing. Give yourself permission to rest. The implementation. Implementing the digital Sabbath requires planning, intention, and practice. It is not always easy. The pull of the digital world is powerful, but it is possible. It is possible to reclaim the gift of stillness. Step 1. The intention. The first step is to set your intention. Why are you doing this? What do you hope to gain? What do you hope to experience? Your intention is your anchor. It is what you return to when the pull of the digital world is strong. It is the reason you continue the practice. Step 2. The preparation. The second step is to prepare. Plan for the digital Sabbath. Set your boundaries. Communicate your plans to others. The announcement. Tell others about your digital Sabbath. Let them know that you will be unavailable. Set expectations. Avoid surprises. The preparation. Prepare for the digital Sabbath. Make sure you have everything you need. Food, activities, books, whatever you need for the time, the boundaries. Set your boundaries, turn off notifications, put your phone away, close your computer. Remove the digital distractions. Step 3. The execution. The third step is to execute the digital Sabbath. Follow through on your intention. Stay true to your boundaries. Embrace the experience. The embrace. Embrace the digital Sabbath. Do not resist it. Do not count the minutes. Be present. Be open. Be engaged. The exploration. Explore the digital Sabbath. Try new activities. Discover new interests. Reconnect with old passions. Be curious. The experience. Experience the digital Sabbath. Pay attention to your feelings. Notice the rest. Notice the renewal. Notice the connection. Step 4. The reflection. The fourth step is to reflect on the digital Sabbath. What did you experience? What did you learn? What did you gain? The journal. Write in a journal. Record your experiences. Reflect on your feelings. Learn from the experience. The review. Review the digital Sabbath. What worked? What did not work? What can you improve? Use the feedback to refine the practice. The commitment. Commit to the digital Sabbath. Make it a regular practice. Reclaim the gift of stillness. The challenges of the digital Sabbath. The digital Sabbath is not always easy. There are challenges, there are obstacles, there are setbacks. But these challenges can be overcome. The fear of missing out. The fear of missing out, FOMO, is a powerful force. It is the fear that others are having rewarding experiences that you are not a part of. FOMO is a challenge to the digital Sabbath. It whispers that you are missing something important. It whispers that you are being left out. It whispers that you should check your phone. Overcoming FOMO requires reframing. You are not missing out. You are present. You are engaged. You are connected. You are choosing the real over the digital. The withdrawal. The digital world is a source of stimulation. When you disconnect, you experience withdrawal. You feel anxious. You feel restless. You feel bored. Withdrawal is a challenge to the digital Sabbath. It is uncomfortable. It is difficult. It is tempting to give in. Overcoming withdrawal requires tolerance. Sit with the discomfort. Ride the wave of the urge. The discomfort will pass. The urge will subside. The boredom is a challenge to the digital Sabbath. It is uncomfortable. It is difficult. It is tempting to reach for your phone. Overcoming boredom requires acceptance. Embrace the boredom. Let the boredom be. It is the gateway to creativity and reflection. The social pressure. Social pressure is a challenge to the digital Sabbath. Others may not understand. Others may not support. Others may judge. Overcoming social pressure requires confidence. Trust your intention. Trust your experience. Trust the practice. Do it for yourself. The benefits of the digital Sabbath. The digital Sabbath has profound benefits. It is not just a practice of disconnection. It is a practice of reconnection. Restored attention. The digital Sabbath restores attention. It gives your brain a break from the constant stimulation. It allows your brain to rest and recover. It makes it easier to focus. Renewed creativity. The digital Sabbath renews creativity. It allows the DMN to do its work. It allows the brain to make novel connections. It generates new ideas. Deepened connection. The digital Sabbath deepens connection. It allows you to be present with others. It allows you to have meaningful conversations. It allows you to connect deeply. Enhanced self-understanding. The digital Sabbath enhances self-understanding. It allows you to reflect on your life. It allows you to understand yourself. It allows you to grow. Improved well-being. The digital Sabbath improves well-being. It reduces stress. It improves sleep. It reduces anxiety and depression. It increases satisfaction. A renewed sense of time. The digital Sabbath renews your sense of time. Without screens, time flows differently. You become aware of its passage. You experience it more fully. You realize that you are not in a hurry. The varieties of the digital Sabbath. The digital Sabbath can take many forms. There is no single right way to practice it. The best practice is the one that works for you. The complete digital Sabbath. The complete digital Sabbath is a period of total disconnection from all digital devices. No phone, no computer, no television, no screens of any kind. This is the most intensive form of the practice. It is best for a weekly or monthly Sabbath. The partial digital Sabbath. The partial digital Sabbath is a period of selective disconnection. You might disconnect from social media, but still use a phone for calls. You might disconnect from the internet, but still use a computer for writing. This is a good option for a daily Sabbath or for those who are new to the practice. The thematic digital Sabbath. The thematic digital Sabbath is a period of disconnection from a specific type of digital activity. You might disconnect from social media but still use email. You might disconnect from news but still use entertainment. This is a good option for those who want to target a specific source of distraction. The social digital Sabbath. The social digital Sabbath is a period of disconnection that is practiced with others. You might have a screen-free dinner with your family. You might have a screen-free weekend with your partner. You might have a screen-free retreat with friends. This is a good option for those who want to deepen their connection with others. The digital Sabbath in practice. A case study. Let us consider a case study of the digital Sabbath in practice. This is a composite of many people who have practiced the digital Sabbath and experienced its benefits. The challenge. Sarah was a marketing executive in her mid-30s. She was constantly connected. She checked her email first thing in the morning and last thing at night. She was on social media throughout the day. She felt anxious, distracted, and exhausted. She could not focus. She could not sleep. She felt like she was always behind. The decision. Sarah decided to try a digital Sabbath. She started with a weekly digital Sabbath. Every Saturday, she would disconnect from all digital devices. No phone, no computer, no television, no screens. The preparation. Sarah prepared for her digital Sabbath. She told her friends and colleagues that she would be unavailable on Saturdays. She turned off all notifications. She put her phone in a drawer. She closed her computer. She removed the digital distractions. The experience. Sarah's first digital Sabbath was difficult. She felt anxious. She felt restless. She felt bored. She reached for her phone countless times, but she persisted. She went for a walk. She read a book. She cooked a meal. She spent time with her family. By the end of the day, Sarah felt different. She felt calmer. She felt more present. She felt more connected. She had slept better. She had enjoyed the day more. She had experienced a sense of peace that she had not felt in years. The practice. Sarah continued her weekly digital Sabbath. Each week it became easier. Each week she experienced more benefits. She started to look forward to her Sabbath. She started to protect it fiercely. Sarah also started to incorporate daily digital Sabbaths. She set aside the first hour of the morning for screen-free time. She set aside the last hour of the evening for screen-free time. She created phone-free zones in her home. The transformation. Sarah's practice transformed her life. She was more focused at work. She was more present with her family. She was more creative. She was less anxious. She was less stressed. She was happier. Sarah had reclaimed the gift of stillness. She had rediscovered the art of the digital Sabbath. The digital Sabbath and the new social contract. The digital Sabbath is not just an individual practice. It is also a social practice. It is a way of renegotiating our relationship with the digital world. It is a way of creating a new social contract. The individual responsibility. The digital Sabbath is an individual responsibility. It is your responsibility to protect your attention. It is your responsibility to protect your health. It is your responsibility to protect your connection. It is your responsibility to protect yourself. The collective responsibility. The digital Sabbath is also a collective responsibility. It is our responsibility to create a culture that values rest. It is our responsibility to create a culture that values reflection. It is our responsibility to create a culture that values connection. It is our responsibility to create a culture that values stillness. The new norms. The digital Sabbath requires new norms. It requires the norm of unavailability. It requires the norm of disconnection. It requires the norm of rest. It requires the norm of presence. These norms are emerging. More and more people are practicing the digital Sabbath. More and more organizations are supporting it. More and more cultures are embracing it. The digital Sabbath is becoming a movement. The tools. How to practice the digital Sabbath. Let us end this chapter with some practical tools. These are simple, actionable practices that you can use to implement the digital Sabbath. Tool 1. The Daily Digital Sabbath. Set aside a period of screen-free time each day. It might be the first hour of the morning. It might be the last hour of the evening. It might be the time of a meal. Tool 2. The Weekly Digital Sabbath. Set aside a full day without screens each week. It might be a Saturday or a Sunday. It is a time for rest, reflection, and real connection. Tool 3. The Phone-Free Zone designates specific areas as phone-free zones: the bedroom, the dining table, the bathroom. These are areas where the phone is not allowed. They are sanctuaries of presence. Tool 4. The Phone-Free Activity. Engage in activities that do not require screens. Read a book, take a walk, cook a meal, have a conversation, be present. Tool 5. The Nature Connection. Spend time in nature. Go for a walk, sit in a park, watch the sunset, connect with the physical world. Tool 6. The Reflection Practice. Spend time in reflection. Write in a journal, meditate, pray. Reflect on your life, understand yourself. Tool 7. The Connection Practice. Spend time with people you love. Have meaningful conversations. Play games, share meals, connect with the physical world. Tool 8. The Creation Practice. Spend time in creation. Draw, write, make music, cook. Create something with your hands. Tool 9. The Rest Practice. Spend time in rest. Sleep, nap, lounge, do nothing. Give yourself permission to rest. Tool 10. The Digital Sabbath Journal. Keep a digital Sabbath journal. Record your experiences. Reflect on your feelings. Learn from the practice. The path forward. The digital Sabbath is a practice. It is a practice of disconnection and reconnection. It is a practice of rest and renewal. It is a practice of reclaiming your attention, your health, your connection, and yourself. The path forward is about embracing the gift of stillness. It is about setting aside regular periods of screen-free time. It is about reconnecting with the physical world. It is about restoring the balance between the digital and the real. The path forward is about reclaiming your life. Summary: the art of the digital Sabbath. The digital Sabbath is the practice of setting aside regular periods of screen-free time. It is a time for rest, reflection, and renewal. It is a time to reclaim your attention, your health, your connection, and yourself. The brain requires rest. The default mode network is active during rest. It consolidates memories, reflects on experiences, and generates creative insights. The glymphatic system clears waste during rest. Neuroplasticity consolidates learning during rest. Boredom is not an enemy. It is a gift. It is the gateway to creativity, self-reflection, problem-solving, and rest. Constant connection has a cost. It fragments attention, damages health, erodes connection, and disrupts the self. The digital Sabbath can be practiced at different frequencies and durations. It is a time for nature, connection, reflection, creation, and rest. Implementing the digital Sabbath requires intention, preparation for execution, and reflection. It faces challenges: FOMO, withdrawal, boredom, and social pressure, but these challenges can be overcome. The benefits of the digital Sabbath are profound. It restores attention, renews creativity, deepens connection, enhances self-understanding, and improves well-being. The tools for practicing the digital Sabbath include the daily digital Sabbath, weekly digital Sabbath, phone-free zones, phone-free activities, nature connection, reflection practice, connection practice, creation practice, rest practice, and digital Sabbath journal. The path forward is about embracing the gift of stillness. It is about reclaiming your attention, your health, your connection, and yourself. The final word. The digital Sabbath is a gift. It is a gift of stillness in a world of noise. It is a gift of presence in a world of distraction. It is a gift of connection in a world of isolation. The digital Sabbath is not a deprivation. It is an enrichment. It is not a loss. It is a gain. It is not a sacrifice. It is a blessing. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Key takeaways. The digital Sabbath, the practice of setting aside regular periods of screen-free time. It is a time for rest, reflection, and renewal. The default mode network, the brain network that is active during rest. It consolidates memories, reflects on experiences, and generates creative insights. The glymphatic system, the brain's waste clearance system. It is active during rest. It clears waste and repairs the brain. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change in response to experience. It is active during rest. It consolidates learning and strengthens connections. Boredom, the absence of external stimulation. It is the gateway to creativity, self-reflection, problem-solving, and rest. The costs of connection. Constant connection fragments attention, damages health, erodes connection, and disrupts the self. The framework. The digital Sabbath can be practiced at different frequencies, daily, weekly, monthly, seasonal, and durations, hour, day, weekend, week. The activities. The digital Sabbath is a time for nature, connection, reflection, creation, and rest. The implementation. The digital Sabbath requires intention, preparation, execution, and reflection. The challenges. FOMO, withdrawal, boredom, and social pressure are challenges to the digital Sabbath. They can be overcome. The benefits. The digital Sabbath restores attention, renews creativity, deepens connection, enhances self-understanding, and improves well-being. The tools. The daily digital Sabbath, weekly digital Sabbath, phone-free zones, phone-free activities, nature connection, reflection practice, connection practice, creation practice, rest practice, and digital Sabbath journal are tools for practicing the digital Sabbath. The varieties. The digital Sabbath can take many forms: complete, partial, thematic, and social. The best practice is the one that works for you. The social dimension. The digital Sabbath is both an individual and a collective practice. It requires new norms of unavailability, disconnection, rest, and presence. The path forward. The path forward is about embracing the gift of stillness. It is about reclaiming your attention, your health, your connection, and yourself. Chapter 13. The New Social Contract. Beyond the individual, throughout this book, we have focused primarily on the individual. We have explored the Stone Age brain and its vulnerabilities. We have examined how the digital world exploits those vulnerabilities. We have developed practices for reclaiming attention, cultivating meta-awareness, and designing a digital habitat that serves our values and goals. But there is a limit to individual action. The attention economy is not just a personal problem. It is a systemic problem. It is a political problem. It is a societal problem. The forces that fragment our attention, exploit our biology, and undermine our autonomy are not accidents. They are the predictable outcomes of a system designed to extract value from human attention. The question we must now confront is, what do we do about it? How do we move beyond individual resistance to collective action? How do we build a world where human attention is not a commodity to be harvested and sold? How do we create a new social contract for the digital age? The failure of the old contract. The old social contract of the Internet was built on a simple promise: free services in exchange for attention. We would get access to information, connection, and entertainment. The platforms would get our attention and our data. The advertisers would pay for access to both. This contract was never explicitly negotiated. It was imposed upon us. We accepted it by clicking "I agree" on terms of service that we never read. We accepted it because the alternatives seemed worse. We accepted it because we did not understand what we were giving up. The old contract has failed. It has failed us individually. It has failed us collectively. It has failed our societies and our democracies. The individual failure. Individually, the old contract has left us fragmented, distracted, and dependent. Our attention has been stolen. Our cognitive autonomy has been eroded. Our capacity for deep thought and sustained focus has been degraded. The old contract has damaged our health. It has increased our stress. It has disrupted our sleep. It has contributed to anxiety and depression. It has made us less happy and less fulfilled. The old contract has eroded our relationships. It has replaced face-to-face connection with digital simulation. It has left us more isolated and more alone. It has created a crisis of loneliness that is as dangerous as any physical disease. The collective failure. Collectively, the old contract has fragmented our societies. It has amplified polarization. It has spread misinformation. It has eroded trust. It has undermined democracy. The algorithms that power the attention economy are optimized for engagement, not for truth. They prioritize outrage over nuance. They amplify division over unity. They reward sensationalism over substance. The old contract has created echo chambers and filter bubbles. It has separated us into tribes that no longer speak to each other. It has made it impossible to agree on basic facts. It has made democratic deliberation almost impossible. The democratic failure. The old contract has failed democracy itself. The attention economy has concentrated power in the hands of a few massive corporations. These corporations have more influence over public discourse than any government. They shape what we see, what we think, and what we believe. The platforms are not neutral conduits of information. They are engineered traps designed to monopolize our time and monetize our behavior. They are, as one scholar put it, monopolies of the mind. They control the infrastructure of public discourse. They decide what rises to prominence and what is suppressed. And they make these decisions based on profit, not on public interest. This concentration of power is a threat to democracy. It is a threat to the autonomy of citizens. It is a threat to the integrity of public debate. It is a threat to the very idea of self-governance. The elements of a new social contract. A new social contract for the digital age must address these failures. It must protect individual autonomy. It must restore collective deliberation. It must rebalance power between citizens, platforms, and governments. The new social contract must be built on 3 pillars: transparency, accountability, and empowerment. Transparency. The first pillar of the new social contract is transparency. We must be able to see how the systems that shape our lives actually work. Algorithmic transparency. The algorithms that determine what we see must be open to scrutiny. We must understand how they work. We must know what data they use. We must know how they make decisions. We must be able to audit them for bias and manipulation. Data transparency. We must know what data is being collected about us. We must know how it is being used. We must know who it is being shared with. We must have meaningful control over our own information. Financial transparency. We must understand the business models that drive the platforms. We must see how they make money. We must understand how their financial incentives shape their behavior. We must be able to hold them accountable for the consequences of their actions. Accountability. The second pillar of the new social contract is accountability. The platforms that shape our lives must be responsible for the consequences of their actions. Legal accountability. The platforms must be subject to meaningful regulation. They must not be above the law. They must be held accountable for the harms they cause. They must be subject to penalties for violations. Democratic accountability. The platforms must be accountable to the public. They must not be able to shape public discourse without public oversight. They must be subject to democratic control. They must serve the public interest, not just their shareholders. Social accountability. The platforms must be accountable to their users. They must respect our autonomy. They must protect our well-being. They must not exploit our vulnerabilities. They must be responsible members of the communities they serve. Empowerment, the third pillar of the new social contract, is empowerment. We must be equipped to navigate the digital world with autonomy and agency. Digital literacy. We must be educated about how the digital world works. We must understand the attention economy. We must recognize manipulation. We must be able to think critically about the information we consume. Cognitive autonomy. We must be able to direct our own attention. We must not be passive subjects of algorithmic manipulation. We must be able to think for ourselves. We must be able to make our own choices. Collective agency. We must be able to act together. We must be able to shape the digital world. We must be able to demand change. We must be able to build alternatives. The roles of different actors. A new social contract requires action from all stakeholders. No single actor can solve these problems alone. The solution must be multi-stakeholder and multi-layered. The role of governments. Governments have a crucial role to play in establishing the new social contract. They are the only institutions with the legitimacy and the power to set the rules of the game. Regulation. Governments must regulate the platforms. They must set rules for the attention economy. They must protect privacy. They must ensure competition. They must prevent the concentration of power. Antitrust. Governments must enforce antitrust laws. They must break up monopolies. They must prevent the concentration of attention power. They must ensure that no single company controls too much of the public square. Protection. Governments must protect citizens. They must safeguard cognitive autonomy. They must prevent manipulation. They must ensure that the digital world serves human dignity, not just corporate profit. The role of platforms. Platforms must also take responsibility. They cannot simply claim to be neutral intermediaries. They must acknowledge their power and their accountability. Design. Platforms must design their products to serve users, not just advertisers. They must prioritize well-being over engagement. They must build friction into their systems. They must create stopping queues. Transparency. Platforms must be transparent about their algorithms. They must allow independent audits. They must explain how they make decisions. They must be open about their data practices. Accountability. Platforms must be accountable for the consequences of their actions. They must take responsibility for the harms they cause. They must compensate for damages. They must change their practices when they cause harm. The role of citizens also have a role to play. We cannot simply wait for governments and platforms to fix the problem. We must also take responsibility for our own digital lives. Awareness. We must be aware of how the digital world works. We must understand the attention economy. We must recognize manipulation. We must be critical consumers of information. Action. We must act on our awareness. We must change our behavior. We must resist manipulation. We must protect our attention. We must use our agency, advocacy. We must advocate for change. We must demand accountability. We must support regulation. We must build alternatives. We must be active citizens in the digital world. The specific provisions of the new contract. What would a new social contract actually look like in practice? What specific provisions would it include? Data rights. The new contract must establish clear data rights. Individuals must own their data. They must control its use. They must be able to access, correct, and delete their data. They must be able to move their data between platforms. The new contract must also establish limits on data collection. Data should only be collected for specific legitimate purposes. It should not be collected for vague, unspecified future uses. It should not be used in ways that harm individuals or society. Algorithmic accountability. The new contract must establish algorithmic accountability. Platforms must be able to explain how their algorithms work. They must be subject to independent audits. They must not be allowed to engage in deceptive or manipulative practices. The new contract must also establish limits on algorithmic amplification. Algorithms should not be allowed to amplify content that is harmful, misleading, or divisive. They should not be allowed to create echo chambers or filter bubbles. They should serve the public interest, not just engagement metrics. Competition and antitrust. The new contract must ensure competition in the digital marketplace. The concentration of power in the hands of a few massive platforms must be broken. New entrants must be able to compete. The new contract must also ensure interoperability. Platforms must allow users to move their data to other platforms. They must allow users to communicate across platforms. They must not be able to lock users into their ecosystems. Digital literacy and education. The new contract must ensure digital literacy for all citizens. We must be educated about the attention economy. We must understand how platforms work. We must recognize manipulation. We must be able to think critically about information. Digital literacy must be part of the curriculum in schools. It must also be available to adults. It must be accessible to all, regardless of age or background. It must be a lifelong learning process. Mental health and well-being. The new contract must protect mental health and well-being. Platforms must design their products to minimize harm. They must not exploit vulnerabilities. They must promote healthy use. The new contract must also provide support for those who are harmed. There must be resources for people struggling with digital addiction. There must be support for people experiencing online harassment. There must be help for those who are isolated and lonely. The challenges of implementation. Implementing the new social contract will not be easy. There are significant challenges that must be addressed. The challenge of global governance. The digital world is global. The platforms operate across borders. National governments cannot solve these problems alone. We need international cooperation. We need global governance. The challenge of global governance is significant. Nations have different values. They have different legal systems. They have different interests. Finding common ground is difficult. but it is essential. The challenge of technological change. The digital world is constantly changing. New technologies emerge, new platforms arise, new challenges appear. The new social contract must be adaptive. It must be able to evolve with technology. The challenge of technological change is significant. Regulations can become obsolete quickly. Laws can be outpaced by innovation. The new social contract must be flexible. It must be able to respond to new challenges. The challenge of political will. The new social contract requires political will. Governments must be willing to act. They must be willing to stand up to powerful corporations. They must be willing to prioritize public interest over private profit. The challenge of political will is significant. Corporations have enormous power. They have resources. They have lobbyists. They have influence. Governments may be reluctant to take them on, but they must. The role of individual action. Despite the systemic nature of the problem, individual action still matters. The new social contract does not absolve us of personal responsibility. We still must act. Voting with our attention. We can vote with our attention. We can choose which platforms to use. We can choose how much time to spend. We can choose what content to consume. Our attention is our vote. Where we place it matters. Building alternatives. We can build alternatives. We can support platforms that respect our attention. We can create communities that are not dependent on the attention economy. We can build a different digital world. Demanding accountability. We can demand accountability. We can speak out against manipulation. We can support regulation. We can hold platforms accountable. We can be active citizens in the digital world. A vision of the future. Imagine a world where the new social contract is in place. What would it look like? Attention as a public good. In this world, attention is recognized as a public good. It is not a commodity to be harvested and sold. It is a resource to be protected and nurtured. The platforms are designed to respect our attention, not to capture it. Cognitive autonomy. In this world, cognitive autonomy is protected. We are not passive subjects of algorithmic manipulation. We are active agents who direct our own attention. We think for ourselves. We make our own choices. Democratic deliberation. In this world, democratic deliberation is possible. We agree on basic facts. We engage with diverse perspectives. We debate issues thoughtfully. We make decisions collectively. The digital world supports democracy rather than undermining it. Human flourishing in this world, human flourishing is the goal. Technology serves human dignity. It supports our well-being. It helps us connect. It helps us create. It helps us live meaningful lives. The path forward. The new social contract is not a fantasy. It is a necessity. It is the only way to address the systemic problems of the attention economy. It is the only way to protect our autonomy, our societies, and our democracies. The path forward is not easy. It requires awareness. It requires action. It requires collective effort. It requires political will. But it is possible. The old contract is failing. The new contract is emerging. We are the ones who must build it. Summary: the new social contract. The old social contract of the Internet has failed. It has failed us individually, collectively, and democratically. The attention economy has fragmented our attention, eroded our autonomy, and undermined our democracies. A new social contract is needed. It must be built on 3 pillars: transparency, accountability, and empowerment. It must involve all stakeholders, governments, platforms, and citizens. The new contract must establish clear data rights. It must ensure algorithmic accountability. It must promote competition and antitrust. It must guarantee digital literacy and education. It must protect mental health and well-being. Implementing the new contract is challenging. It requires global governance, technological adaptation, and political will, but it is essential. The future of our autonomy and our democracy depends on it. Individual action still matters. We can vote with our attention. We can build alternatives. We can demand accountability, but we must also act collectively. We must build the new social contract together. The vision of the future is clear, a world where attention is a public good, where cognitive autonomy is protected, where democratic deliberation is possible, and where human flourishing is the goal. The path forward is clear. We must build the new social contract. Key takeaways: the old contract has failed. The old social contract of the Internet, free services in exchange for attention, has failed individually, collectively, and democratically. The need for a new contract. A new social contract is needed to address the systemic problems of the attention economy and to protect autonomy, society, and democracy. 3 pillars. The new contract must be built on 3 pillars: transparency, accountability, and empowerment. Data rights. The new contract must establish clear data rights, giving individuals control over their own information. Algorithmic accountability. The new contract must ensure algorithmic accountability, making platforms explain and justify their systems. Competition. The new contract must promote competition and antitrust, breaking up the concentration of attention power. Digital literacy. The new contract must guarantee digital literacy and education, equipping citizens to navigate the digital world with autonomy and agency. Mental health. The new contract must protect mental health and well-being, designing platforms to minimize harm. Multi-stakeholder. The new contract must involve all stakeholders, governments, platforms, and citizens. Challenges. Implementing the new contract requires global governance, technological adaptation, and political will. Individual action. Individual action still matters. We can vote with our attention, build alternatives, and demand accountability. The vision. The vision of the future is clear. A world where attention is a public good, cognitive autonomy is protected, democratic deliberation is possible, and human flourishing is the goal. Part 4. The Future Conclusion. Chapter 14. The Conscious User. The choice. We have traveled a long journey together. We have descended into the deep evolutionary history of the Stone Age brain. We have examined the ancient structures that govern our behavior: the threat detection system, the dopamine loop, the social imperative, the novelty drive. We have seen how these systems, so adaptive on the savannah, have become vulnerabilities in the digital world. We have explored the machinery of the attention economy. We have seen how the algorithms exploit our biology, how the notifications hijack our attention, how the infinite scroll keeps us trapped in a loop of perpetual wanting. We have witnessed the fragmentation of our attention, the erosion of our autonomy, the corrosion of our democracies. But we have also discovered a path forward. We have learned the practice of meta-awareness, the capacity to observe our own minds in action. We have redesigned our digital habitats, creating environments that support focus and connection. We have revived the lost art of deep work. We have reclaimed the gift of the digital Sabbath. We have begun to build a new social contract. Now we come to the final question. Who will you be in this new world? Will you be a passive passenger carried along by the currents of the attention economy? Or will you be a conscious user, a pilot of your own attention, a shaper of your own life. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. The conscious user defined. What does it mean to be a conscious user? A conscious user is someone who uses digital technology with intention, not compulsion. They are not passive subjects of algorithmic manipulation. They are active agents who direct their own attention. They make choices about what they consume, when they consume it, and how they consume it. A conscious user is aware of the forces that shape their behavior. They understand the attention economy. They recognize the dark patterns. They see the manipulation, and they resist it. A conscious user is not a Luddite. They do not reject technology. They embrace it, but on their own terms. They use the tools that serve them. They set aside the tools that do not. They are the masters of their technology, not its servants. A conscious user is connected but not consumed. They engage with the digital world, but they also engage with the physical world. They have relationships online, but they also have relationships offline. They are present in the digital realm, but they are also present in the here and now. A conscious user is intentional. They set boundaries, they create habits, they practice presence. They live a life of meaning, connection, and purpose. The paradox of technology. Technology is not inherently good or bad. It is a tool. It can be used for good or for ill. It can be used to connect or to isolate. It can be used to create or to consume. It can be used to liberate or to enslave. The smartphone is a powerful tool. It can connect us to people across the globe. It can give us access to the sum total of human knowledge. It can enable creativity, collaboration, and community. But the smartphone is also a powerful trap. It can fragment our attention. It can exploit our biology. It can erode our autonomy. It can leave us feeling isolated, anxious, and empty. The paradox of technology is that it offers both liberation and enslavement. The same device that connects us can also isolate us. The same algorithm that informs us can also manipulate us. The same platform that empowers us can also control us. The conscious user navigates this paradox. They use technology for liberation, not enslavement. They wield the tool rather than being wielded by it. The principles of conscious use. The conscious user lives by a set of principles. These principles guide their relationship with technology. They help them navigate the paradox of the digital world. Principle 1. Attention as a sacred resource. The conscious user treats attention as a sacred resource. They recognize that attention is the most precious thing they have. It is the lens through which they perceive the world. It is the fuel for their creativity, their connection, and their meaning. The conscious user protects their attention. They do not give it away freely. They do not let it be stolen by algorithms. They do not let it be fragmented by notifications. They direct it with intention. They focus it on what matters. Principle 2. Technology as a tool, not a master. The conscious user treats technology as a tool, not a master. They use it to achieve their goals. They do not let it dictate their goals. They are the masters of their technology, not its servants. The conscious user chooses their tools carefully. They use the ones that serve them. They set aside the ones that do not. They do not let the tools define them. They define the tools. Principle 3. Connection over consumption. The conscious user prioritizes connection over consumption. They use technology to connect with others, not just to consume content. They have meaningful conversations. They build real relationships. They engage with the world rather than just scrolling through it. The conscious user is intentional about their consumption. They choose content that enriches them. They avoid content that degrades them. They consume with purpose, not with compulsion. Principle 4. Presence over distraction. The conscious user prioritizes presence over distraction. They are present in the here and now. They are fully engaged with what is in front of them. They are not always looking at their phone. The conscious user practices presence. They put down their devices. They look up. They engage with the physical world. They are fully alive in the moment. Principle 5. Meaning over novelty. The conscious user prioritizes meaning over novelty. They seek out experiences that are meaningful, not just new. They pursue goals that matter, not just novelty. They live a life of purpose, not just distraction. The conscious user resists the novelty drive. They do not need the latest thing. They do not need the newest update. They find satisfaction in what is already there. They find meaning in what already matters. Principle 6. Autonomy over manipulation. The conscious user prioritizes autonomy over manipulation. They refuse to be passive subjects of algorithmic control. They make their own choices. They think for themselves. The conscious user resists manipulation. They recognize the dark patterns. They see the algorithmic nudges. They refuse to be pushed around. They assert their autonomy. The practice of conscious use. Conscious use is not a destination. It is a practice. It is something you do every day. It is something you cultivate over time. The daily practice. Each day, the conscious user practices their principles. They start the day with intention. They check in with themselves throughout the day. They end the day with reflection. Morning. The conscious user starts the day with intention. They do not reach for their phone first thing. They take time for themselves. They set their intentions for the day. They decide what matters. Throughout the day, the conscious user checks in with themselves. They notice when they are distracted. They notice when they are on autopilot. They pause. They redirect their attention. They return to what matters. Evening. The conscious user reflects on their day. They notice what went well. They notice what could have gone better. They learn from their experience. They commit to doing better tomorrow. The weekly practice. Each week, the conscious user practices their principles on a larger scale. They take a digital Sabbath. They review their habits. They make adjustments. The digital Sabbath. The conscious user sets aside a period of screen-free time each week. A day without screens. A time for rest, reflection, and real connection. The habit review. The conscious user reviews their digital habits. They notice what is working. They notice what is not working. They make changes. They refine their practice. The reconnection. The conscious user reconnects with the physical world. They spend time in nature. They spend time with loved ones. They engage with the world beyond the screen. The lifetime practice. Conscious use is a lifetime practice. It is not something you achieve once and then forget. It is something you cultivate over the course of your life. The continuous learning. The conscious user continues to learn. They stay informed about the attention economy. They stay aware of new threats. They stay committed to their principles. The continuous adaptation. The conscious user adapts to changing circumstances. The digital world is always evolving. New technologies emerge. New threats arise. The conscious user evolves with them. The continuous commitment. The conscious user remains committed. They do not give up. They do not become complacent. They continue to practice. They continue to grow. The conscious user in community. Conscious use is not just an individual practice. It is also a community practice. We cannot do it alone. We need each other. The support network. The conscious user builds a support network. They connect with others who share their values. They encourage each other. They hold each other accountable. They learn from each other. The support network can be online or offline. It can be formal or informal. It can be a group of friends, a community of practice, or a formal organization. Whatever form it takes, it is essential. The shared practice. The conscious user shares their practice with others. They do not keep it to themselves. They teach others. They model conscious use. They spread the practice. The shared practice is how change happens. It is how individual action becomes collective action. It is how we build the new social contract. It is how we create a different digital world. The collective action. The conscious user acts collectively. They do not just change their own behavior. They also work to change the system. They advocate for regulation. They support alternatives. They build a movement. Collective action is the only way to address the systemic problems of the attention economy. Individual action is necessary, but it is not sufficient. We must also act together. We must build a new world. The conscious user and the new social contract. The conscious user is the foundation of the new social contract. They are the ones who demand transparency. They are the ones who insist on accountability. They are the ones who build alternatives. The demand for transparency. The conscious user demands transparency. They insist on knowing how the algorithms work. They insist on knowing what data is collected. They insist on knowing how decisions are made. The conscious user does not accept opacity. They do not trust the platforms, to be honest. They demand to see for themselves. They demand accountability. The demand for accountability. The conscious user demands accountability. They insist that the platforms be responsible for the consequences of their actions. They demand regulation. They demand oversight. They demand justice. The conscious user does not accept impunity. They do not allow the platforms to harm without consequence. They hold them accountable. They demand change. The building of alternatives. The conscious user builds alternatives. They support platforms that respect attention. They create communities that are not dependent on the attention economy. They build a different digital world. The conscious user does not just resist the old world. They also create the new one. They are the architects of the future. The conscious user and human flourishing. The ultimate goal of conscious use is human flourishing. It is not just about resisting manipulation. It is about living a meaningful life. It is about being fully human. The flourishing mind. The conscious user cultivates a flourishing mind. They protect their attention. They cultivate focus. They engage in deep thought. They are creative, reflective, and wise. The flourishing mind is not distracted. It is not fragmented. It is not anxious. It is calm, clear, and present. It is fully alive. The flourishing relationships. The conscious user cultivates flourishing relationships. They are present with others. They listen deeply. They connect authentically. They love and are loved. The flourishing relationships are not simulated. They are not digital. They are real, embodied, and meaningful. They are the source of joy and belonging. The flourishing life. The conscious user cultivates a flourishing life. They have purpose. They have meaning. They have connection. They are fully engaged with the world. They are fully alive. The flourishing life is not a life of constant consumption. It is not a life of constant distraction. It is a life of depth, meaning, and purpose. It is a life well lived. The call to action. We have come to the end of our journey, but the journey is not over. It is just beginning. The question is, what will you do with what you have learned? The individual call. The individual call is to become a conscious user, to protect your attention, to use technology with intention, to live a life of meaning, connection, and purpose. The individual call is to practice daily, to practice weekly, to practice for a lifetime, to cultivate the skills of conscious use, to become the pilot of your own attention. The collective call is to build a new world, to demand transparency, to insist on accountability, to build alternatives, to create a new social contract. The collective call is to act together, to join with others, to build a movement, to change the system, to create a world where human flourishing is the goal. The call is urgent. The attention economy is not waiting. The algorithms are not pausing. The fragmentation is not stopping. The time to act is now. The urgent call is to begin today, to begin with yourself, to begin with your own practice, to begin with your own attention. The urgent call is to not wait, to not delay, to not put it off. The time is now. The choice is yours. The final word. We have traveled a long journey. We have seen the depths of the problem. We have discovered the path forward. We have found the tools for change. But the journey is not over. It is just beginning. The path forward is not easy. It requires effort. It requires practice. It requires persistence. But it is possible. It is possible to reclaim your attention. It is possible to reclaim your life. The conscious user is not a fantasy. It is a reality. It is a reality that you can create. It is a reality that you can live. It is a reality that is waiting for you. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Be a conscious user. Be the pilot of your own attention. Be the master of your own mind. Be fully alive. Be fully human. The future is yours to create. Key takeaways. The choice. The ultimate question is whether you will be a passive passenger or a conscious user. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. The conscious user defined. A conscious user uses technology with intention, not compulsion. They are aware of the forces that shape their behavior. They are the masters of their technology, not its servants. The paradox of technology. Technology offers both liberation and enslavement. The conscious user navigates this paradox. They use technology for liberation, not enslavement. 6 principles. The conscious user lives by 6 principles. Attention as a sacred resource. Technology as a tool, not a master. Connection over consumption. Presence over distraction. Meaning over novelty, and autonomy over manipulation. The practice. Conscious use is a daily, weekly, and lifetime practice. It requires continuous learning, adaptation, and commitment. Community. Conscious use is not just an individual practice, it is also a community practice. We need each other. We need support networks, shared practice, and collective action. The new social contract. The conscious user is the foundation of the new social contract. They demand transparency, insist on accountability, and build alternatives. Human flourishing. The ultimate goal of conscious use is human flourishing. It is about cultivating a flourishing mind, flourishing relationships, and a flourishing life. The call to action. The call is individual, collective, and urgent. The time to act is now. Begin with yourself, then act together. Build the new world. The final word. The conscious user is not a fantasy. It is a reality that you can create. The choice is yours. The power is in your hands. Be fully alive. Be fully human. The voice, how to write it. The challenge of the preacher. There is a danger that haunts every book about human behavior, every manifesto for change, every guide to a better life. It is the danger of the preacher, the danger of the scold, the danger of the one who knows better and cannot resist telling you so. When you write about the attention economy, about the fragmentation of focus, about the exploitation of our Stone Age brains, it is tempting to adopt a tone of moral outrage. It is tempting to shake your finger at the reader and say, "Look what you have done to yourself. Look how weak you are. Look how you have been duped." But this tone does not work. It does not change behavior. It creates defensiveness. It creates resistance. It creates a barrier between the writer and the reader. The reader feels judged. The reader feels shamed. The reader closes the book. This is the challenge of the voice. How do you write about the urgent problems of the screen age without becoming a preacher? How do you inform without lecturing? How do you inspire without shaming? How do you tell the truth without being harsh? The answer lies in a voice that is compassionate, curious, and humble. A voice that acknowledges that you are in the same struggle as the reader. A voice that admits your own failures. A voice that offers solutions, not judgments. A voice that invites, not demands. This is the voice of the compassionate mechanic. It is the voice that understands the machinery of the brain, that sees how it has been exploited, and that offers practical tools for repair, all without judgment, all with compassion, all with humility. The compassionate mechanic. Imagine that your car breaks down. You take it to a mechanic. There are two possible mechanics you might encounter. The first mechanic is a scold. He looks at your car and shakes his head. "What have you done to this poor vehicle?" he says. "You clearly never change the oil. You drive too fast. You ignore the warning lights. This is your own fault. You should be ashamed." How do you feel? Defensive, angry, resentful. You do not want to be there. You do not want to listen. You just want to leave. The second mechanic is a compassionate mechanic. He looks at your car with curiosity. "I see what happened here," he says. "This is a common problem. The engine wasn't designed for the way you were driving, but it's not your fault. You didn't know. Let me show you what happened and we'll fix it together." How do you feel? Curious, relieved, grateful. You want to learn. You want to fix the problem. You trust the mechanic. The compassionate mechanic is the voice of this book. It is the voice that understands that you are not to blame. You did not design your brain. You did not design the attention economy. You did not create the algorithms. You are not weak. You are not lazy. You are not broken. You are human. You are doing the best you can with a brain that was not designed for this world. The compassionate mechanic is the voice that says, "Let me show you how this works. Let me show you why you are struggling. Let me give you the tools to fix it. And let me tell you, I am struggling too. We are in this together." The elements of the voice. The voice of the compassionate mechanic has several key elements. Each of these elements shapes how the reader experiences the book. Each of them determines whether the reader will trust you, learn from you, and change because of you. 1. The absence of moral judgment. The first element is the absence of moral judgment. The compassionate mechanic does not judge. They do not shame. They do not blame. This is not because the problems are not serious. They are. The attention economy is a systematic exploitation of human vulnerability. It is causing real harm. It is undermining our health, our relationships, and our democracies. These are serious problems. They deserve serious attention. But judgment does not help. It does not change behavior. It creates defensiveness and resistance. It shuts down learning. It prevents change. The compassionate mechanic does not say, "You are addicted to your phone because you are weak." They say, "You are struggling with your phone because it was designed to exploit the most vulnerable parts of your brain. You are not weak. You are human." The compassionate mechanic does not say, "You are wasting your life on social media because you are shallow." They say, You are drawn to social media because it taps into your ancient need for connection and validation. You are not shallow. You are social. The compassionate mechanic does not say, you cannot focus because you are lazy. They say, you cannot focus because your attention has been fragmented by forces that were designed to fragment it. You are not lazy. You are overwhelmed. The absence of moral judgment does not mean the absence of accountability. The compassionate mechanic still expects the reader to change. They still offer tools and practices. They still challenge the reader to act. But they do so with compassion, not with judgment. 2. The honesty of the author's struggle. The second element is the honesty of the author's own struggle. The compassionate mechanic is not a perfect expert who has all the answers. They are a fellow traveler who is also struggling. This honesty is essential for building trust. When the author admits their own failures, the reader feels less alone. They feel less judged. They feel more willing to learn. The compassionate mechanic says, I wrote this book while fighting the urge to check my email. They say I still reach for my phone when I am bored. I still get caught in the dopamine loop. I am not perfect. I am practicing, just like you. This honesty does not undermine the author's authority. It strengthens it. The reader trusts the author who admits their own struggles more than the author who pretends to be perfect. The author who admits their struggles is not a preacher. They are a teacher. They are not above the reader. They are alongside them. 3. The use of vivid metaphor. The third element is the use of vivid metaphor. The brain is complex. Neuroscience is dense. The attention economy is abstract. If you write about these topics in academic language, you will lose your reader. The compassionate mechanic uses metaphors to make the complex accessible. They translate the neuroscience into images that stick. They translate the economics into stories that resonate. Consider the metaphors we have used in this book. The Stone Age brain. This metaphor makes the evolutionary mismatch vivid. It is not just an abstract concept. It is a tangible image. Your brain is a relic. It is a vintage machine running modern software, the CEO and the board. This metaphor makes the architecture of the brain accessible. The prefrontal cortex is the CEO. The limbic system is the board. The digital world speaks to the board, bypassing the CEO, the slot machine in your pocket. This metaphor makes the dopamine loop concrete. Your phone is not just a device. It is a slot machine. It is designed to keep you playing. The lizard and the judge. This metaphor makes the bottom-up brain and the top-down brain vivid. The lizard is powerful. The judge is fragile. The lizard often wins. The rider and the elephant. This metaphor makes the struggle of self-control tangible. The rider is weak. The elephant is strong. The elephant often wins. Metaphors are not just decoration. They are essential tools for understanding. They translate the abstract into the concrete. They make the complex accessible. They help the reader see themselves in the story. 4. The use of story. The fourth element is the use of story. Human beings are wired for narrative. We learn through stories. We remember through stories. We change through stories. The compassionate mechanic uses stories to bring the concepts to life. They tell the story of the hunter-gatherer on the savannah. They tell the story of the smartphone on the stage. They tell the story of Sarah and her digital Sabbath. Stories are not just illustrative. They are transformative. They help the reader see themselves in the narrative. They help the reader imagine a different way of being. The compassionate mechanic does not just tell the reader what to do. They show the reader through story. They invite the reader into the narrative. They let the reader experience the change through the story. 5. The invitation to action. The fifth element is the invitation to action. The compassionate mechanic does not just explain the problem. They offer a way out. They provide tools and practices. They invite the reader to act. This invitation is not a demand. It is not a command. It is an invitation. The compassionate mechanic says, "Here is what I have found helpful. You might find it helpful too. Try it and see." The invitation to action is practical. It is specific. It is actionable. It is not vague advice. It is concrete practices. It is tools you can use today. The compassionate mechanic does not expect the reader to change everything at once. They understand that change is difficult. They understand that change takes time. They invite the reader to start small, to take one step, to practice one tool. 6. The acknowledgement of difficulty. The sixth element is the acknowledgement of difficulty. The compassionate mechanic does not pretend that change is easy. They acknowledge that it is hard. They acknowledge that the forces you are fighting are powerful. They acknowledge that you will fail sometimes. This acknowledgement is essential. If the author pretends that change is easy, the reader will feel like a failure when they struggle. They will think, "Something is wrong with me, I cannot do this." They will give up. The compassionate mechanic says, "This is hard. The attention economy is powerful. The algorithms are sophisticated. The habits are deeply encoded. You will struggle. You will fail. That is okay. Keep practicing. Keep trying." This acknowledgement does not undermine the reader's motivation. It strengthens it. The reader feels seen. They feel understood. They feel less alone. They are more willing to keep trying. 7. The tone of curiosity. The seventh element is the tone of curiosity. The compassionate mechanic is curious. They are not certain. They are not dogmatic. They are exploring alongside the reader. The tone of curiosity is inviting. It is open. It is humble. It says, "I do not have all the answers. I am learning too. Let us explore this together." The tone of curiosity is the opposite of the preacher. The preacher is certain. The preacher is dogmatic. The preacher knows the truth and is telling you. The compassionate mechanic is curious. They are exploring. They are inviting you to explore with them. The tone of curiosity also acknowledges that different things work for different people. The compassionate mechanic does not say, "This is the one true way." They say, "Here is what I have found helpful. Try it and see. Adapt it to your own life." The voice in practice. Let us see how the voice of the compassionate mechanic works in practice. Here are some examples of how to write with this voice and how to avoid the voice of the preacher. Example 1. The opening, the preacher's voice. You are addicted to your phone. You cannot put it down. You scroll mindlessly for hours. You are wasting your life. You need to stop. You need to get control of yourself. You are weak. You are lazy. You are broken. But you can fix yourself if you try hard enough. The compassionate mechanic's voice. If you have ever sat down to work, only to find yourself scrolling through social media 45 minutes later with no memory of how you got there, you have experienced the central conflict of modern life. You have felt the friction between what you intend to do and what you actually do. And in that moment of failure, you likely did what most of us do. You blamed yourself. You called yourself lazy, undisciplined, or addicted. You are none of those things. You are the victim of a tragic mismatch, a collision between a machine that was built for the Pleistocene and a world that runs on nanoseconds. What is the difference? The preacher's voice judges. It shames, it blames, it creates defensiveness. The compassionate mechanic's voice acknowledges the struggle. It reframes the problem. It offers compassion. It invites understanding. Example 2. The explanation. The preacher's voice. Dopamine is a chemical that makes you addicted to your phone. You are addicted because you are weak. You cannot control yourself. You need to stop chasing dopamine hits. You need to be stronger. The compassionate mechanic's voice. Dopamine is not the molecule of pleasure. It is the molecule of anticipation. It is the molecule of wanting. It is the fuel that drives you to pursue rewards, but it is not the reward itself. The digital world has learned to exploit this system. It feeds you unpredictable rewards that keep your dopamine system firing. You are not weak. You are being exploited by a system designed to capture your attention. What is the difference? The preacher's voice oversimplifies and judges. The compassionate mechanic's voice explains the mechanism and reframes the experience. It offers understanding rather than blame. Example 3. The solution. The preacher's voice. You need to stop using your phone. You need to be more disciplined. You need to just focus. It is simple, just do it. Stop making excuses. The compassionate mechanic's voice. The path forward is not about rejecting the smartphone. That is neither practical nor desirable. The smartphone is a powerful tool. It can be used for connection, creativity, and learning. The path forward is about using the smartphone with intention. It is about being a conscious user. It is about reclaiming your attention and your autonomy. This is not easy. It takes practice. It takes patience. But it is possible. And I am practicing alongside you. What is the difference? The preacher's voice is simple and judgmental. It ignores the complexity of the problem. The compassionate mechanic's voice acknowledges the complexity. It offers a practical, achievable path. It invites the reader to join the practice.